Chapter 1089, Feng's Madness. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1089, Feng's Madness. He rejected the offer. Ling Jingxian blinked in astonishment as she stared at the black, translucent screen before her. She hadn't expected Feng to be so decisive, an interesting person. Ling Jingxian chuckled as she shook her head. So be it. It's just a pity that we'll lose Stone Forest Town. Following which, Ling Jingxian forwarded Feng's reply to abandoned wave. Her message was very straightforward, the contents simply stating that Zero Wing had rejected their offer. After Ling Jingxian finished sending her message, a female cleric looking to be in her early 20s walked over and said, "Big Sis Endless? We've found the hidden path leading to the ruin's core. Only the monster guarding it is a level 60 Grand Lord. Leader has called for you to discuss a raid plan." If Feng were present, he would notice that the female cleric wore Light of the Forsaken, a level 45 dark gold set equipment for clerics. It was a 6-piece set that only dropped from level 50 and above field great lords. Meanwhile, the cleric wearing the set was only level 41. All right, I'll head over right now. Ling Jingxian smiled and nodded. She then followed the female cleric deeper into the ruins. The Zero Wing members in Stone Forest Town rushed madly at their enemies, while Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's armies ran and hid wherever they could, suffering immense losses in the process. As for Pantheon's 3 legions, they held their ground in an easily defensible corner. However, although they had managed to lower their casualty rate, it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. Watching his guild members die, one after another, Singular Burial could not help but ask anxiously, "Brother Wave, what did Black Flame say?" The purple barrier still enveloped the town. Players could only enter the town, not leave. No matter what methods they used, they were utterly helpless against the magic barrier. If this continued, the 50,000 elite members he had worked so hard to nurture would vanish like bubbles. After Abandoned Wave received Ling Jingxuan's message, he was dazed for a long moment. Murmuring, he said, "He rejected. Has Black Flame lost his mind?" Singular Burial was stunned when he heard this. He had experienced an area polluted by evil energy personally. Players could not reside in those areas for long. If those monsters invaded Stone Forest Town, it would cripple the town. Stone Forest Town was Zero Wing's main source of income. How could the guild choose to give it up so easily? Black Flame really is decisive. He is actually willing to sacrifice an entire town to defeat the last of our troops. I have underestimated him, Peerless said, astonished. If he is even this ruthless to himself, it seems our defeat is not without reason. Ruthless? Abandoned Wave laughed. Since he is so eager to die, I'll fulfill his wish. His defeat in this war was already certain. It was impossible to obtain Stone Forest Town. Moreover, after suffering such a miserable defeat, nothing good waiting for him upon his return to the guild. He was more than willing to drag Stone Forest Town with him as he fell. Moreover, if Zero Wing lost Stone Forest Town, its development would slow significantly. He might even have a chance to redeem himself. He had only asked Ling Jingxian to contact Black Flame to appease Pantheon and Heaven's Burial. In reality, he hoped that Zero Wing would reject his offer. He had never imagined that Zero Wing would be this foolish. Following which, Abandoned Wave contacted the bandaged man. "You can make your move now. Let the monsters enter the town. Destroy as much as you can. Our previous agreement still stands. This is your decision, not mine. I'll gratefully accept Stone Forest Town." Hearing Abandoned Wave resolution, a hint of excitement flashed in the bandaged man's eyes. He was like a starving beast that had suddenly spotted an innocent sheep. Immediately, the bandaged man commanded his remaining monsters to charge into Stone Forest Town. The 3 mythic monsters even joined the fray. "Guild leader, this is bad. The 3 mythic monsters are trying to charge into the town." Alluring Summer hurriedly reported as she tried her best to stop the crazed mythic monsters. However, the evil earth dragons began to act differently. No longer controlled, their basic attributes instantly increased by 15%. Most importantly, their intelligence was no longer suppressed. Despite Alluring Summer's divine dragon having superior attributes, she was barely able to hold back 2 of the earth dragons. She was helpless to stop the third as a tier 4 mythic monster, the evil Earth Dragon was extremely fast. In less than 10 seconds, it had reached Stone Forest Town's defensive walls roar. Bellowing angrily, the evil Earth Dragon, that stood over 100 meters tall, shattered the wall before it with a single swipe of its claws. As for the town's level 65 NPC guards, they were nothing before the evil Earth Dragon. No one could stop the mythic monster as it charged into the town. Although some players had tried to stop the monster, the Earth Dragon took them out with one swipe of its massive tail. In addition, the attack devastated the surrounding terrain. Seeing this, Zero Wings members were stupefied even after activating Protection Blessing. Just one of the evil Earth Dragon's normal attacks had killed a level 40 Guardian Knight with nearly 30,000 HP instantly. Meanwhile, the instant the evil Earth Dragon entered the town, the monster's body began to exude a gray fog that slowly spread. As the gray fog passed, the ground dried up as if its vitality had been devoured. Ha ha ha. With this, Blackwater's victory is a guarantee. Hooray for the guild leader. Blackwater's members jumped in celebration as the evil Earth Dragon arrived. Although Zero Wing had a lot of players, they did not have anyone who could contend with a mythic monster. They could only watch as the monster destroyed their town. A tier 4 mythic monster is really powerful. Though, it's a pity that we'll lose Stone Forest Town forever, Singular Burial said, sighing. Previously, he had not had a chance to observe the evil Earth Dragons up close. However, now that he witnessed one in action, he finally understood just how frightening tier 4 monsters were. They were definitely not existences current players could challenge. Aqua, tell everyone to use their return scrolls to leave Stone Forest Town right now, Feng said to Aqua Rose, who stood beside him, as he watched the evil Earth Dragon rampage inside his town. Following which, he dashed towards the top of the obelisk. Unlike other magic barriers, the magic barrier enveloping the town did not isolate or hinder allies. Hence, Zero Wings members could use their return scrolls at any time. We leaving? Feng's decision confused Aqua Rose. However, after giving it some thought, she realized that they didn't have anyone present that could take care of the evil Earth Dragon. They would simply be throwing their lives away if they remained. It was better to return to White River City. In any case, with the presence of the evil energy, Stone Forest Town was finished. Following which, Aqua Rose notified Zero Wings members to withdraw from Stone Forest Town. Ha ha ha, they're retreating. It seems even Black Flame fears something. Abandoned Wave was quite pleased as he watched Zero Wings members abandon the town. Although he had not obtained Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing wouldn't have it either. In other words, this war had ended in a draw, with neither side having an advantage. When the evil Earth Dragon reached the obelisk, it released a powerful roar as its eyes locked onto the only Zero Wing member left in Stone Forest Town. Feng. Meanwhile, Feng, who stood on the obelisk's peak, unsheathed Killing Ray and swung the sacred sword at the gigantic crystal before him. Pung. The crystal split in half on the spot. Immediately, black fog began to seep from the crystal's two halves, gradually forming into the figure of a persona. Short moment later, an effeminate youth wearing long, blood-red robes with hair scattered over his shoulders appeared. This youth was none other than the awakened the obelisk had imprisoned Lancelot. Awakened. High Elf. Level? HP? / No wonder he didn't die even after imprisoned for such a long time. So he's a high elf. Realization dawned as Feng looked at the effeminate youth. Elves had a much longer lifespan than humans. Moreover, they were naturally gifted with the ability to manipulate the magical elements. Spells in their hands could move as if they had a life of their own. If the current Lancelot were not in his soul form, he only needed to flick a finger to turn Stone Forest Town to ash. However, even the current Lancelot should be provoked. He was capable of taking over other NPCs' bodies. Moreover, he became more powerful with each time his seal was lifted. The NPC he took possession of would also become incredibly difficult to deal with. Feng hadn't wanted to release Lancelot. However, to exterminate Blackwater's remaining monsters, he had been forced to take this risk. Chapter 1090. Awakened vs. Evil Earth Dragons. Chapter 1090 Awakened vs. Evil Earth Dragons. As Lancelot appeared, Feng lost control of the magic barrier surrounding Stone Forest Town. Instead, The magic barrier automatically began to suppress Lancelot's soul. The mana flowing out of the magic barrier increased by numerous times. Even the mythic-ranked evil earth dragons started to fear the magic array as they unconsciously retreated shortly after. Lancelot glanced at Feng. However, at this point, the mana from the magic barrier already suppressed him. Immediately, Lancelot vanished from Feng's view as he flew to occupy a Tier 1 NPC elementalist. I should leave now. Feng could not help but sigh with relief when Lancelot left. Although Lancelot was only a soul, the NPC possessed the power to damage and kill other living creatures. Lancelot would have no problem killing a weakened Tier 1 player like himself if Lancelot had a physical body. He'd likely kill Feng instantly now that the seal had been broken. The magic barrier had begun to dissipate naturally. Players inside the barrier were no longer restricted and could leave the barrier anytime they wanted. Without hesitation, Feng activated space movement and distanced himself from Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the independent players watching the war from outside of Stone Forest Town could finally see the situation inside. Is that Stone Forest Town? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the town's current state. Instead of a thriving town, they saw a wasteland. Collapsed buildings littered the town. Potholes and cracks covered its streets. However, the player corpses that filled the streets shocked the spectators the most. This was the first time they had seen anything so tragic. The magic barrier is gone. Singular Burial's frown relaxed as he watched the magic barrier vanish. However, after recalling the current state of his army, his hatred for Zero Wing intensified based on his current estimates. His elite army's death toll exceeded 35,000. Of his 50,000-strong elite army, less than 15,000 people remained after losing so many elite players. Heaven's Burial's development would undoubtedly stagnate for a time. The most abhorrent thing was that, even after losing so many troops, he had obtained nothing whatsoever. Moreover, Zero Wing's opportunistic members had looted over half of weapons and equipment Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members had dropped. Not only hadn't they profited from this war, but they had also lost far more than expected. Damn it. Why is Black Flame so willing to part with his town? Abandoned Wave ground his teeth as he watched Feng leave the town through a spatial tear. At this moment, he even doubted that Feng was human. Feng had sacrificed Stone Forest Town. Yet he wasn't willing to go down with it. Let's leave as well. The evil energy here is growing denser. Peerless also could not help but sigh when he saw Feng disappear. He then commanded the members of Pantheon's 3 core legions to leave Stone Forest Town. However, as everyone began to activate their return scrolls, a figure appeared in the sky, chanting an incantation. Immediately, a threefold magic array slowly formed above Stone Forest Town. What kind of NPC is that? He can actually float in the sky. Everyone was surprised when they noticed the NPC Lancelot had possessed. This is bad. NPCs capable of hovering in the air are at least Tier 4. Everyone, get out of there. Singular Burial's expression tensed when he saw Lancelot. Ordinary players might not know how significant hovering in the air might be, but as the leader of a guild, Singular Burial knew what that ability represented. This signified that Lancelot was a Tier 4 NPC at the very minimum. Otherwise, he had no way of learning the super-rare Tier 4 spell. Hover. If the enemy were simply a Tier 4 mythic monster, he would not be particularly worried. However, the new opponent was a magical class NPC. As a Tier 4 magical class NPC, Lancelot knew many Tier 4 spells. Among them, there were definitely Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. If he used those spells, slaughtering these players would be child's play. Peerless had also begun to notify his men, instructing them to escape Stone Forest Town quickly. Foolish ants, cease your resistance and let me devour you. Lancelot, who now had a physical body, overlooked Stone Forest Town, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as he began to laugh. Suddenly, Lancelot pointed a finger towards the sky, and pitch-black ripples radiated into the surroundings. Any players that these black ripples enveloped were interrupted and could no longer use their return scrolls. Moreover, the spell's range was more than double that of the obelisk's magic barrier. Instantly, the black ripples enveloped Stone Forest Town. Even the monsters outside of the town failed to escape after the black ripples touched everyone in the town. They felt as if something or someone dragged them as their bodies involuntarily moved closer to Lancelot. An Awaken's Tier 4 spell. Dark gravitation is so much more powerful. Feng was speechless when he saw the black ripples range. Fortunately, he had traveled far enough from Stone Forest Town. Otherwise, he would be among those being dragged towards Lancelot right now. Although awakened NPCs and mutants were somewhat similar, the former was unmatched in skill and spell utilization. Hence, awakened NPCs were invincible among those of the same tier and level. They were even capable of challenging opponents of a higher tier. Even a tier 6 god couldn't kill a tier 5 awakened like Lancelot, and in the end, could only imprison the latter and pray that time would wear the high elf down. What did Black Flame do? Fear surfaced on Abandoned Wave's expression. Even if he were a fool, he could tell that Feng was related to this situation. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the power pulling his body. He could only watch as he gravitated towards Lancelot. This won't do. We can't resist this spell at all. We need the evil earth dragons to get rid of that NPC. Peerless hurriedly told Abandoned Wave. Even after activating his Berserk skill, he was dragged towards Lancelot. Current players couldn't contend with a tier 4 NPC. The 3 evil earth dragons were their only hope, as they were also tier 4. Even if the evil earth dragons were slightly weaker than the NPC, there were 3 of them. Combined with players and the other tier 3 monsters' attacks, it might be possible to kill the tier 4 NPC. If they could kill such a powerful tier 4 NPC, based on God's domain settings, they might obtain some powerful items that could make up for the losses they had suffered. Upon Peerless reminder, Abandoned Wave hurriedly contacted the bandaged man. The evil earth dragons were level 65, and after using an advanced identification skill, Abandoned Wave discovered that Lancelot was only level 70. To tier 4 monsters, a difference of 5 levels was practically negligible. Lancelot, awakened, high elf, great wizard, level 70 HP 73, 000, 000/73, 000/000. In terms of HP, Lancelot definitely surpassed NPCs of the same tier and level. However, he didn't have as much as the level 65 evil earth dragons kill that NPC. Abandoned Wave commanded immediately, with the 3 evil earth dragons taking the lead. Both monster and player armies began desperately attacking Lancelot. Chapter 1091. Taking Advantage of Others' Misfortune. Chapter 1091. Taking Advantage of Others' Misfortune. Lancelot looked like an ant before the 3 evil earth dragons. It seemed as if a single slap was more than enough to take his life. Roar. The 3 evil earth dragons activated their evil roar skills simultaneously, firing 3 gray beams at Lancelot as the evil earth dragon's specialty skill. Their evil roars had a very wide range. If struck, even mythic monsters of the same level would receive significant damage. Their combat powers might even weaken the players. Watching from a distance felt chills crawl down their spines when they saw the 3 gray beams. They finally understood why the tens of thousands of players that had attempted to raid Black Ridge Town had suffered such a miserable defeat. It wouldn't matter how many players attacked the town. Against such a skill, all would die instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 beams of light converged into a single point, creating a deafening explosion. Despite the explosion occurring in the air, the resulting shockwave nearly sent the players inside the town flying. Black Flame, do you think a single tier 4 NPC can defeat us? Abandoned Wave gleefully demanded. Although they had lost Stone Forest Town and their war with Zero Wing ended in a draw, every player throughout Starmoon Kingdom would know of Blackwater now that it had displayed its power. The guild would have no issues recruiting elite and expert players in the future. Blackwater would quickly recover its losses, but what about Zero Wing? Without Stone Forest Town, the Candlelight Trading Firm would be Zero Wing's only source of income. The trading firm's meager profits could never sustain a guild of Zero Wing's size. Moreover, Zero Wing could only operate around White River City. How could its development speed possibly compete with Blackwater's? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had also suppressed Zero Wing's expansion into the Black Dragon Empire. Hence, it was only a matter of time before Blackwater surpassed Zero Wing. By then, he would remove Zero Wing's name from Starmoon Kingdom permanently. Guild leader. Look. Just as Abandoned Wave's hope rekindled, Laughing Drunkard's eyes widened as he looked towards the sky, shock flashing in his gaze. Still hovering in the air, Lancelot was unharmed. A 5-layer ice barrier shattered and fell to the ground. Piece by piece he's unharmed? How is he so powerful? Is this a tier 4 NPC? The spectating crowd gasped when they saw this, their hearts nearly skipping a beata. Single evil roar could easily wipe out thousands of players or heavily injure a Grand Lord of the same level. Yet Lancelot emerged unscathed after taking 3 of these attacks. Everyone was confused. Why was there such a huge disparity in strength between these tier 4 existences? Continue the attacks. He must have used a life-saving skill. He won't be able to use it repeatedly. The outcome also surprised Abandoned Wave. However, he had a more complete view of the situation. The greatest difference between NPCs and monsters was their skill strength. Otherwise, how could NPCs challenge monsters of the same tier? As Abandoned Wave had guessed, the 5-layered Ice Mirror was a tier 4 Great Wizard's life-saving skill. The skill could not be used again within a short time. Moreover, the skill had a very short duration of only 10 seconds. Immediately, tens of thousands of spells and arrows flew towards Lancelot. However, Lancelot was too small a target. Only several hundred attacks actually struck the NPC. In response, Lancelot stretched out his hand and swiped it across the empty space before him. Suddenly, a light blue magic shield appeared around him, releasing a dazzling, eye-catching glow when the spells and arrows met the magic shield. It was as if they had crashed into adamantite. The magic shield remained intact even after receiving the hundreds of attacks. By the time the first wave of attacks ended, Lancelot had finished chanting the incantation for the tier 4 spell, Earth Pulsation. The spell had an effective radius of 300 yards. Upon the spell's activation, the ground in the affected area shattered. Over 1,000 players died on the spot. Monsters beneath Lord rank were also killed. Immediately after, Lancelot swung his hand again. Clouds of dark smoke rose from Earth Pulsation's affected area and flew towards Lancelot. This dark smoke was comprised of the slain players' souls. Nothing nourished Lancelot more than players' immortal souls. As Lancelot absorbed the dark smoke, pleasure lit his expression. His aura also grew slightly stronger. He can absorb souls. When Abandoned Wave witnessed this familiar scene, fear flashed in his eyes. Immortal souls were extremely important to players. If a player's immortal soul were absorbed, the penalty could range anywhere from being unable to log into the game for several days to permanent death. In the latter scenario, players would have no choice but to start a new account. When Peerless and Singular Burial heard Abandoned Wave's words, they similarly paled. They were not ordinary players. They had a general understanding of immortal souls. If this NPC absorbed all of their present guild members' souls, the consequences would be devastating. Yet the powerful gravitational force continued to drag them closer to Lancelot. They couldn't escape the NPC at all. It seems I'll have to give them some hints. Feng could not help but laugh when he saw these players' despair. Immediately, he anonymously published a message on the official forums, mentioning that he knew Lancelot's weakness. However, the information would cost 10,000 magic crystals, although his asking price was slightly high. If it could save tens of thousands of elite players and experts from losing their immortal souls, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial would buy the information without hesitation. As for letting Lancelot eliminate Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's members, that was not Feng's goal. If Lancelot absorbed these players' souls, even Feng would be helpless against the NPC. Moreover, he would truly lose Stone Forest Town. This was not his desired outcome. His best option was to ensure that both sides suffered immense losses. Of course, if Blackwater had not possessed the 3 evil earth dragons, there would be no point in sharing Lancelot's weakness. In the past, Lancelot's seal had been removed a total of 3 times. Unlike the first time the seal had been released, imprisoning Lancelot by repairing the sealing crystal had been impossible after his second release. They had beaten Lancelot within an inch of his life before he could be resealed. If players wanted to suppress Lancelot, they needed someone or something to pin down the awakened NPC for a moment. Only then could players approach the obelisk and activate the magic array inside the structure. When activated, the magic array would suppress Lancelot, making him much easier to deal with. Suddenly, Daybreak Fog contacted Singular Burial and asked, "Guild leader, I just discovered a method to deal with the NPC on the official forums. However, the other party is requesting 10,000 magic crystals. Should we purchase the information?" 10,000? Why doesn't he just rob us instead? Singular Burial bellowed. Although Heaven's Burial could obtain plenty of magic crystals, 10,000 was not a small number. However, as soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, Lancelot began to chant another incantation. The mana fueling this spell was no less than his earth pulsation. Moreover, due to dark gravitation, players were much closer to the NPC. Guild leader, do we buy the information? Although Daybreak Fog agreed that this price was ludicrous, they had no other options by it. Singular Burial gnashed his teeth. Losing one's immortal soul was no trivial matter. He did not want to take this risk. Inwardly, however, he swore to himself, this seller better not reveal his identity. I will not let him off the hook. Chapter 1092. Killing the Awakened. Chapter 1092. Killing the Awakened. After Singular Burial paid the 10,000 magic crystals, he appeared to age significantly. Zero Wing. I will make you pay for this. His goal in dispatching such a large army to Stone Forest Town had been to take advantage of the situation and plunder some of the weapons and equipment Zero Wing's members dropped. After all, Zero Wing's members were famous for their excellent items. The average standard of Guild's elite members was even higher than Heaven's Burial's. However, not only hadn't he gained anything, but he had also lost over 30,000 elite members and 10,000 magic crystals. After Heaven's Burial received the strategy he had paid for, he fell silent for a long time. He radiated a cold, deathly aura. The message he received only contained one sentence. Use the evil earth dragons to distract Lancelot and send someone into the obelisk to activate the magic array. He paid 10,000 magic crystals for this. At this moment, Singular Burial even considered devouring Feng. Whole guild leader Burial, what's going on? What's with the ugly look? Peerless asked curiously when he noticed Singular Burial's enraged laugh. However, after some thought, he found nothing unreasonable about Singular Burial's reaction. Heaven's Burial had not benefited from this war whatsoever despite sacrificing the majority of his 50,000 elite player army. It would be odd if Singular Burial were in a good mood. However, Peerless rather admired the other guild leader. He never thought that the man would be so open-minded as to laugh after such a loss. Only, the man's facial expression was slightly tense. However, Singular Burial was not ordinary. Very quickly, he sheathed his bubbling emotions and notified Abandoned Wave and Peerless of the method to raid Lancelot. Abandoned Wave immediately instructed the bandaged man to control the evil earth dragons to pin down Lancelot, while Peerless had the Red Jade Legion's experts sneak into the obelisk and search for the prepared magic array. When Zero Wing's members had retreated, Phoenix Rain, who was currently in the faraway Apocalypse Empire, had paid attention to every movement in Stone Forest Town. A white-haired, slightly hunched old man also watched the war from inside the spacious guild leader's room. Although this man was already in his 70s and looked as if a strong breeze could topple him easily, Phoenix Rain treated him with great respect. This elder was none other than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's great pavilion master. He was the true owner of the pavilion. Ku Rong. Zero Wing is quite interesting. To think such a small guild can catch both you and 9 dragons' attention at the same time, Ku Rong said, chuckling as he looked at the destroyed and occupied Stone Forest Town. However, while one of you has an optimistic view of the guild, the other is trying to destroy it. I cannot figure out what is going through your youthful minds nowadays, but Rain, you've slightly overdone it this time. You've invested so much into Zero Wing. Now that Zero Wing has lost Stone Forest Town, how are you going to compete with 9 dragons on Thunder Island? You know how important Thunder Island is to the guild. Moreover, I've already stated that whoever takes control of Thunder Island will succeed me in the future. I have always had a favorable opinion of you. I hope you do not disappoint me. When Phoenix Rain heard Ku Rong's words, her chest tightened. In reality, she had always wondered if she had made the right decision to invest so much into Zero Wing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only discovered Thunder Island by chance, while exploring a dangerous zone out at sea. However, upon reaching Thunder Island, the pavilion had discovered certain information which the upper echelons greatly valued. Even Ku Rong, the great pavilion master who usually did not show himself in the guild, made an appearance. However, news about Thunder Island had quickly leaked, which attracted the attention of many super guilds. Several super guilds had already dispatched their capable forces to contest for the island. Meanwhile, Ku Rong had made up his mind and publicly announced to the guild the condition to become the next great pavilion master. Whoever took control of Thunder Island would become the next great pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. and the future Great Pavilion Master would control all of the guild's resources, talents, and future development even after so many years. Ku Rong had never once mentioned the matter of succession. Hence, Ku Rong's abrupt decision after reading the collected information on Thunder Island had stupefied all of the elders in the meeting. Phoenix Rain herself had been taken aback, however. Wresting control of Thunder Island from Nine Dragons Emperor and the various super guilds was easier said than done. It would likely require far more resources than she could imagine. Moreover, even if she collected enough funds, her chances of taking control of Thunder Island were very small. It seems I'll have to find Black Flame or Yifeng for a chat, Phoenix Rain thought as she massaged her temples. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was quite lively right now after the magic array inside the obelisk had been activated. Lancelot's basic attributes had been significantly weakened. As a result, the power of his spells had decreased after Lancelot had been weakened. Players could finally damage the NPC. Unfortunately, they weren't able to deal much. Even level 40 experts' damage was only in the dozens, while elite players only dealt 2 or 3 damage. Moreover, Lancelot dodged most of the attacks sent at him. Even so, this turn of events gave these players hope of victory. Lancelot's maximum HP was now only 60 million. Although players' damage was low, many a little made a mickle. Furthermore, they still had the support of 3 evil earth dragons. From time to time, the mythic monsters would launch attacks that dealt tens of thousands of damage. It was only a matter of time before they wore out Lancelot. Everyone, spread out. Melees, stop trying to approach the NPC and defend the magic array at the obelisk. Ranged players, give him a beating. Abandoned Wave commanded excitedly as he stood atop the obelisk after the obelisk's magic array had been activated. Shadow monsters, formed from mana, began to assault the magic array fiercely. However, compared to Lancelot, these shadow monsters were very weak. They were mostly level 60 elite monsters. The 3 guilds' elite and expert melee players were more than enough to defend the magic array. In addition, the 3 evil earth dragons served as meat shields. Lancelot's HP had already fallen to 20% to get to this point. They had paid the lives and souls of nearly 6,000 elite and expert players. 2 of the 3 evil earth dragons had also died in battle, with the last only had half of its HP remaining. However, based on Abandoned Wave's calculations, the remaining mythic monster should last them until Lancelot died. Just thinking about the loot a powerful NPC like Lancelot would drop caused Abandoned Wave's heart to jump with excitement. According to God's domain's iron laws, the stronger the monster or NPC was, the better the items they would drop. What kind of loot would an NPC, that even 3 mythic monsters were helpless against, drop? This thought had floated in Abandoned Wave's mind throughout the battle against Lancelot. Time quickly passed. When Lancelot's HP fell to 5%, the players inside the town charged at the NPC frantically. They completely ignored Lancelot's OE spell, nearly dead. Attack with everything you've got. Abandoned Wave shouted. Abandoned Wave wasn't the only person with such thoughts. Singular Burial and Peerless Hearts also began to pound very quickly. Lancelot's HP fell from 5% to 4% before falling to 3%. Meanwhile, Lancelot's retaliation grew more powerful, which rapidly increased the 3 guilds' death rate. Every one of the awakened NPC's attacks could easily kill hundreds of players. However, the guild's members were too tempted by the NPC's loot. They couldn't care less if their allies died. When Lancelot only had 1% HP remaining, Feng finally made his move using space movement. He instantly appeared above Lancelot. There's someone there. Someone actually dares to try to steal our loot. Kill him. Although everyone was absorbed in the battle, they were not so blind as to fail to notice an outsider. Kill stealing was common in God's domain. Even they often practiced the act. Hence, they were naturally wary of kill steals. The instant Feng appeared, everyone instinctively shifted their attention to him. Wait, that's Black Flame. Some expert players with good eyesight quickly recognized the intruder. Black Flame. I never expected even you to make such a fatal mistake. Abandoned Wave could not help but laugh at Feng's foolish behavior. Immediately, he commanded, "Everyone, stop attacking the boss. Focus on Black Flame." Although Lancelot only had 1% HP remaining, 1% of 60 million was still 600,000. It was impossible for Feng to kill Lancelot by himself. Chapter 1093, Epic Legacy Skill. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1093 Epic Legacy Skill. Kill him. Show him the consequences of trying to steal our boss. Hearing Abandoned Wave's command, all the ranged players focused their fire on Feng immediately. A barrage of spells and arrows flew at Feng, who was still in midair with Feng caught in freefall. Ranged players could easily predict his trajectory and aim their attacks accordingly. Singular Burial hated Feng down to the bones right now. If not for Feng releasing Lancelot, Heaven's Burial would not have suffered such a tragic loss. Now that Feng had taken the initiative to come looking for a beating, how could Singular Burial possibly let the man get away? Immediately, Singular Burial unslung the white feather double-string longbow from his back. He then knocked 5 silver arrows carved with magic patterns and shot them at Feng. After he loosed the arrows, they merged into one and flew at Feng like a meteor. Singular Burial had just used the Tier 1 taboo skill Flying Meteor. The power of this taboo skill rivaled that of a Tier 2 skill. Even a Tier 2 Lord would be heavily injured and become temporarily paralyzed if they received it directly. Aside from Singular Burial, other ranged experts had also used their specialties instantly. Over 100 attacks locked on Feng's landing spot. Faced with such an onslaught, even if Feng were on the ground right now, he would find it impossible to dodge them all, not to mention that he was still in midair. However, just when he was about to enter the line of fire, his body suddenly stopped descending. Consequently, all the attacks simply streaked past underfoot. Immediately after, Feng, who had activated Wind Rider, flew towards Lancelot's flying. How can he be flying? Everyone was stupefied when they witnessed this scene. As for Singular Burial, who was somewhat familiar with Feng, the fact that during the war at the Stoneclaw Mountains, Feng had once flown for a short time popped into his head. This is bad. He lured us away from the boss. Quick, stop the evil Earth Dragon from attacking the NPC. Noticing that Lancelot was moving farther and farther away, Singular Burial suddenly understood why Feng had not used his flying skill right off at this moment. Aside from the last remaining evil Earth Dragon, everyone else had stopped attacking Lancelot. Regardless, the damage of the mythic monster was still much higher than the combined damage of all the players present. Even if it did not use any powerful attacks against Lancelot, it would shave off the NPC's remaining 600,000 HP before long. With Feng's accurate judgment towards damage and timing, he could easily time his attack and land the finishing blow on Lancelot. In addition, Blackwater's members had previously taken the initiative to lure Lancelot away from the main army. With the distance created, Feng would have more than enough time to steal all the loot before the main army could catch up. This was a perfect plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing Singular Burial's words, Abandoned Wave also realized what was going on. Hurriedly, he had the bandaged man stop holding back the evil Earth Dragon and let it attack Lancelot with its full power. This Singular Burial sure reacted quickly. Feng frowned just as Feng was about to arrive before Lancelot. Abandoned Wave finally made a move himself. Taking out an extremely exquisite dark green crystal ball from his bag, he began chanting the incantation to activate it. With a sinister smile on his face, Abandoned Wave squeezed the crystal ball and shattered it. When the crystal ball shattered, a stream of black smoke flew to Feng. This crystal ball was an extremely precious sealing crystal that the bandaged man had given him. When activated, the crystal ball could silence any single player within a radius of 100 yards for 10 minutes. Feng's Wind Rider skill instantly vanished, and his body plummeted towards the ground. All melees, surround him. Do not let him get away no matter what. Abandoned Wave shouted, leave it to me. Guild leader, Laughing Drunkard, who was charging at the forefront, licked his lips when he saw Feng falling. He was already prepared to land a fatal blow on Feng. The reason why players were strong was their ability to use numerous skills and spells. However, when they were silenced, they could only resort to normal attacks. Needless to say, a silenced player would have their combat power reduced significantly. Not to mention, Feng was still in a weakened state right now. Aside from Laughing Drunkard, over a dozen other level 40+ melee experts were dashing towards Feng. As soon as Feng landed, they would use their control skills to restrict him and butcher him in response. However, Feng took out a scroll from his bag, leisurely summon guard. Immediately, Kite's tall and muscular figure appeared before Feng in midair. The Dark Gold Guard then executed the Tier 2 skill Storm Blade in the next moment. Dozens of invisible wind blades struck at Laughing Drunkard and the others, damn it. Laughing Drunkard immediately withdrew when he failed to read what kind of attack Kite had just executed, however. Everyone else was not as fortunate. Anyone who attempted to defend against the descending wind blades ended up falling on their backs. Immediately after, several more wind blades reaped their lives. By the time Kite and Feng alighted safely, all the players, aside from Laughing Drunkard, who had been within 15 yards of them, had died to the Dark Gold Guard's attack. Kite's power caused the players, who initially planned to rush at Feng, to freeze up, putting an abrupt end to the footwork to execute Charge Black Flame. You will die here today. Don't think that a single NPC can save your life. Although Laughing Drunkard feared Kite, Feng himself was unable to use a single skill. As long as they distracted Kite, killing Feng would be a piece of cake. What if I have to? Feng laughed as he proceeded to summon Anna with the Dark Gold ranked Kite protecting him and the Epic ranked Anna on the offensive. The difficulty of killing him would most likely be even greater than if he were at his peak. The reason why guards were called guards in the first place was their very powerful ability to protect players. Without even waiting for Feng's command, Anna sprang into action. As soon as she appeared, 10 stone guards abruptly appeared before her, forming a wall that blocked off all attacks from the front. The attacks of players could not even scratch the stone guards. In contrast, the stone guards sent numerous MTs flying with only a single attack. This situation rendered the surrounding players utterly helpless against Feng. As a result, Feng could stroll up to Lancelot. Crap. What kind of personal guards are they? They can actually cleave through an army of players so easily. My guess is that they're secret silver rank at the very least. They might even be the rumored fine gold guards. The spectating players were shocked when they saw how strong Kite and Anna were. Although the two NPCs had displayed frightening strength before, their performance right now was even more splendorous. However, Abandoned Wave, the guild leader of Blackwater, gnashed his teeth angrily when he saw this scene. At the same time, his heart was also tinged with jealousy. Kite was already plenty powerful, yet Feng actually had 2 of such personal guards. The aura Anna exuded seemed superior to even Kite's change of plans. All melees, deal with Black Flame. Everyone else, kill the boss as quickly as possible. Abandoned Wave reluctantly chose to deal with Lancelot first when he saw Feng still unharmed despite coming under assault from so many players. His decision was because, during the brief period they had stopped attacking Lancelot, the latter's HP had recovered back to 2%. If this situation continued, even after they managed to kill Feng, they wouldn't have any way of dealing with the NPC. Several thousand melee players promptly surrounded Feng, blocking his path to Lancelot. Anna, it's up to you now. Feng commanded immediately, having no intention of wasting time. The strength of an epic guard was not as simple as Abandoned Wave thought it to be. Nodding in response, Anna began chanting an incantation, her hand continuously writing line after line of divine runes so fast that others could not even see her hand. Meanwhile, Kite and the 10 stone guards hindered the assault of the maddened players and monsters. As Anna chanted the final verse of the incantation, a golden magic array suddenly appeared in the middle of the sky, covering a radius of 100 yards. In the next moment, a woman wearing golden, divine armor and wielding a silver spear emerged from the magic array. 2 sets of white, feathered wings spread wide from the woman's back. The instant this woman appeared, everyone could not help but turn their gaze towards the sky, fear and awe instantly flooding their hearts. A Valkyrie? This is a lie, right? Everyone was stupefied. Without waiting for anyone to react, the Valkyrie flapped her wings and abruptly flew before Anna. With a wave of her spear, she sent a storm sweeping across everyone. The ground before the Valkyrie shattered, as if the mortal world could not withstand even a normal attack of the Valkyrie. Quickly finish off Lancelot. Feng ordered hurriedly. Angel Summoning was a legacy skill Anna learned after being promoted into an epic guard. The skill allowed her to summon a Valkyrie to assist her in battle. However, the Valkyrie summoned could only be 2 tiers higher than Anna at most and would remain in existence for a short 10 seconds. Moreover, Angel Summoning had a cooldown of 1 full day. Feng did not wish to waste this opportunity. Under Anna's command, the Valkyrie transformed into a streak of light and appeared before Lancelot. When the Valkyrie swept her spear towards Lancelot, the weapon tore apart even space itself. The power contained within the attack was even stronger than Lancelot's without the suppression of the obelisk's magic array at the critical moment. Lancelot activated 5-layered ice mirror. However, when the layers of ice came into contact with the Valkyrie's spear, they immediately shattered into oblivion. Furthermore, the spear's power did not decrease even in the slightest as it landed on Lancelot's body boom. Lancelot instantly shot away, and his body crashed into the obelisk. His remaining 2% HP instantly fell to 0, leaving him deader than dead. Chapter 1094 Unstoppable EXP Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1094 Unstoppable EXP He's dead. Didn't he still have 2% HP left? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Lancelot's motionless body planted in the wall of the obelisk. They had personally seen for themselves just how powerful Lancelot was, even after he was suppressed. Pushing him into a critical state would have been impossible if not for the 3 level 65 mythic ranked evil earth dragons slowly chipping away at his HP. In order to reach this point, they had sacrificed over 10,000 elite players and even 2 evil earth dragons. And yet, Black Flame! Abandoned Wave screamed at the top of his lungs when he saw that Lancelot was dead at this moment. Due to Feng landing the final hit on the awakened NPC, his experience bar was skyrocketing in just a short moment. He had gone from level 44 to level 45. Even then, his experience bar continued to shoot up level 45 10%, 30%, 50%. The EXP awarded for killing an awakened is actually this much. Feng was momentarily stunned when he looked at his rising experience bar hidden class. He possessed double the EXP he required to level up. Not to mention, he had already reached level 44. Even killing 2 or 3 Grand Lords of the same rank would not net him 1 level in the end. Feng rose from level 45 to level 46 and finally stopped at 84% of level 46. He was only 4 levels away from the level 50 threshold. This leveling speed truly surpassed Feng's expectations. Awesome. With this, I'll have more time to deal with the city building matter. Feng was in a great mood as he looked at his attribute panel. He could not help but wish he could kill several more awakened NPCs right now. That way, he'd be able to reach level 50 post-haste and challenge his Tier 2 class promotion. Then, he could visit many places that were currently off-limits to him. Level 50 was a major threshold in God's domain. Not only would players receive a huge improvement to their weapons and equipment, but they could also visit more places. In God's domain, many rare maps opened up only to players that were level 50 and above. Although God's domain was different from most virtual reality games, it still imposed plenty of restrictions on players as a form of protection. These rare maps were perilous. Players below level 50 that visited these would undoubtedly die. Even after they met the level requirement to enter these maps, they would only have a slightly higher chance of survival. In the past, many of God's domain players had suffered under this restriction. When they stumbled across such maps with zero knowledge about them whatsoever, they received a free trip back to their respective cities, courtesy of the main God system, wasting plenty of precious travel time. After Feng got over his joy of leveling up twice, he shifted his gaze up to the air. After Lancelot died, he had dropped plenty of items. However, they were all scattered around the obelisk, not concentrated at a single location right then. The players inside Stone Forest Town also noticed the items strewn in midair around the obelisk. Immediately, greed surfaced in their eyes with how powerful Lancelot was. One could just imagine how amazing the loot he dropped would be. Most likely, any random item could sell for an astronomical sum. Everyone swarmed towards the obelisk, not daring to waste time idling around. Feng dashed straight for the closest item. However, after he had taken only a few steps forward, a deafening roar entered his ears. In the next moment, the last evil earth dragon executed savage charge on Feng. Not only did the skill provide the mythic monster with tremendous speed, but the first target its charge hit would also suffer 400% damage if struck. Even a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level would be killed instantly, not to mention the weakened Feng. Most likely, even a scratch would send him to his grave. Go! Kill him! Abandoned Wave's eyes burned with rage after he saw 2 consecutive golden auras enveloping Feng. If not for Feng's interference, the person who leveled up twice might have been Hema's for Lancelot's loot. He had long since ordered some assassins to collect them. Roar. The evil earth dragon roared as it charged at Feng. its speed so fast that even if Feng activated Wind Rider, he would not outrun it. Just as the evil Earth Dragon was about to reach Feng, the beautiful Valkyrie appeared before Feng. She then thrust her spear at the approaching mythic monster Feng. As a clashing sound echoed throughout the entire town, not only did the evil Earth Dragon's charge abruptly stop, but the mythic monster even went flying over 30 yards away. When its body slammed into the ground, the earth beneath it cratered. The evil Earth Dragon instantly lost 3% of its HP, leaving it with only 16% of its HP. Such strength. Her strength should be close to a Tier 5 existences, as expected of a higher being. Feng was astounded at this scene. The evil Earth Dragon was bleeding profusely from the wound on its chest right now, and even the claw it used to block the Valkyrie's spear was bent at an unnatural angle. This was the difference brought about by life rating. Despite both being Tier 4 existences, the level 69 Valkyrie's strength completely eclipsed the evil Earth Dragoness. By the time the evil Earth Dragon stood back up, the Valkyrie was already before it. Hovering in midair, the Valkyrie gently flapped her wings as she silently looked down on the evil Earth Dragon. Just when the mythic monster tried to do something, the Valkyrie sent another stab at it. Boom! The evil Earth Dragon got planted into the ground once again. This time, only half its body was above ground. Meanwhile, its HP fell by another 3%. Everyone else inside the town felt a violent tremor that nearly caused them to lose their balance. After receiving a series of rapid attacks from the Valkyrie, the evil Earth Dragon was thoroughly embedded into the ground, with only its cranium, which was about to be flattened, above the surface. At this moment, the mythic monster had only 4% of its HP remaining. Then, the Valkyrie chanted an incantation. A massive, glowing sword manifested in the sky and plunged towards the evil Earth Dragon. When the sword crashed into the mythic monster's exposed head, it took away the monster's last strand of HP. After witnessing the Valkyrie's series of attacks, everyone was thoroughly stupefied before the Valkyrie. A Tier 4 mythic monster was no different from a common monster. She had slaughtered the evil Earth Dragon with no difficulty whatsoever. Meanwhile, Feng, who was currently frantically picking up loot, leveled up once more, reaching level 47 when the Valkyrie shifted her gaze towards the nearby players. Everyone suddenly couldn't breathe. At this moment, it was as if their lives were out of their hands. Moreover, their bodies also felt extraordinarily heavy. Guild leader wave. Let's retreat. Singular Burial no longer had the will to fight when he looked at the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie was simply too strong. Even sending an army of 300,000 elite players against her would be pure folly. If they remained here, most likely, not a single one of them would leave Stone Forest Town alive. Peerless nodded in agreement with Singular Burial's words. Of the 3 core legions he had brought with him, the Red Jade Legion was no longer functional. Currently, he had lost only 1/3 of his forces. He still had a chance to redeem himself. If he lost everything, however, he would have to start drafting his letter of resignation. Already fine. Let's go. Abandoned Wave's eyes were filled with reluctance as he said this. However, even though he was reluctant, he knew that contending with the Valkyrie was impossible. Chapter 1095. 1 vs 5. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1095 1 vs 5. Wait. Something's wrong with that Valkyrie. Doesn't it seem like she's starting to become translucent? You have that feeling as well? Quick, look. That Valkyrie is starting to disappear. Right after Abandoned Wave gave the command to retreat, a sudden change to the Valkyrie immediately grabbed everyone's attention. The Valkyrie's appearance had simply given them too much of a shock. Even Abandoned Wave and the others, who hated Zero Wing down to the bones, had no choice but to give up on Stone Forest Town. However, now that the Valkyrie started facing problems, their hopes rekindled. Seeing this scene, Abandoned Wave immediately interrupted the activation of his return scroll. Everyone, hinder Black Flame and buy our people some time. After Abandoned Wave was sure that the Valkyrie had disappeared, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Lancelot's loot was just too tempting. Most likely, no player would willingly abandon it. Previously, he had already sent a team of assassins to collect the items in secret to avoid detection by the Valkyrie. Now, however, there was no need for such precautionary measures currently. Zero Wing had no one present, aside from Black Flame and his 2 NPC guards. Although killing Black Flame might be difficult, plundering Lancelot's loot would be a piece of cake after all. With the awakened NPC's numerous drop items scattered all over the place, how could one person's looting efficiency outmatch a group's? Once Abandoned Wave gave the command, Peerless and Singular Burial also began coordinating their forces to cooperate with Blackwater's members regardless if it was Kite or Anna. Neither was in existence that current players could go up against. However, there would be no problems if they only wished to distract the two guards for a short period. Particularly, they still possessed magic arrays in their hands as long as they found the opportunity to trap Kite and Anna using these magic arrays. Killing the silenced black flame would be child's play. After Feng picked up another item, he suddenly discovered over 1,000 players converging on his location. Dozens of the previously stealthed assassins have also begun making bold moves. Without hesitation, Feng dashed towards the obelisk currently. Not only was he silenced, but he was also in a weakened state. He would simply be asking for a beating if he challenged 1,000 elite players. Not to mention, the experts of the Red Jade Legion were among these players. As for Kite and Anna, both of them had already been trapped in magic barriers and were currently fighting against a group of players and one-horned humanoid monsters. The two guards had no attention to spare for him shortly after Feng started running towards the obelisk. His pursuers stopped cold. A legion of 1,000 players had suddenly appeared beside Feng. Meanwhile, the person leading this legion was none other than Star Moon Kingdom's renowned snow goddess, Gentle Snow, so its guild leader Snow. Abandoned Wave laughed involuntarily when he saw Gentle Snow. I was originally planning to take care of you slowly. I never thought you would actually send yourself to me. Charge. Get rid of them all. He had a very clear understanding of Gentle Snow's strength. Although she was indeed quite strong, the people on his side were not unknown nobodies, either. Just the Red Jade Legion Peerless led had several Refinement Realm experts. Although both sides were roughly equal in number, in terms of quality, his army definitely surpassed Gentle Snow's. In accordance with Abandoned Wave's command, Peerless led 4 Refinement Realm experts and charged at Gentle Snow. As for Singular Burial, he led a group specifically to deal with the silenced Feng. Your opponent is me. When Gentle Snow noticed Singular Burial heading towards Feng, she threw her great sword at the man. Death throw. If you wish to deal with our guild leader, you need to get through me. Lightning Blade. First. At this time, a Guardian Knight appeared beside Singular Burial and wielded his square shield to receive the greatsword. Meanwhile, Singular Burial did not even try to dodge the oncoming greatsword as he continued making his way to Feng. He was very familiar with Lightning Blade's strength. Heaven's Burial's current strongest MT was probably the level 41 Lightning Blade, who could hold his ground against a High Lord of the same level all by himself without using any skills. Defending against a player's attack would be a walk in the park for him. When the greatsword collided with his shield, Lightning Blade had to take 4 steps back, damage of over -2,000 appearing above his head. Although this amount of damage was nothing to him, who possessed nearly 30,000 HP, an extraordinarily ugly expression still surfaced on his face. Why is her strength so powerful? After Lightning Blade stabilized his body, he looked at Gentle Snow somewhat fearfully. The equipment he currently wore could definitely rank near the top in the current god's domain, particularly with the epic bracer he had on right now. The bracer increased the effect of strength contained within his attacks by 20%. Even if he was going up against a berserker of the same level, he was confident of surpassing the latter in a contest of strength, for the greatsword Gentle Snow threw to actually force him back by so many steps. Gentle Snow's strength was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, facing the encirclement of Peerless and his 4 companions, Gentle Snow waved her hand lightly. Suddenly, 3 dazzling, divine spears appeared around her. Peerless and the others immediately felt as if they had sunk into a muddy swamp, their movement speed and attack speed decreasing significantly, and they could only watch as the 3 divine spears flew at them along with the clangor of metal. 3 of the 5 players perished instantly. Only Peerless and another swordsman remained alive. How did she suddenly become so powerful? Didn't they say that she had entered the Refinement Realm just recently? Peerless had an ugly expression on his face as he stared at Gentle Snow, his eyes filled with confusion currently. However, the most shocked wasn't Peerless, but Gentle Snow. Right before the battle began, Feng had actually passed her a fragmented legendary item, the 7 Luminaries battle armor. Although a chest plate mainly increased a player's defensive capabilities, The additional strength it provided allowed her combat power to undergo a qualitative change. The 7 luminary spears that came with the activation of the 7 luminaries domain allowed her to display strength rivaling that of a great lord of the same level even without activating a berserk skill. As a result, the massive gap in strength allowed Gentle Snow to fend off the attacks of Peerless, Singular Burial, and the others single-handedly. The disparity was so great that she was even overwhelming Peerless and the others, causing the pressure on them to grow increasingly heavier. How did she become so powerful? Abandoned Wave was filled with shock before. Gentle Snow's true strength only allowed her to go up against one Refinement Realm expert. Going up against 2 at the same time was definitely beyond her. Yet, after vanishing from the public eye for just a short time, she was now actually capable of going up against 5 Refinement Realm experts at the same time. She had even managed to kill 3 instantly. This feat was utterly inconceivable. Just as everyone was stunned by Gentle Snow's performance, Feng finally arrived before the massive crystal ball atop the obelisk system. Do you wish to use 10,000 magic crystals to repair the seal? Without hesitation, Feng clicked yes. The 10,000 magic crystals he obtained from Heaven's Burial immediately disappeared. The massive amount of mana contained within the magic crystals then began returning the sealing crystal ball to its original state rapidly. At the same time, the purple barrier that had previously disappeared also enveloped Stone Forest Town once again. Chapter 1096. Wildly Arrogant. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1096. Wildly Arrogant. When the purple barrier appeared around Stone Forest Town once more, the excited members of Blackwater could not help but stare at their surroundings. The magic barrier didn't just reduce their combat power, most importantly, it prevented them from leaving Stone Forest Town. On the other hand, Zero Wing could send in reinforcements continuously to whittle down their forces. At this moment, Abandoned Wave's complexion also turned extremely pale as he stared at the disguised Feng, who was standing at the top of the obelisk. As long as the magic barrier existed, none of his forces could leave the town. Moreover, Lancelot's loot would remain in an ownerless state for 2 hours after the items first appeared. As long as the players holding those items died, the looted item would drop from their corpses. 2 hours were more than enough for Zero Wing's reinforcements to arrive and wipe them out. What a devious plan! Yuan Tiexin, who was observing the battle from Saimu Town, felt a hint of fear towards Feng after witnessing this scene. With this, Blackwater, Heaven's Burial, and Pantheon are truly finished. Thinking about it now, Feng was truly a terrifying existence. Not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he was also an incredible strategist. Despite going up against Blackwater's powerful army, Feng had actually managed to wear it down bit by bit, weakening it to such a state. Even a veteran like Yuan Tiexin, who had fought plenty of wars before, was horrified by Feng's capabilities. From beginning to end, this war had been under Feng's control. By the time Blackwater's members realized this, everything was already too late. Currently, Blackwater no longer had a numerical advantage. Neither did it possess experts of superior quality. It didn't even hold a terrain advantage. Uncle Yuan, now that Zero Wing has already won this war, are we still going to look for Black Flame? Purple Jade asked. She was not interested in this war in the slightest. However, through this war, her need to challenge Black Flame to a fight had further solidified. Of course, we're still going. Or to put it in another way, because Zero Wing has won, we have even more reason to visit him, Yuan Tiexin replied, laughing. Although Zero Wing had won this war, Stone Forest Town was in ruin. Zero Wing could not sustain itself with just the income of the candlelight trading firm. Right now, the guild was in dire need of a new source of income for coins. Otherwise, it would very quickly fall into stagnation, something it could not afford to happen, particularly during this period when the experts of the various large guilds were reaching level 41 after another. If Zero Wing did not have the financial strength to supply its guild members with mounts, it would definitely fall behind the other guilds. Meanwhile, the secret pavilion could provide Zero Wing with cities and markets to develop in. Yuan Tiexin was not worried about not being able to obtain the magic tower design at all. Time passed quickly. Inside Stone Forest Town, the members of Blackwater, Heaven's Burial, and Pantheon began to assault the obelisk desperately. MTs, open a path for us. Healers, pay attention to healing. Assassins, sneak inside. As long as we destroy the magic crystal on top of the tower, we will be able to leave this place. At this time, Abandoned Wave himself was also participating in the battle. giving out commands while he fought against Zero Wings members. "Whoever manages to break that crystal, I'll give them an epic item." Peerless and Singular Burial also nodded in agreement with Abandoned Wave's decision. After all, they had obtained a total of 26 items from Lancelot. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had managed to get only 2. If they had to pay 1 epic item to bring the 26 items away, the trade would definitely be worth it. Hearing this, everyone immediately started fighting with even greater desperation in the current god's domain. The higher the level one reached, the more difficult it was to obtain high-quality weapons and equipment. Ordinary players already treated dark gold items as godly items, not to mention epic items as elite members of their respective guilds. Obtaining an epic item was practically a dream. In God's domain, be it dungeons or ancient ruins, the more dangerous a place was, the easier it was to obtain good weapons and equipment. However, the requirement in individual combat standards and basic attributes for entering these locations were considerably high. Dark gold items were not comparable to epic items. To elite players like them, an epic item could provide them with significant improvements. It was their ticket to the world of experts. The expert players present had mostly reacted in the same manner. After all, even super guilds had obtained only a limited number of epic items, which were then provided to an extremely small number of qualified apex experts. What suicidal maniacs. Even Gentle Snow felt somewhat pressured as she fought off the oncoming horde of players. The enemy was fully intent on trading blow for blow. If not for the healers providing sufficient healing, she would have long since drowned in the sea of players. However, this kind of attack method had also opened a path to the obelisk, leading hundreds of elite players. Abandoned Wave, Peerless, and Singular Burial charged into the obelisk. The interior of the obelisk consisted of a spiraling staircase that continued all the way to the top of the structure. Just as everyone was about to reach the top of the tower, a figure in black suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path forward. The instant this figure appeared, Abandoned Wave and the others involuntarily stopped their advance. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at this figure. This figure was none other than the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame, the man also known as the Sword King, who was the #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom. If it were before this war, everyone present would only feel some reverence towards Black Flame. They definitely would not fear him. However, after witnessing Black Flame's frightening performance in this war, even if one did not try to recall those scenes, their hearts would immediately palpitate in fear at the sight of the blue long sword in Black Flame's hand. Black Flame, do you think you can hold off so many people just by yourself? Although Abandoned Wave similarly felt fearful, the current situation was different from before. Not only was Black Flame in a weakened state right now, but Abandoned Wave had even silenced him just a while ago. Most importantly, the staircase they were standing on provided much more space than the narrow hallway before the underground secret room. They had enough room for over a dozen players to attack Black Flame at the same time. Looking at the tense expressions his opponents were making, Feng simply shrugged and chuckled as he said, "How will I know if I don't give it a try?" Arrogance. Peerless abruptly executed charge on Feng, lifting his shield as he rushed at Feng. The other melee players in the group also began circling around Feng, intent on surrounding him. Immediately after, Singular Burial also shot out numerous arrows to prevent Feng from dodging sideways. If Feng was not weakened and silenced, they might have to be wary of him. Now, however, they had no reason to fear him whatsoever. Without even trying to evade the rapidly approaching shield warrior, Feng chose to clash directly with Peerless. Pung. Along with the sound of metal clashing, Peerless felt as if he had just collided with a truck. His body, which was as huge as a bear, involuntarily taking a few steps backward. Everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. Peerless was one of Pantheon's apex shield warriors, yet a swordsman, who was both weakened and silenced, actually forced him back. Peerless was inwardly dismayed, as well others might not know how powerful Feng's attack was. But Peerless knew very clearly, unless Feng possessed strength rivaling a high lords of the same level, it was practically impossible for him to achieve such an outcome. Yet, how could a weakened player possibly have strength rivaling a high lords of the same level? Chapter 1097. Might of the Sword King. Hellscythe_VampireCat. Chapter 1097. Might of the Sword King. Although Peerless was dismayed, he very quickly regained his calm. He might not be a match for Feng in a frontal confrontation, but he wasn't alone. Right now, over a dozen level 40 experts had already surrounded Feng. Even if Feng's strength was great, he was not invincible. As long as Peerless continued distracting Feng, the others would have an opportunity to take advantage of the weak points Feng exposed. In addition, unlike the time at the hallway before the secret room, Feng did not have any healers supporting him this time. I'll figure out a way to block his attacks. You guys find an opportunity to attack from his blind spot. Peerless commanded secretly through the team chat. The 15 melee experts nodded silently in response, and they began watching Feng's every move. Once Feng launched another attack against Peerless, they would take action at the same time. Then, even if Feng had 6 arms and 3 heads, he wouldn't be able to defend against them. Moreover, aside from melee players like themselves, Singular Burial was also looking for an opening from a distance. At this moment, Singular Burial carefully retrieved a black arrow from his bag. The instant this black arrow appeared, Abandoned Wave, who stood beside him, felt like death was imminent. Black Flame, you should feel proud that you forced me to use this black arrow. Singular Burial's eyes were filled with reluctance as he looked at the black arrow in his hand. He had obtained 5 of such arrows from some ruins and had used 2 of them recently to deal with a field Grand Lord. He had never imagined that he would use one of the remaining 3 arrows on Black Flame. However, he still considered this to be a worthwhile trade. Time was of the essence right now. If they did not kill Black Flame soon, the other Zero Wing members would be able to catch up quickly. Singular Burial knocked the arrow and drew his longbow into a full moon. The black arrow locked on Black Flame's body. After everyone was ready, Peerless activated Shield Wall and dashed at Feng. Not only could the Tier 1 Shield Wall skill reduce the damage taken by its user, but it also possessed the ability to resist impact forces. As long as Shield Wall was activated, even a Great Lord couldn't force him back by a single step. At the same time, the 15 other melee players surrounding Feng promptly used their most powerful skills: Berserkers Beheaded, Guardian Knight's Holy Slash, Assassin's Absolute Strike, Swordsman's 5 consecutive slashes. All kinds of killing moves were used. Even a Domain Realm expert would not be able to defend against all these simultaneous attacks. In the next moment, just as Peerless was about to arrive before Feng, the latter suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. This move was none other than Void Steps. It was footwork capable of causing the opponent's mind to actively ignore the user's presence, making it seem as if one had suddenly disappeared. Not good. Reacting very quickly, Peerless immediately stomped his foot, executing Thunderclap. The ground instantly cracked, the skill inflicting a certain amount of damage to all targets within a certain range. At the same time, targets hit by the attack would also have their movement speeds reduced. Peerless intended to use the skill to prevent Feng from utilizing Void Steps normally. However, he was still a step too late. When Feng reappeared, he was already standing beside a Berserker, his sword slashing up at a 45-degree angle towards the Berserker. Before the level 40 Berserker could react, a blue streak of light cut through his neck so fast. The assassin positioned beside the Berserker felt his neck grow cold when he witnessed this scene out of the corner of his eyes. Only after the strike hit did the Berserker react. He hurried to twist his body, instinctively executing Whirlwind Slash to repel Feng. However, before the Berserker's body could start rotating, the Abyssal Blade in Feng's other hand pierced through the side of the Berserker's armor and stabbed straight into his heart. Instead of pulling the magic weapon out directly, he sliced through the front of the Berserker's chest, dealing another blow to the Berserker. Immediately after, Feng spun around to the Berserker's back. Killing Ray described an arc, and just as Feng arrived behind the Berserker, the Sacred Sword also stabbed into the Berserker's back and again hit his heart. 13, 976-5. 738-6, for 17-17, 233. Everyone only saw 4 sword lights passing through the Berserker's body before the Berserker, who had over 20,000 HP, collapsed to the ground. Combat technique 4 Moon Lotus. This was a basic combat technique that all swordsmen needed to learn in God's domain. The silence debuff was something players commonly encountered. Although a silence state was a nightmare for ordinary and elite players, it hampered the combat prowess of an expert player only slightly. This was because they could utilize combat techniques to make up for the loss of their skills. Although combat techniques placed a much greater burden on a player's stamina and concentration in terms of pure power, while combat techniques were inferior to in-game skills, the former was not subject to cooldown. Combat techniques could also be used while silence tense. So long as one was an expert, they would generally have a few combat techniques under their belts. Not only could combat techniques be used to make up for one's lack of combat power when their skills were on cooldown, but combat techniques could also be used to add variation to one's attacks. Due to this flexibility, Even an expert with average equipment could easily beat an elite player with superior equipment senseless the instant the Berserker died. Everyone felt a chill crawling down their backs. This gorgeous attack was simply an eye-opener for everyone. However, the truly shocking thing was the damage Feng dealt the level 40 Berserker. Be careful. He's no longer in a weakened state. Peerless shouted previously. He had been wondering why Feng possessed such strength despite being in a weakened state. Initially, he ascribed it to a special effect of equipment that multiplied his strength. However, after seeing the movement speed and attack speed Feng displayed, in addition to the damage he dealt, Peerless became certain that the current Feng was already back to his peak state at Peerless warning. Ugly expressions appeared on everyone's faces. The reason they had joined the vanguard was their belief that Feng's attributes had been reduced, and that they could utilize their advantage in attributes to offset the gap in techniques. However, now that Feng had already recovered his attributes. In reality, Feng himself had been surprised when he noticed that his weakened state was lifted so soon. Unexpectedly, the life essences actually served to hasten one's recovery from a weakened state. Otherwise, he would not have dared to come and stop Abandoned Wave and the others so casually. However, he did not give his opponents much time to think. Immediately executing void steps and charging towards another player, the various melee players had already been only a short distance away from Feng. Now that they were charging up to him one after another, Feng just needed to use void steps once to arrive beside another player without utilizing any skills. Feng succeeded in reaping another person's life using only void steps and 4 Moon Lotus before Peerless could even try to stop Feng. The latter had already killed a total of 5 players. Nobody could defend against Feng's 4 Moon Lotus. Feng was like the god of death. Whomever he appeared beside would inevitably die at this moment. Everyone finally understood why the secret pavilion had dubbed Feng one-hit Azure. The pressure of death caused everyone's body to feel extremely heavy, their movements turning sluggish. Black flame, time to die. At this moment, Singular Burial, who had constantly been searching for an opportunity, grinned as he released the bowstring and sent the black arrow flying upward. The black arrow broke through the sound barrier as it shot towards Feng's heart. What a fast arrow! Feng had long since taken notice of Singular Burial's actions. However, when he saw the approaching black light, he still could not help but be shocked. At the critical moment, Feng instinctively crossed his swords before him directly in the arrow's trajectory. Boom. Feng immediately felt his hands going numb, his body forced through the air by the arrow as his HP continuously decreased. It felt as if he had just received a meteor with his swords. After recovering from his momentary daze, he moved his swords, deflecting the arrow suddenly. A black arrow could be seen flying towards the top of the obelisk at this moment. Less than half of Feng's 30,000 plus HP remained. Chapter 1098. Extravagant Combat Method. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1098. Extravagant Combat Method. The black arrow shot straight upwards and stopped only after it hit the ceiling of the obelisk. The arrow then transformed into particles of light and disappeared. That was close. The sight of the arrow prompted a thought to pop into Feng's head. The black arrow, is it? The black arrow was an item left behind in ancient ruins. It was somewhat similar to magic scrolls, and when used, it could display extraordinary destructive power. This destructive power corresponded to the player's own strength. However, the black arrow's power could go up to Tier 4 at most. But even when used against Tier 4 mythic monsters, the black arrow could still heavily injure Themas. It was an item that could be found only in ancient ruins. The black arrow was still considerably rare in God's domain. In the past, each black arrow sold for a minimum of 300 gold on the market. It was a treasure that many expert teams dearly wished to possess. After all, mythic monsters were simply too powerful. If they could heavily injure such a monster and reduce its combat power slightly, they would have a much easier time dealing with it. Using a black arrow was equivalent to paying 300 gold in exchange for the life of a mythic monster. Such a trade was sure profit, of course. Even if a mythic monster were heavily injured, it still would not be easily killed. This combat power would definitely remain above a Grand Lord. Hence, teams still needed to have a certain amount of strength. Fortunately, Singular Burial was only a Tier 1 ranger. If he were Tier 2 right now, he would be able to display the black arrow's full power. In that case, Feng would have to activate absolute defense or suffer death. Even so, The black arrow was plenty frightening already. In just a little more than a second, Feng had lost over half his HP. Had he delayed in deflecting the arrow by even one more second, he would have really died back there. He didn't die. Singular Burial was stunned by this outcome. Although the black arrow might not be as powerful as a Tier 4 single-target spell, its might was not something a Tier 1 player could easily defend against. After all, Singular Burial had sent a Great Lord flying over 20 yards and inflicted heavy injuries when he had used the black arrow before. Nevertheless, Singular Burial's arrow allowed the melee players, who had surrounded Feng, to breathe out a sigh of relief. Brother Burial, I never thought you would actually possess such a trump card as well. We'll be mainly relying on you to deal with Black Flame from now on. As long as you kill Black Flame, we'll let you have the first pick of the loot, Abandoned Wave said. Previously, he already felt helpless when he witnessed Feng's horrific strength. He had never imagined that Singular Burial would still bring him such a pleasant surprise. Peerless similarly had his hopes rekindled as he nodded in agreement with Abandoned Wave's words. Singular Burial had taken away over half of Feng's HP in just a single attack. As long as he struck him again, the latter would undoubtedly die. Feng's death would break the myth of Zero Wing's guild leader's invincibility. At that time, Zero Wing would definitely receive a huge blow to its reputation. All right. Then, leave it to me, Singular Burial said, gnashing his teeth. He then retrieved the 2 remaining black arrows from his bag. However, his reaction speed is too fast. Moreover, now that he is prepared for my attacks, it will become much more difficult to hit him. You guys need to think of a way to pin down his movements for a moment. Leave it to us, Peerless and Abandoned Wave said boldly. Previously, they hadn't been confident of dealing with Feng, who had recovered to his peak state. However, now that they had Singular Burial's black arrows, they had no problem with distracting Feng whatsoever. Immediately, Peerless and Abandoned Wave had the players still capable of using Berserk skills step forward. A total of 8 players had Berserk skills ready for use. 2 Elementalists and 6 melee players, which included Peerless Feng's basic attributes, were indeed heaven-defying. However, after they used their Berserk skills, their attributes would still be slightly superior to his. With 6 melee players and 2 Elementalists working together, they could suppress even a Great Lord for a short period, not to mention Feng, whose attributes were still beneath a Great Lord go. Under Peerless' command, the 5 other melee experts activated their Berserk skills together with Peerless. With their attributes increased significantly, they charged at Feng, who was currently recuperating at the rooftop at this moment. Feng took out an intermediate regeneration potion and drank it. His HP instantly recovered back to 20,000. Then began slowly rising bit by bit. Seeing Peerless charging at him, Feng promptly executed Void Steps, avoiding an entanglement with the Shield Warrior. This move of yours is already useless against me. Very quickly, after pinpointing Feng's location, Peerless used Earth Slam. The skill could place all targets within an area of 8 by 15 yards before him into a fainted state. Feng's Void Steps was indeed powerful. However, Peerless had also gradually gotten accustomed to the technique after seeing Feng using it multiple times throughout this battle. Although he was only able to catch a blurry view of the swordsman, he could more or less still perceive the direction of Feng's movements. In the next moment, Feng became visible within the range of Earth Slam. Immediately, the other 5 melee experts executed their own control skills one after another. The 2 elementalists standing at the rear also summoned ice walls to surround Feng completely. If Feng wanted to retreat, he would have to spend a moment shattering the ice walls. This brief period would be more than enough for the 5 remaining melee players to land their attacks on the swordsman, as long as even a single control skill struck Feng. His death would be certain. This was also one of the strong points of in-game skills. If an expert player did not possess any control removal skills or they were silenced, just a handful of elite players working together could defeat them. Right when the 5 melee players were about to reach Feng, they suddenly stopped moving. What's going on with you all? Peerless bellowed. However, Peerless suddenly felt that something was amiss when he noticed the HPs of the 5 players decreasing rapidly. He instinctively took a step back and, at that critical moment, avoided the shadow spreading on the rooftop with a swing of his sword. Feng shattered the ice wall blocking his front. He then looked at Peerless, who was roughly 15 yards away from him, feeling somewhat surprised. His reactions sure are fast. The shadow on the floor was none other than the effect of the Tier 2 magic scroll Shadow Strangulation, which could bind all enemies within a 15-yard radius as well as deal 50% dark damage to them every second for 5 seconds. By the time the 5 melee experts reacted and were about to use their control removal skills, Feng was already unfurling another Tier 2 magic scroll, Spears of Judgment. Immediately, 36 holy spears appeared around him, each one capable of 80% holy damage with 100% strength effect. Moreover, they also ignored defense and dealt double damage to dark creatures. Show. The 36 spears shot straight at the 5 melee players. Despite all 5 of them being experts, with the spears under Feng's control and fired at such a short distance, each melee player managed to block only 2 or 3 spears at most, with the remaining spears hitting their bodies. All 5 melee players transformed into particles of light and disappeared on the spot. Everyone stared, stupefied at this situation. They never thought that Feng would actually use magic scrolls to make up for his silent state. Magic scrolls were extremely precious, not to mention Tier 2 magic scrolls. Each one was easily worth a piece of dark gold equipment. Normally, it would be considered a luxury to use Tier 2 magic scrolls against ordinary bosses. Nobody would be willing to waste them on just a few players. Nevertheless, Feng really was using them one after another. Moreover, each one was more valuable than the last. At this moment, Singular Burial finally found an opportunity to attack. He immediately loosed the 2 knocked black arrows. The black arrows instantly transformed into 2 streaks of black light as they flew towards Feng. With how fast the black arrows were, Feng did not have time to use another magic scroll to defend himself. Just when the arrows were less than 10 yards away from him, Feng began executing Sword's Orbit, surrounding himself in starlight. Pong! 2 clear sounds of metal clashing rang out. Feng went flying backwards by over 10 yards, his hands nearly losing their grip on his swords. His HP began rapidly decreasing as well, only stabilizing after falling to slightly below 7,000. The 2 black arrows had their trajectories forcefully altered and, as a result, simply flew by Feng's sides. Impossible. Isn't he still silenced? Singular Burial could not believe what he was seeing was true. Feng was actually still alive. Chapter 1099, Town Promotion Order. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1099, Town Promotion Order. Is he a monster? Everyone was stupefied when they saw that Feng survived Singular Burial's attacks previously. A single black arrow had reaped over half of Feng's HP. Yet now, despite receiving 2 black arrows, he lost less than half of his HP. All ranged players focus fire on him. He doesn't have much HP remaining. While everyone else was frozen in shock at Feng's feat, Abandoned Wave quickly reacted and took out a dark gray magic scroll from his bag. Tier 2 magic scroll. Death's Flurry. Immediately, 8 gray blades of wind swept towards Feng. At this moment, the other ranged players also began launching their own attacks one after another. However, Feng had no intention of simply waiting for his death. Executing void steps, he disappeared before everyone once again. The incoming attacks just passed through his original position, not a single one landing on him. Damn it. He actually recovered so quickly. The corners of Abandoned Wave's eyes twitched when he saw this scene. Hurriedly, he commanded, "Everyone, form a defensive formation and advance." Void steps was truly mysterious footwork. Even with how powerful Peerless was, the shield warrior could only make out a blurry figure of Feng if the latter was within a radius of 20 yards. Beyond that range, he could not detect the swordsman at all. As for Abandoned Wave and everyone else, not to mention 20 yards, even if Feng were standing within 10 yards of them and launching an attack on them, they wouldn't notice a thing. Hence, the only method to deal with this problem was to advance in a defensive circle. This way, Feng would have no opportunity to approach Abandoned Wave, who was inside the circle. Peerless had also immediately entered the defensive circle, fully prepared to protect Abandoned Wave. Right now, Abandoned Wave carried all of Lancelot's loot they obtained. If he died, all the loot would definitely drop. While having a single person carry all the loot was a risky move, having multiple people carry them would give Zero Wing an easier chance to target them, and make it more difficult to protect the loot. Anyhow, Abandoned Wave himself was a level 40 assassin. In terms of combat standards, he was also a considerably powerful expert. As long as he entered stealth, He could easily escape detection faced with Abandoned Wave and the others slowly advancing defensive formation. Feng would appear sporadically before players standing at the outer edge, reaping a life before disappearing again. If he had enough time, he would even kill 2 players. What a tough turtle shell. Feng was rendered speechless by his opponent's actions. He had already used up all the AoE attack magic scrolls he had on hand. There were only a few single target attack and control magic scrolls left, not enough to affect the overall battle at all. However, if he tried jumping over, they would definitely discover him while he was in the air. Players in midair could not change their movement trajectory. They would be sitting ducks. However, if he was greedy and went for more kills each time, he would very quickly lose his life under a barrage of attacks. After all, his opponents were not ordinary players. They coordinated well with each other, and their attacks were also very accurate. Moreover, he normally couldn't finish off a player with just 1 or 2 moves without executing a combat technique. Having no other choice, he could only chip away at the formation. As the number of players dwindled, Blackwater's members fell into an endless panic. Those standing at the outer layer of the defensive circle, in particular, were trembling with fear, dreading becoming the next sacrifice. Feng was simply too fast. Not only were his appearances sudden, but even his attacks were impossible to detect. Moreover, by the time they began launching their counterattacks, Feng had long since disappeared. Yet, they also weren't allowed to give chase. These guild elites and experts finally came to understand what an expert really was compared to Feng. Those experts that boasted the ability to go up against 10 or 100 opponents by themselves were simply weaklings. If faced against those kinds of experts, Blackwater's members could still put up a modicum of resistance. Feng, however, instilled so much fear into their group of several hundred players that they did not even dare to move. Moreover, when he was attacking them, the only thing they could do was await their impending doom. Time passed by quickly. Due to the defensive formation, Abandoned Wave and the others advanced at a crawl. Consequently, Feng managed to gradually whittle the team of several hundred players down to just 100 or so. Right now, however, the group was only 100 yards away from the ceiling crystal ball. Upon seeing the gigantic crystal at the peak of the tower, everyone with Abandoned Wave revealed expressions of joy and relief. As long as they shattered the crystal ball, the barrier surrounding the town would disappear once again. They could then find a hiding place and use their return scrolls instead of just quietly waiting for their deaths here. Good. We're close enough. All assassins and rangers, charge forward and destroy the crystal. Everyone else, continue advancing in the defensive formation. Abandoned Wave, who had been in stealth all this time, commanded softly. Previously, they had been too far away from the crystal ball. Feng would have wiped them out long before anyone could even enter within attack range of the crystal ball. Now that only 100 yards separated them from the crystal ball, if Feng stayed back to try to target Abandoned Wave, the crystal ball would undoubtedly be destroyed. However, if he chose to target those assassins and rangers instead, those in the defensive formation could speed up their advance. Abandoned Wave could even use the opportunity to sneak away himself. Currently, Zero Wings members had already surrounded the obelisk. If not for the other members of Blackwater incessantly trying to charge into the obelisk, the other Zero Wing members would have long since rushed up here immediately. Over a dozen assassins and rangers raced madly for the crystal ball. Having no other choice, Feng could only chase these players. Fortunately, the path towards the crystal ball was not very wide. Before the assassins and rangers even entered within 40 yards of the crystal ball, Feng had already disposed of them all. However, this situation also allowed Abandoned Wave and the others to advance a significant distance. Right now, the group was only 60 yards away from the crystal ball. We won. At this moment, Abandoned Wave was ecstatic. Although they were still 60 yards away, ranged players had an attack range of 40 yards. Hence, realistically, they only needed to cross another 20 yards. There was no way Feng could wipe out their team of nearly 100 elite and expert players before they crossed these 20 yards. As long as the magic barrier was gone, Abandoned Wave could immediately bring the loot back to Starmoon City. Although he had suffered massive losses in this war, the loot from Lancelot should offset a considerable amount of his losses. Previously, he had browsed through the items they obtained. Several among them would be of massive help to a guild's development. At the very least, Blackwater would be much better off than Zero Wing. After all, the latter had lost Stone Forest Town. However, just as Abandoned Wave was jubilating, divine swords suddenly began raining down on his group. damage of over -10,000 appearing above everyone's heads. This move was none other than Feng's Skywheel Sword, a skill capable of sealing all enemies within a 20-yard radius for 4 seconds. As a result of this attack, Abandoned Wave was also revealed. At this moment, Abandoned Wave stared at Feng, who stood 40 yards away from the crystal ball. In shock. Impossible. How can he use skills again? 10 minutes shouldn't have passed yet. Abandoned Wave was filled with confusion. Peerless and Singular Burial were similarly dumbfounded at this situation. However, Feng did not give them much time to react. He immediately raised Killing Ray and executed Lightning Edge. Although Abandoned Wave was correct in that less than 10 minutes had passed since Feng was silenced, he had forgotten that players had their own natural resistances. Feng's magic resistance could give even magical class NPCs a headache. Magical resistance not only reduced the magic damage players received but also weakened the side effects of magic in reality. While Abandoned Wave was focused on figuring out how to destroy the sealing crystal, Feng was buying time for himself. In the end, Feng made it at the last moment. One wave came after another, countless lightning bolts devouring everyone. Despite Abandoned Wave activating Wind Steps and Vanish, he still could not last through the 5-second duration of Lightning Edge. By the time the skill ended, only Feng and a pile of loot remained on the rooftop of the obelisk. Word of Abandoned Waves and the others' deaths quickly spread to everyone fighting desperately inside Stone Forest Town. The death of the commander would affect a guild's performance considerably. This situation also wiped out the last hope Blackwater's members held. Their morale plummeted, making them much easier to deal with. Meanwhile, Feng himself had collected all the loot Abandoned Waves group had dropped and began arranging them one by one. Midway, however, he noticed an item in his bag that captured his attention. The item was a square silver token engraved with the image of a lion. There were also a few words written on it: Town Promotion Order. Chapter 1100. Overlord of Star Moon. Hellscythe_Vampirecat. Chapter 1100. Overlord of Star Moon. In front of a temple lined with pillars, a team of 20 players was currently resting atop the stone steps. A short distance away from these players was a two-headed bear over 10 meters in height. If one paid close attention to the bear, one would discover it to be a level 60 Grand Lord. Even a 100-man elite team of the same level would be no match for something like this. Yet, this 20-man team actually defeated it. The highest level player in this team was already level 42, with the majority being level 41. As for the equipment they wore, even the most inferior piece was level 40 dark gold equipment. This was a team that could rank at the top even in super guilds. However, every one of these people was an independent player. None of them belonged to a guild. Big Sis Endless, what happened? A level 41 female cleric asked when she noticed a surprised expression suddenly appearing on Ling Jingxuan's facettes. Nothing. I just read an interesting message. That's all. Ling Jingxian replied, smiling. An interesting message? What is it? The female cleric could not help but ask curiously. Very few things could catch the interest of Ling Jingxian. Generally, anything that could do so was a considerably amazing matter. Blackwater has just been annihilated by Zero Wing. Most likely, news of this matter will quickly spread throughout God's domain, Ling Jingxian answered. The way she spoke made it seem as if this matter was none of her business. Annihilated. At this time, a level 42 Guardian Knight carrying a snow-white round shield on his back joined in on the conversation. Surprised, he continued, There must be a mistake, right? I heard that the Blackwater Guild is considerably powerful. It even has the Blackwater Corporation backing it. How can it possibly lose so miserably? The term annihilated was very rarely used for guild wars. After all, with so many players participating in the war, not to mention annihilation, even trying to wipe out 70% or 80% of the enemy's forces was an extremely difficult proposition. Meanwhile, annihilated was generally used only when more than 95% of a belligerent's forces had been eliminated. In order to obtain such an outcome, one of the two sides in the conflict usually had to be many times stronger than the other. Shaking her head, Ling Jingxian asserted, Blackwater has indeed suffered total annihilation. And it was not only Blackwater but also the armies dispatched by Heaven's Burial and Pantheon. Not a single player from those three guilds managed to leave Stone Forest Town alive. Upon hearing Ling Jingxuan's words, everyone on the team was stupefied, as Blackwater was merely an upstart guild. Annihilation was certainly a possibility. However, what about Pantheon? That was a super guild when had it ever suffered annihilation. Just how powerful is Zero Wing? They are simply too amazing. Even other super guilds have never managed to annihilate Pantheon's armies. Just how did Zero Wing manage to do it? With this, Zero Wing is set for life. They will definitely cause a storm in God's domain. However, I'm guessing that Pantheon won't take this lying down. After all, Zero Wing has used them as a stepping stone. Pantheon definitely will not let Zero Wing off the hook in the future. I wonder what rank Zero Wing will get during this year's Virtual Gaming Guild annual evaluation. It is very likely that Zero Wing will be evaluated as a first-rate guild. However, after this incident, I can't say for sure. I heard that 2 super first-rate guilds have been going downhill recently. They might even get replaced at this rate. I don't think it will be possible for Zero Wing to become a super first-rate guild. However, its position in this year's top 5 rookie guilds should be secure. Right, Endless. Seeing as you are paying such close attention to Zero Wing, do you have a friend in Zero Wing, perhaps? Although everyone present was an independent player, their understanding of the inner workings of the virtual gaming world was not one bit lacking in comparison to that of members of large guilds. They knew just how powerful super guilds were. It was truly rare to see an upstart guild capable of such results, friend. After giving the question some thought, Ling Jingxian answered seriously, something like that. In any case, I am certainly concerned about Zero Wing. Due to Abandoned Wave's defeat, the entire Blackwater Guild was in an uproar. Even the upper echelon of the Blackwater Corporation had asked for her to attend a meeting to plan how to quickly redeem this humiliation in the near term. After all, this was the Blackwater Guild's first major war. It would have been fine if they had merely suffered defeat. The crucial point was that they had been annihilated even if they managed to destroy Stone Forest Town and inflicted immense damages on Zero Wing. This was still not an outcome to be proud of in the public's view. The only reason for Blackwater's destruction of Stone Forest Town was its inability to obtain the town for itself. Apocalypse Empire, the Imperial capital's Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. They wiped out Blackwater? Phoenix Rain felt somewhat skeptical when she read the message she just received. Zero Wing's opponents this time had included 200,000 monsters, over 100,000 Blackwater elite members, 50,000 Heaven's Burial elite members, and 3 core legions of Pantheon, one of which was even the famous Red Jade Legion. In the end, however, Zero Wing still managed to come out on top. No matter how she looked at it, this outcome was somewhat unrealistic. For Zero Wing to have achieved precisely this result was simply unbelievable. Big Sis Rain. Should we still make a visit to White River City? Blue Phoenix asked. The competition for Thunder Island this time was considerably intense. Let alone the power of just the Phoenix Pavilion. Even if they used the full power of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, their chances of obtaining the rights to the island would still be slim. Moreover, compared to the Town of Beginnings, which they controlled, Thunder Island was much more important. Of course, we're going. The more Phoenix Rain read the report in her hands, the more joyous she felt. Originally, she had not been that confident about the matter of Thunder Island. However, after seeing Zero Wing's information, they might have a chance at victory after all. Meanwhile, in Starmoon Kingdom, all the official forums had long since exploded. Practically every player in the kingdom was discussing the war. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had lost miserably this time. This was especially true for Blackwater. Many guild members were already expressing their dissatisfaction with the leadership in the war. Within just 10 minutes of the war's end, over 10,000 players had withdrawn from the guild, many of them elite players. In addition, the fall of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial allowed the Star Alliance, which had been suppressed all this time, to rise up once again. Meanwhile, on Zero Wing's side, due to its massive victory, many large guilds that initially had designs on the guild gave up entirely. Overwhelming Smile, in particular, had already begun shifting its focus to other countries and no longer tried to develop in the cities around White River City for a time. No guild in Starmoon Kingdom dared make an enemy out of Zero Wing. This situation allowed Zero Wing to become the uncontested overlord of Starmoon Kingdom. The only fly in the ointment was the loss of Stone Forest Town. This loss greatly depressed the effects of the Zero Wing's hard-earned victory. However, just as the various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were secretly celebrating Zero Wing's loss, a surprising situation occurred in Stone Forest Town. The evil energy polluting the town was actually starting to weaken and dissipate gradually. Chapter 1101. Benefits after a Great War. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1101 Benefits after a Great War. The dissipation of the evil energy quickly attracted the attention of the independent players outside Stone Forest Town. What? Didn't they say that evil energy won't ever dissipate? Based on the information I found, in order to remove evil energy, one needs to sever the source. Could Zero Wing have secretly dealt with the source already? That's not right. The evil energy this time should have originated from Black Ridge Town. However, Black Ridge Town is still the same right now. How did Zero Wing do it, then? Everyone was discussing this development. Very quickly, word of this situation spread throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Star Moon City, Blackwater's residence. Impossible! How did they manage to remove the evil energy? Abandoned Wave practically screamed when he read the report he just received shortly after resurrecting. Zero Wing must be faking this information. I can guarantee that the evil energy is impossible to remove. Unlike curses, evil energy could not be cleansed. It was a kind of chaotic energy. Like a contagious virus, it would automatically transform other forms of energy into evil energy. Without eliminating the source, removing the evil energy polluting Stone Forest Town was simply impossible. However, removing the source was easier said than done. Even he did not know the source's exact location. If it was really located in Black Ridge Town, the monster-infested town was not a place current players could approach. Moreover, evil energy was extremely harmful to players. If players immersed themselves in evil energy for long periods, they would get infected and fall into a weakened state. Players exposed to evil energy for too long would even turn into monsters. If that happened, they would be barred from logging into God's domain for a considerable amount of time. Due to these dire consequences, cleaning out the monsters in Black Ridge Town was extremely difficult. Hence, he firmly believed that Zero Wing could not remove the evil energy polluting Stone Forest Town. The only possibility was that Zero Wing was releasing fake news. After all, Zero Wing had previously registered plenty of members at the battle arena they constructed, collecting a hefty sum in membership fees. If the battle arena was gone, those members could seek compensation for their losses. Therefore, the intention behind the release of this fake news was undoubtedly the appeasement of those members' guild leader. It's true. Our spies in Zero Wing have already confirmed this fact. The evil energy inside the town is indeed gradually dissipating. At this rate, it will take less than 5 days for all the evil energy in the town to disappear completely. By then, Stone Forest Town will be able to resume its operations, Qin Muyun said, an ugly expression on her face as she took out another document. Not only had the Blackwater Guild lost a considerable number of elite members, but the guild's prestige in Star Moon Kingdom had also fallen to rock bottom. Members were withdrawing from the guild every minute. Most likely, they would have to recuperate for a long time in order to return to their previous state originally. With Zero Wing having lost Stone Forest Town, Blackwater would have been able to leverage its funds and background to quickly surpass Zero Wing. However, now that Stone Forest Town was all right, whether Blackwater could even surpass Zero Wing's development speed was in question. This was not an outcome that the upper echelon of the Blackwater Corporation was willing to see. This won't do. I cannot let Stone Forest Town continue existing in this world. Although Abandoned Wave was unwilling to accept the truth of this matter, the facts were already before him. In that case, he needed to take action right away. Notify that man immediately. Tell him I'll try to provide him with the players he needs. However, I want him to have his monster army thoroughly obliterate Stone Forest Town within 5 days. Qin Muyun could not help but frown at these words. She never imagined that Abandoned Wave had already lost his prudence to such a degree. Nurturing all those monsters was not easy. Any players sacrificed to them would be unable to log into God's domain for several days. Blackwater's elite and expert players had already lost a level from this war. If they were sacrificed again, what are you still standing there for? Abandoned Wave glared at Qin Muyun. Don't forget that I am still the guild leader right now. Helpless to do anything about the situation, Qin Muyun had no choice but to contact the bandaged man Black Flame. Just you wait. This time, I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Abandoned Wave laughed coldly as he looked out his window, his eyes staring in Stone Forest Town's direction. Inside Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing had also begun cleaning up the battlefield. This war had been considerably intense. Over half of Stone Forest Town's buildings lay in ruins. The guild residence was an irreparable mess. Even the battle arena had received significant damages and would take a considerable sum of money to repair, however. Their gains far exceeded their losses. Although the army of 200,000 monsters had not dropped any weapons or equipment, they had dropped plenty of monster materials. The drops from Lord rank monsters were rare materials that could be used to make weapons and equipment. In addition, monsters at the chieftain rank or above had a fixed chance of dropping a kind of gray crystal called the Evil Energy Crystal to ordinary players. This item would be garbage that they would sell to NPC merchants for spare change. However, Feng knew the real use of the Evil Energy Crystals. This was something a master forger had discovered in the past. If one added Evil Energy Crystals or Magic Crystals during the forging of weapons or equipment, there was a certain probability these crystals would give rise to magic patterns on the items produced. However, the enhancement effect was random. The enhancement might be to the item's basic attributes, its attack power or defense, or even its hidden attributes or additional skills. Hence, the Evil Energy Crystal was highly sought after by forgers in the past. In Feng's previous life, there was even a case where a dark gold weapon produced using Evil Energy Crystals received attributes nearly rivaling that of epic weapons compared to epic items. Dark gold items were much easier to produce. Hence, in the past, a single Evil Energy Crystal could easily sell for 10 gold coins. Even at this price, obtaining one was extremely difficult because after reaching the mid-late stage of the game, many players no longer equipped the weapons and equipment they got from monsters. Instead, they would use items tailor-made for them by forgers. Players would naturally hope that the weapons and equipment produced would be strong. Consequently, players swarmed to whichever kingdom the evil god's temple appeared in. Meanwhile, among the 200,000 monsters that assaulted Stone Forest Town, many were at chieftain rank or above. As a result, Zero Wing raked in a hefty profit, gathering 2,428 evil energy crystals in all. That was 24,280 gold coins at the very least. After including the other materials dropped by the monsters, they had earned more than enough money to repair Stone Forest Town. Not to mention, even after taking into account the weapons and equipment Zero Wing's members lost in the war, they had netted an additional 114,633 pieces of weapons and equipment from the combined army of Blackwater, Heaven's Burial, and Pantheon. The most inferior items were level 35 bronze equipment with even level 40 dark gold equipment in the mix. Even after giving out spoils as compensation and rewards to guild members, the amount left was still staggering. After Feng read the statistics reports Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow gave him, he fell into a daze for a long time. Although he had experienced plenty of large wars in the past, none of them had been as profitable as this one. Guild leader, people from the secret pavilion are asking to meet you. Chapter 1102. Constructing a Holy Land. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1102. Constructing a Holy Land. They're looking for me? Feng could not help but recall the offer Yuan Tiexin had made him before. He then continued, "Have them wait at Candlelight's main headquarters for now. I'll head over shortly." This war had damaged Stone Forest Town beyond recognition. Most likely, the town would not be able to resume normal operations for a considerable amount of time. In other words, Zero Wing would lose a major source of income. Meanwhile, reconstruction would cost a lot of coins. However, selling the evil energy crystals would undoubtedly be a very foolish move. Moreover, the function of the crystals was still unknown to everyone but himself. How could he possibly reveal it to others? Yet, just the income from the Candlelight trading firm was not enough to fund the reconstruction. Not to mention, he also required money to build his city. There was indeed a need to have a proper chat with the secret pavilion among the superpowers in God's domain. The secret pavilion was undoubtedly the richest. Just the income from the expert lists it released every week was an astronomical amount. There were also the consultation fees it earned from selling information. It would be foolish of him not to take advantage of the situation when such a wealthy client delivered themselves up to his doorstep. Just as Aqua Rose was notifying the secret pavilion about the meeting place, Gentle Snow walked over and reported, "Guild leader, many independent players are currently voicing their wishes for us to reopen Stone Forest Town right away, particularly the players that are members of the battle arena. They are asking for us to immediately reopen the town's battle arena. Otherwise, they are going to ask for their magic crystals back. Should we prioritize the repairs of the battle arena first to appease these members?" If they continue making a fuss, there will most likely be many players seeking to withdraw their membership. As the vice guild leader of Zero Wing, Gentle Snow had some detailed information regarding Zero Wing. So, she was very clear just how poor Zero Wing currently was in the past. She had always thought that Zero Wing was definitely the wealthiest guild in Starmoon Kingdom after all. It had the Candlelight Trading Firm in Stone Forest Town providing it with income. The amount of coins these two places raked in each day could make even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds envious. However, when she took a look at Zero Wing's accounts, they might as well be a blank sheet of paper. It really made her wonder just where the money Zero Wing earned was going. Gentle Snow had no idea that while Zero Wing was indeed earning a lot of coins, it was spending even more. The expenditure of gold coins was in the tens of thousands. Are they in such a hurry? After giving the situation some thought, Feng chuckled and said, "All right, then, tell them that they may withdraw if they want to. However, once the town is reconstructed, the membership fee for the battle arena will be increased to 1,200 magic crystals. Moreover, rental for the combat rooms will be doubled. If they wish to withdraw their membership, I very much welcome them to do so." This? Gentle Snow could not help but stare at Feng. Stunned, they would practically be chasing away their customers if they did so previously. The membership they charged was already out of reach for most independent players. Only a fool would be willing to pay 1,200 magic crystals. Not to mention, if they doubled the rent of the combat rooms, it might even affect business at the battle arena. Relax. Just tell them as is. Feng waved his hand, not bothering with additional explanations previously. He had focused on running Stone Forest Town as a small town that even ordinary players could enjoy. Now, however, he had changed his mind. He intended to turn Stone Forest Town into a holy land for PvP. Now that there were 3 magic towers in Stone Forest Town, the ambient mana density was much higher than before. Just the cost of maintaining the 3 towers was extremely high. Retaining the current prices was simply impossible if Zero Wing wished to keep the 3 towers in operation. Most importantly, he now had a town promotion order in his hands. Feng never dreamed that Lancelot would actually drop such an item. Although this town promotion order was only secret silver rank, it was enough to promote a basic town directly into an intermediate town. This was a treasure that many guilds dreamed of obtaining. No guild would be willing to trade it away even for 20 epic items. Getting a town promoted was a challenging proposition in God's domain. It was also very time-consuming. Any slight instability or security problem might cause several days' worth of effort to go to waste with the town promotion order. However, Feng would be able to promote Stone Forest Town into an intermediate town, bypassing the NPC population requirement altogether. He would also be able to hire up to 2,000 NPC guards. At the same time, he could construct real defensive structures instead of basic ones like the defense turret. The size of the town would also increase by multiple times. With this, Stone Forest Town would be able to accommodate many more players instead of having players squeeze against each other as they walked through the streets. A larger town would definitely attract more players. He was not worried about losing visitors at all once Stone Forest Town was promoted. He could also level up all the structures inside it, expanding them significantly. Take the battle arena for example. Currently, it was only a 5-story building. Once the town was promoted, however, the battle arena could have up to 8 floors. After including the underground level, the battle arena would have 9 floors in total. With this, the number of customers they could receive each day would increase substantially. By then, Stone Forest Town would become a true money-making machine. However, there was a prerequisite to all of this, and that was money. Moreover, it had to be a considerable sum. Upon hearing Feng's response, Gentle Snow helplessly informed everyone of the new rules in Stone Forest Town. As for Feng himself, he used a return scroll to travel to White River City. The new rules immediately enraged many independent players. Zero Wing is simply going overboard. Who would be willing to pay a membership fee of 1,200 magic crystals? They are even doubling the rent now. Do they think our money grows on trees? I'm going to get a refund. Only a fool would visit Stone Forest Town in the future. If I had that kind of money, I might as well spend it at the Divine Colosseum. The spies Blackwater planted in Stone Forest Town began making a ruckus over the new rules. Though many independent players did find their words reasonable, although the mana density in Stone Forest Town had indeed increased slightly and would be beneficial for improving their strength, The new prices were simply beyond the reach of ordinary players. Even elite players would not be able to afford to train in the battle arena for long periods for a time. Many battle arena members requested refunds, feeling that Zero Wing was trying to cheat them out of their money while Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were grappling with this matter. Feng was seated on a sofa inside a VIP room on the second floor of White River City's Adventurers Association, leisurely browsing through the designs of intermediate towns. Players had many templates of intermediate towns to choose from, and each template had their strong points. Likewise, different templates had different prices. Some templates were more suited to economic development through NPCs. Such templates allowed the town's popularity to increase much more rapidly. Similarly, there were templates geared towards economic development through players. In addition, some templates facilitated the hiring of powerful NPC guards. In any case, many kinds of templates were available depending on the kind of a town that players wished to construct. Unlike capturing a town, promoting a town cost much less. Moreover, as Feng was using a promotion order, the expense was even lower. He only needed to spend 3,000 gold to promote Stone Forest Town to intermediate town status. After applying his identity as a city protector, he would receive a 20% discount and need to pay only 2,400 gold in total. This savings freed up more money, which would allow him to choose better templates. Sure enough, the templates available here are quite inferior when compared to the one dropped by Lancelot. Taking a careful look, Feng noticed some templates that were only made available to him due to his city protector title. Even so, none of them could match the town design dropped by Lancelot. Feng then turned to the NPC beauty standing at a side and took out an ancient design from his bag. Softly, he asked, "If I wish to use this design here, how much will it cost?" Chapter 1103, Grandmaster Design. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1103, Grandmaster Design. Taking a look at the design Feng revealed, the NPC beauty's eyes widened as the design demanded her full attention. Only after some time did she open her mouth and say, "Lord Protector, the quality of these construction materials and level of skill required are extremely high for this design. I cannot provide an immediate answer. I will have to ask the association leader to appraise the design. Would my lord be willing to wait here for a short moment? Even you can't give an exact price?" Feng asked the female senior administrator. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in the Adventurers Association. NPCs were categorized into ordinary staff member, administrator, senior administrator, vice association master, and association master, each catering to adventurers from 1-star to 5-star status. Anyone capable of becoming a senior administrator even had the insight and knowledge to rival NPC lifestyle masters. Although this design is tattered, I am certain that a Grandmaster produced it. A Grandmaster's town design is outside of the scope of my appraising abilities. In our branch, only the Association Master can appraise this, the Senior Administrator explained, smiling bitterly. "All right, let the Association Master appraise it, then." Feng nodded. When promoting a town in God's domain, choosing the design was only one part of the process, while using the design to construct the town was another. The promotion process was not as simple as capturing a basic town. One could say that a town only truly began its operation after becoming an intermediate town. The Adventurers Association normally provided players with many template designs to choose from, their prices usually ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 gold. The Adventurers Association would only offer several master designs to someone who enjoyed the status of a 4-star adventurer, such as himself. These templates could cost anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 gold. Master designs were roughly 15% better than those of normal designs. Although 15% seemed like a small difference, it would be massively effective in an intermediate town. For example, when that bonus was used to increase the town's popularity among NPCs. A town which could originally gain 100 popularity points each day would gain 115 points with a master design. Normally, a lot of manpower and resources were required to gain that additional 15 points. In addition, master designs attracted more quests and events that would raise the town's popularity, allowing the town to reach the next rank far more quickly. Of course, players could opt to produce their own town designs. Only, the majority of players' designs wouldn't come close to the Adventurers Association's ordinary templates. Extremely few lucky players or genius designers could draft a town design better than the available templates. If a player created such a design, The various large guilds in God's domain would fight over purchasing it, offering roughly 3,000 gold. If the design reached the master standard, the minimum price would be 5,000 gold. However, extremely few players could create designs of such standards. These people were even rarer than master forgers. Among the 28 items Lancelot had dropped, 20 were epic materials. Of the remaining 8, 3 were epic weapons and pieces of equipment. A cloth armor headdress, a staff, and a pair of plate armor bracers. The bracers were the best among them in Feng's opinion. Angry Tyrant. Plate armor, bracers, epic rank. Level 40, level 100. Equipment requirement. Strength 1,200. Defense plus 755. Level 40. Strength plus 60. Agility plus 32. Endurance plus 35. Ignore levels plus 5. Ignore 20% of the target's defense. Increase the effect of strength by 15%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Blood Frenzy. When the wielder's HP falls below 50%, strength increases by 20%, attack speed increases by 30%, and damage received increases by 20%. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Angry Blow. When attacking, there is a certain chance to increase strength by 100%. The bracers were a collection of violence. The increase to the effect of strength in particular was rare even on epic weapons and equipment. Without hesitation, Feng took the bracers for himself. With this, he had a total of 5 epic items and 1 fragmented legendary item on his person. After including the level 50 magic light set equipment, his strength was even higher than a tier 2 berserker of the same level. Only his physique and skills were still somewhat inferior. As for the 5 remaining items, 2 were tier 4 magic scrolls, 2 were designs, and the last one was the town promotion order. When Feng had discovered that one of the 2 designs was a town design, he had been ecstatic. Normally, town designs dropped in the field came from masters. That was the equivalent of saving 5,000 gold. Moreover, Feng very much preferred this town design's heavy emphasis on transportation. Transportation might not seem very important, but it had a considerably special town effect. Once the town was complete, as long as the town spent a sufficient amount of money, it would unlock the transport carriages between towns. Not only could these carriages transport players, but they could also allow NPC merchants to reach the town more quickly. It was a design capable of enhancing the town's popularity among both players and NPCs. Now that he had confirmed that this was a Grandmaster design, Feng felt the Holy Land for players beckoning him. A Grandmaster design was 30% stronger than normal templates. In the past, even an ordinary Grandmaster design could sell for tens of thousands of gold, much less these designs at this stage of the game. Right now, Feng wouldn't sell the design even if he were offered 1 million gold. When Feng thought about the carriages that would soon travel back and forth from Stone Forest Town, his heart beat madly. At this stage of the game, mounts were extremely rare. The carriages could save players a lot of time when traveling to Stone Forest Town. Players would be far more willing to stay in Stone Forest Town even when mounts became popular in the future. How could a common mount compete with a carriage? Moreover, the carriage's speed was not always the same. Once Stone Forest Town became an advanced town, the carriages would upgrade to advanced carriages. Only with a mysterious iron mount could one match the speed of an advanced carriage. Once transportation was no longer a barrier, what player wouldn't want to visit Stone Forest Town? Setting aside the battle arena, now that Stone Forest Town had 3 magic towers, independent players could enjoy double the benefit of resting in a hotel. Right now, the town's hotels were only slightly less effective than private rooms in a guild residence. Normally, independent players could only dream of having this effect. With these 3 major conditions, Stone Forest Town would undoubtedly become a holy land for players. After Feng waited in the room for a short while, the NPC administrator returned to the room with his town design. Lord Protector, our association master has appraised your design and confirmed it to be a Grandmaster design. However, as the requirements for this Grandmaster design are extremely high, the construction fee will be many times more expensive than usual. Including all of the required materials, it will cost 30,000 gold. Moreover, this price cannot be discounted. May I know if Lord Protector still wishes to use this design to construct your town? 30,000 gold. Feng frowned. He had thought the price might be quite high, but he hadn't expected it to be this high. That was 30,000 gold. He could build 5 towns with a master design with that kind of money. Chapter 1104. Intermediate Town. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1104 Intermediate Town. Feng felt his head ache when he heard the administrator's price in reality. This was considered cheap. An intermediate town shouldn't have appeared at this stage of the game in the past. The first intermediate town had only appeared after mainstream players had reached level 60. During that time, Tier 2 expert players were commonplace. Right now, however, mainstream players weren't even level 40. Guild mainstream players could earn money far more quickly at level 60 than level 40 following, which Feng gave up on constructing his town and stored his Grandmaster town design before leaving the VIP room. Town reconstruction was only one of the benefits of an intermediate town. Reconstructing the town was not necessary to reopen it to the public currently. Feng lacked coins. Hence, he could set this matter aside for now. In any case, Stone Forest Town had already been successfully promoted to an intermediate town. The Grandmaster design wasn't going anywhere. He could simply operate Stone Forest Town as usual. It would not be too late to reconstruct the town after a few more days of earning money. In the Candlelight Trading Firm's second-floor lounge, Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade both sat quietly inside the lounge. Uncle Yuan, I'm afraid that we'll have trouble completing this trade. For some reason, the evil energy in Stone Forest Town is gradually dissipating. It is only a matter of time before Stone Forest Town recovers. Zero Wing won't be interested in our conditions, Purple Jade said after she finished reading the information the secret pavilion had sent her. Smiling, she said, Blackwater, Heaven's Burial, and Pantheon have suffered greatly. Not only have they failed to obtain Stone Forest Town, but they have also lost all of the members that they had dispatched. This is the first time Pantheon has suffered such a massive loss since joining God's domain. They definitely have a mess to clean up. The relationship between the virtual gaming world's superpowers was not as peaceful as everyone thought. If given the opportunity, these powers would be more than willing to choke their rivals to death. After all, every game's resources were finite. If they had one less competitor, they could claim far more resources for themselves. Pantheon had lost 1 trump card legion and 2 core legions in this war. That was a total of 3,000 experts. This would be a significant blow to any super guild. The loss of the trump card legion was particularly severe. Any player capable of joining a super guild's trump card legion could reach the trial tower's 6th floor at the very minimum. Such experts were considerably rare in first-rate guilds. In the eyes of ordinary players, those who reached the 5th floor were already considered experts. Much less the 6th floor. Zero Wing is truly unpredictable. Yuan Tianxin shook his head and laughed. No wonder they aren't afraid of mutual destruction with Blackwater. However, this doesn't affect our plans in any way. Even if Stone Forest Town recovers, it will take a considerable amount of time and resources. Meanwhile, Candlelight Trading Firm cannot wait that long. It is even more so for Zero Wing. He had not talked through his hat currently. Both the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms were pressuring the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although Candlelight still held considerable influence in Star Moon Kingdom's market and maintained its daily traffic, how long would that last? Both the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms were marking down their prices and selling their items at a loss. They could also keep this up for a considerable amount of time due to their abundant funds and powerful connections. However, what about the Candlelight Trading Firm? The Candlelight Trading Firm had neither abundant funds nor powerful connections. Its only capital was Stone Forest Town. There was no way Candlelight could win a price war against the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms. Moreover, without sufficient coins, Zero Wing could not continue to develop. Now that Zero Wing was in the limelight, this was the perfect opportunity for the guild to develop and widen the gap between itself and Blackwater. If Zero Wing only continued its development after Blackwater recovered, the guild would be in big trouble. If Blackwater decided to take action against Zero Wing again, it would take more precautions and would not be caught off guard as it had been in this war. Furthermore, Zero Wing currently had an agreement with the secret pavilion to hand over the bronze mounts and strengthening devices. These items were considerably expensive. Obtaining them would not be that easy if Zero Wing wished to earn more coins. Working with the secret pavilion was undoubtedly the best decision. Just as Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade were quietly discussing Zero Wing's situation, Feng, currently disguised as Black Flame, entered the lounge. What a powerful mental oppression. Yuan Tianxin was shocked when he laid eyes on Feng. Meeting the man in person felt massively different than watching Feng on the screen. Although Feng had hidden his weapons and equipment's glow effects and sheathed his aura, Yuan Tianxin, with his bountiful experience, immediately sensed the dangerous atmosphere coming from Feng. This swordsman felt like a dragon lurking in the Water 6 epic items? Upon closer inspection, Yuan Tianxin's lips involuntarily twitched in God's domain. The difference between epic items and dark gold items wasn't limited to their aura effects. There was also a huge difference in the materials used to produce them. Even if Feng tried to hide his items' glow effects, players who were familiar with the materials could easily recognize the item's quality. Yuan Tianxin had researched the various materials available in God's domain precisely to gauge others' strength. After all, there were too many experts who preferred to keep a low profile in God's domain. If he knew how to determine equipment quality, should he come across an independent expert, he might be able to recruit them into the secret pavilion. As for his enemies, he could use this knowledge to gauge their strength and respond appropriately. Uncle Yuan, are you sure? Purple Jade was slightly doubtful when she heard Yuan Tianxin's words. Even their guild leader did not have as many as 6 epic items on him. At most, he had around 3. Epic items were simply too rare. Even Grand Lords rarely dropped them. Hence, even now, she only had 2 epic items. Even so, many of the guild's upper echelons were incredibly jealous of her. Of the 2 epic items, one was a weapon while the other was a pair of shoes. She had obtained the shoes during a fortuitous encounter. However, that encounter had cost her a level and plenty of effort. As for the weapon, the guild had given it to her due to her status as the guild's top genius. Even a genius like Cold Autumn had not received an epic item yet. Feng had 6 epic items. Anyone would question this matter. Do you doubt this old man's judgment? Yuan Tianxin could not help but roll his eyes at Purple Jade. Although he was no match for the little girl in terms of potential, he could rank among the top 5 in the guild when it came to judging item quality. 6 epic items. Is this the secret to Black Flame's strength? As Purple Jade quietly watched Feng approach, her will to challenge the man to a fight was immediately extinguished. Only those who used epic items knew their strength. If 2 combatants had roughly equal combat standards, the one with 6 epic items would trample over the one with only 2. Furthermore, her standards were weaker than Feng's. By challenging him right now, she'd only ask for a beating. After Feng took his seat, and before Yuan Tianxin spoke, he received a message from his guild. Stone Forest Town has been promoted to an intermediate town. Chapter 1105 Golden Cities. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1105 Golden Cities. Yuan Tianxin fell into a daze after he read the message. In intermediate town. Although the secret pavilion had captured many towns, they were all still far from becoming intermediate towns. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Purple Jade asked curiously when she noticed Yuan Tianxin's long stretch of silence. Despite Feng's arrival, Yuan Tianxin finally reacted, returning his gaze to Feng with a perplexed look. Just when he thought that he had uncovered all of Zero Wing's secrets, he felt as if he knew nothing about the guild once again. Did Zero Wing truly lack a background as he had thought? Yuan Tianxin did not respond to Purple Jade's question. Instead, he smiled at Feng and said, I really must congratulate you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Not only did you defeat Blackwater, but you've also promoted Stone Forest Town to an intermediate town. Although Yuan Tianxin smiled, inwardly, he was extremely frustrated now that Zero Wing ruled over an intermediate town. He had no choice but to place greater importance on the guild. An intermediate town occupied far more land than a basic town. It also had more features. If one called Stone Forest Town a mountain of gold when it had been a basic town, then as an intermediate town it was a diamond mountain. Setting aside Stone Forest Town's proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains, its battle arena alone could earn Zero Wing a fortune. Furthermore, plenty of companies would want to open their own virtual shops in the town. Previously, Stone Forest Town was as valuable as 4 or 5 basic towns. The town attracted many companies. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's asking price had been too high, causing many of these companies to shy away. However, now that Stone Forest Town had become an intermediate town, even a fool could see its value. Most likely, Zero Wing's previous conditions would no longer deter companies' investments. Tons of companies would definitely be willing to invest in the town regardless of the cost. Right now, Zero Wing did not lack coins, credits, or players. It had even earned its prestige. Zero Wing's future was limitless at this point. The conditions he had prepared to offer Zero Wing would most likely be of little interest to the guild now. Thank you, Feng replied politely. He then smiled and continued, If you have come to purchase the Magic Tower design, I'm sorry to say that Zero Wing has no intentions of selling it. Guild Leader Black Flame, you jest. The secret pavilion has already given up on purchasing the design. Instead, in exchange for constructing one magic tower for us, we would like to offer you high potential lands in 5 major cities, each with player populations in the millions. How about it? Yuan Tiexin asked. After giving the situation some thought, rather than trying to obtain the magic tower design, he would opt for the next best thing, however. When Purple Jade heard this, she was shocked how valuable were major cities' high potential lands. Exactly. The various large guilds had already bought out these lands. They were impossible to purchase for a reasonable price, yet Yuan Tiexin had just offered 5 of the lands for one magic tower. Your offer is quite tempting. However, I have to refuse, Feng responded. Shaking his head, these 5 plots of land were easily worth 30 or 40,000 gold in total at the moment. Moreover, their value would undoubtedly rise as time passed. Even if he rented these lands out, rather than use them himself, he could earn a hefty sum. However, his magic tower design only had 2 uses left. Among them, he had agreed to reserve one for the Town of Beginnings. Even if he traded the remaining magic tower for 5 high potential lands, the trade wouldn't profit the Candlelight trading firm overmuch. Feng's straightforward rejection stunned both Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade. Obtaining these 5 plots of land was the equivalent of gaining an additional 5 million customers. Even a super guild's guild leader would pause to consider such an offer. Yet Feng had rejected it without blinking. Purple Jade even began to wonder if Feng truly understood these lands' value. Why else would he refuse the offer so decisively? May I know how much Guild Leader Black Flame wants for a tower? Yuan Tiexin asked. Gritting his teeth, the secret pavilion was determined to obtain the magic tower. The guild leader had specifically reiterated this in their conversations. I want lands in these cities. There are a total of 20 locations. I believe the secret pavilion should be capable of obtaining them. Feng then revealed a list of several minor NPC cities. Most of these cities had populations below 100,000, with some as low as 30,000. These cities were also spread out, covering 11 kingdoms and 2 empires. When Yuan Tiexin heard that Feng wanted 20 plots of land, he nearly cursed at the man. However, when he read the list and noticed that all of the names belonged to minor cities, he was stupefied. Even if he added all of the cities' player populations, the total was less than 2 million. Moreover, the lands in these locations did not have much potential. He could not fathom what was going through Feng's mind. However, this was good news for the secret pavilion guild leader Black Flame. Is this all that you want? Yuan Tiexin asked. He doubted that Feng was so generous. Of course not. I still want a 20,000 gold construction fee. Seeing Yuan Tiexin's skepticism, Feng had no choice but to state a more reasonable price. Truthfully, his price was quite high. Even Feng thought that he was ripping off the secret pavilion. Although these 20 plots of land were not particularly expensive, they served a great purpose. However, even if he wanted to buy these lands himself, he could not. Other large and small guilds already occupied them. These guilds would only part with the lands at a reasonable price if an existence like the secret pavilion took action in the past. These land cities had been known as Golden Cities. These cities had earned that name due to their proximity to high-level maps that provided diamond wood. Diamond wood was a rare type of wood in God's domain. It was specifically used to produce high-ranking boats. Even if diamond wood were used to produce a common speedboat, that boat's standards would almost be on the same level as bronze speedboats. Hence, diamond wood had been incredibly popular among the various large guilds and seafaring adventurer teams. Unfortunately, diamond wood was extremely rare. Many kingdoms and empires lacked maps that provided the wood, including Starmoon Kingdom. Now that he had his own medium shipyard, he had to prepare. In the past, he hadn't had this opportunity. Now that the chance was before him, how could he miss it? Lands in these cities had sold for astronomical prices during his previous life. Back then, 50,000 gold had been the bare minimum to purchase one plot of land. Unlike ordinary materials, players could not store the wood meant for crafting boats in their bag space. Rather, players had to transport the wood at its full size. Moreover, even when the wood reached an NPC town or city, it was still considerably troublesome to transport the wood to its final destination. Of course, Players could utilize teleportation arrays to transport the wood. Only, the price of teleporting a single log was far higher than teleporting a player. In the past, the most common transportation method had been transport carriages. However, it would be foolish to transport a single log each trip. Hence, players usually stockpiled the wood before hauling it all at once. However, NPC towns and cities did not permit players to leave piles of items on the streets. If anyone dared to do so, their items would be confiscated immediately. Due to this, the various large guilds had needed warehouses to store the materials. To put it simply, guilds in the past had spent 50,000 gold to purchase warehouses for their diamond wood. Chapter 1106. Advanced Transport Carriage. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1106. Advanced Transport Carriage. An additional 20,000 gold? For a moment, Yuan Tianxin fell into deep thought. Fine. However, once we make the payment, you need to begin the Magic Tower's construction immediately. Although the minor city's 20 plots of land and the 20,000 gold was slightly more expensive than the 5 high-potential lands in major cities, the latter's value had far more space to grow. That's fine. When the deeds for those 20 plots of land and the 20,000 gold arrive, we will begin the tower's construction. Feng hadn't expected Yuan Tianxin to agree to his demands so quickly, although obtaining those lands was a simple task for a super guild. Collecting the 20,000 gold was not. Yuan Tianxin's ability to agree so readily showed that 20,000 gold was nothing to the secret pavilion right now. This caused Feng some regret. If he had known, he would have asked for 30,000 gold. After all, super guilds would undoubtedly invest more than 20,000 gold into a town's defenses. A single defense turret already cost 7,000 gold, roughly the same price of constructing a magic tower if it were built by a master lifestyle player. Meanwhile, a guild would need at least 4 defense turrets to defend a town adequately. Unfortunately, for defense turrets weren't as capable as a single magic tower, following which, Feng and Yuan Tianxin signed an agreement stating that the secret pavilion would complete its part of the deal within 2 days. At that point, Zero Wing would be required to construct a magic tower in Ice Crystal Town within 2 days. Feng was surprised when he saw Ice Crystal Town's name. He had never imagined that the secret pavilion would capture the town. Ice Crystal Town was a border town in the Fire Wing Empire's southwestern region. The town had originally belonged to a dark force, and the majority of the town's NPCs were Tier 2. There were even several Tier 3 NPCs in charge of the town. Even the Fire Wing Empire had to consider actions against the town carefully. However, this town was precisely the reason that the Fire Wing Empire had given up on evicting the dark forces in the area. One could just imagine how difficult it would be for players to raid the town. Although Ice Crystal Town appeared ordinary, it was the closest town to the neutral map, Sunset Mountain Range. As a neutral map, the Sunset Mountain Range did not fall under the influence of any kingdom or empire. The map was also roughly half the size of a kingdom. As no kingdom or empire had ever developed the map, it had far more resources than the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, many races lived in that map. Without the many restrictions that were usually found in kingdoms and empires, many dark forces often operated in the map. Players could also find items there that were not available in kingdoms and empires. Sadly, players couldn't teleport there. They could only travel to the map on their own power. Ice Crystal Town's popularity among players would undoubtedly surpass Stone Forest Town if someone could obtain it. Pioneering the Sunset Mountain Range would be considerably convenient for a guild, as expected of the secret pavilion. It actually managed to secure Ice Crystal Town so early in the game. Feng was fairly envious. The Fire Wing Empire's player population exceeded Star Moon Kingdom's by many times. For players, Stone Forest Town's sole attraction was the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the regional dungeon had a level 50 limit. Once mainstream players exceeded that limit, the town would lose its appeal. On the other hand, the Sunset Mountain Range's limit ranged between level 50 and 120. Ice Crystal Town would be popular in the Fire Wing Empire for a long time. If a magic tower were built in the town, it could easily garner 3 to 5 times more players than Stone Forest Town. However, Feng gave the matter little thought. Zero Wing was only starting to get on the right track. How could it possibly compete with a well-established guild like the Secret Pavilion? Moreover, he had earned a fortune through this transaction. Only he wouldn't see the profits immediately. Once his shipyard officially opened for business, those 20 plots of land would begin to show their true value. The high-level maps near those minor cities had yet to be developed. No one had noticed the benefit of constructing boats with rare wood yet either. Now was the perfect time to purchase diamond wood in bulk. Once he had trained enough lifestyle players, he would have collected enough diamond wood to mass-produce boats, following which Feng bade Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade farewell. White River City's teleportation hall. A constant stream of independent players teleported into White River City. Among them, many immediately set out to inquire about Zero Wing's residence, all of them wishing to join the popular guild Big Sis Reign. Is this really White River City? Blue Phoenix, who wore a black cloak, asked as she observed her surroundings. Elite players wandered throughout the teleportation hall. There were also the members of many large guilds. Among them, there was no lack of level 39 and level 40 experts. Meanwhile, outside the teleportation hall, many players hawked their goods, and their items were just as astonishing, selling a level 35 secret silver plate armor chest piece. Find me for a private chat if interested. Selling a level 40 mysterious iron weapon. Only magic crystals accepted as payment. Watching the players sell weapons and equipment on the street, Blue Phoenix wondered if they had teleported to the wrong place at this stage of the game. Both level 35 secret silver equipment and level 40 mysterious iron weapons were considered high-quality items. Even in Empires, very few players would willingly sell them, yet so many players did just that in White River City. It was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, the various adventurer teams present were the most shocking. Many adventurer teams recruited members to head to the Twin Towers Kingdom. The minimum requirements to join these teams were to be level 39 and a full set of level 35 secret silver equipment. Applicants also had to be capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 4th floor. Players who met these criteria would be considered experts in a large guild. Phoenix Rain was also somewhat surprised. Even in Star Moon City, she hadn't encountered such a busy scene. This was the first time she had heard or seen one of a kingdom's major cities surpass the capital. After leaving the teleportation hall, Phoenix Rain quickly noticed a large number of advanced carriages moving about the streets. Hailing a carriage wasn't easy due to so many players fighting for their own. Why is Yuan Tianxin here? Just as Phoenix Rain was about to climb into an advanced carriage and head to the candlelight trading firm, she discovered 2 players atop mounts stopped before the teleportation hall's entrance. Both the man and the woman wore black cloaks. Although the cloaks prevented others from seeing their IDs and levels, as the two did not hide their appearances, those who knew them could recognize them easily. This was especially true for Phoenix Rain. When Phoenix Rain saw Yuan Tianxin enter the teleportation hall in such a hurry, her expression shifted. Yuan Tianxin was one of the secret pavilion's upper echelons. He was even one of the guild leader's closest confidants. Very few matters warranted a personal visit from him. The only reason she could think of that would demand Yuan Tianxin's attention was Zero Wing. How many secrets does Zero Wing have? Phoenix Rain could not help but reveal a bitter smile, following which Phoenix Rain dispelled the thought as she made her way to the candlelight trading firm. Shortly after Yuan Tianxin left, Feng called Melancholic Smile to meet him. Of the 2 designs Lancelot had dropped, one was a town design, while the other was for a transport carriage design. Chapter 1107. New Product Launch. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1107. New Product Launch. Over 20 advanced forgers and engineers stood inside one of Candlelight's special forging rooms. These advanced lifestyle players had come at Feng's Collis. Advanced lifestyle players. They were highly valued and had high statuses in any guild. However, when these 20-plus advanced lifestyle players entered the room, they all fell silent, fully focused on the ancient design spread out on the table. Guild leader, this is... Melancholic Smile rubbed her eyes, not daring to believe what she saw. The advanced transport carriage. Ordinary players might not have much use for this item, but to a manager of a trading firm, it was incredibly important to her. The advanced transport carriage was worth far more than the bronze engineering locomotive. Not only could the advanced transport carriage transport a large group of players, but it could also transport more goods than the ordinary carriages that NPCs sold. Many important items in God's domain couldn't be stored in a player's bag space. Players were required to carry such items by themselves. The carriages NPCs sold or rented out could only support a few players. Even a bronze carriage could only carry 5 people at a time. And while a bronze carriage could carry plenty of items in its bag space, it could only carry a maximum of 10 items that couldn't be stored in a bag space. Most importantly, these carriages could only travel on official trade routes, which greatly limited their uses. Transport carriages, however, were different. As player-crafted items, they did not have many road restrictions. The basic transport carriage could already hold up to 10 players. In addition, its bag space was larger than NPC bronze carriages, and it could carry up to 30 non-bag items. It was also faster. Normally, non-bag items were very valuable, regardless of whether the items were for an NPC or to sell to other players elsewhere. Delivering such goods was the easiest way to make a profit. Merchant players would even fight over basic transport carriages if they were available on the market, much less advanced transport carriages. The advanced transport carriage could carry up to 20 people. Needless to say, its bag space was leaps and bounds larger than the bronze carriage. Could also carry up to 60 non-bag items. As for its speed, it could compete with mysterious iron mounts. If the Candlelight trading firm could use advanced transport carriages, even if they didn't sell products and focused on logistics, they could make a fortune. Hence, how could Melancholic Smile contain her excitement? You've seen the design for yourselves. I hope that you start producing them quickly. As for the key material, I'll try to think of a way to obtain what you need. For now, start producing whichever parts you can. Feng instructed, chuckling at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. While the advanced transport carriage was amazing, its required materials were extremely rare. The Candlelight trading firm might be able to procure most of the required materials, but the main material, green ebony, was extremely difficult to acquire. Even Feng could only think of a few places that produced this wood. Moreover, these locations were all very high-level maps. Even the lowest-leveled location was a level 60 map called Crying Ghost Ridge. Unfortunately, it was a neutral map, a forbidden land for current players. Only Tier 2 players would dare to grind there. However, for the advanced transport carriages, Feng intended to make the trip. If he had transport carriages, he could open trade routes from Stone Forest Town to other NPC towns sooner than he had planned. Following which, Feng had the advanced lifestyle players research the advanced transport carriages components, while he instructed Melancholic Smile to stay behind. After the others left, Feng looked to Melancholic Smile and asked, "What's the situation with the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms?" Before the war, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms had waged a crazy price war with the Candlelight, hoping to push Candlelight out of Star Moon Kingdom's market while they whittled down Zero Wing's financial strength. Now that Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had suffered such a massive defeat, the two guilds would take some sort of action. This was especially true since Zero Wing urgently needed money. As you've guessed, they have reduced their prices again. They've dropped their light stones prices in particular. Right now, they're selling each light stone for only 30 copper. They aren't even trying to cover their production cost now. Melancholic Smile slowly reported. For current players, light stones were a must-have item. They were also the Candlelight trading firm's most competitive product. Now that the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms have lowered their prices to 30 copper, one could see how much the two trading firms hated Candlelight. At 30 copper, Blackwater and Heavenly couldn't even cover their production costs. Candlelight trading firm, however, could still make a profit due to their many advanced forgers. In addition, due to the special forging rooms, powerful flames, and other support tools, Candlelight's production cost for light stones was only 20 copper. Since they want to play, let's humor them until the end. Sell the light stones for 25 copper each. We'll also start selling the exotic stamina potions. Feng did not feel anything in particular about this situation. He had long since prepared for the day when the light stones would no longer be profitable. After all, the light stones were a common product in God's domain. He was satisfied with the fortune he had already made off of them. Meanwhile, the exotic stamina potion he was about to launch was different. Candlelight had exclusive rights over the exotic stamina potion's recipe. This price was also within ordinary players' budgets. This was definitely a must-have potion. Most importantly, this potion would become popular among gathering players. One of players' main sources of income in God's domain was gathering raw materials. However, players consumed far more stamina when gathering materials than in boss battles. Moreover, the rarer a material was, the more stamina players would consume. This resulted in frequent force breaks and limited gathering times. Once they released the exotic stamina potion, Feng refused to believe that players, who preferred to gather materials rather than fight monsters, would pass this new product by. I'll get it done right away. Melancholic Smile nodded excitedly. The Blackwater and Heavenly trading firm's actions had irritated her. Now that they were about to launch the exotic stamina potion, She wanted to see how those two trading firms planned to compete with Candlelight, following which, Melancholic Smile reorganized the layout of the Candlelight trading firm's first-floor hall, setting up a counter specifically for the exotic stamina potion. The new counter immediately garnered the attention of many players. Leader, look over there. Candlelight seems to have launched a new product. Let's head over and take a look. Immediately, a large crowd gathered around the first floor's new counter. Crap. Isn't this potion a little too amazing? It can actually recover stamina. Chapter 1108. 10 people. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1108. 10 people. When the crowd read the exotic stamina potion's description, excitement shone in their eyes as one of the major hidden attributes. Stamina played a massive large role in players' everyday lives. However, it was very limited. Leader, we hit the jackpot this time. This stamina potion is perfect for the Silent Swamp. With this potion, we won't have any problems reaching the swamp's core. A level 38 berserker exclaimed through his team chat. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's take a look at the price first. If it's too expensive, I'd rather stick to grinding in the swamp's outer region. A level 39 shield warrior replied. However, although his tone was indifferent, anticipation flashed in his eyes. Inwardly, he hoped that the exotic stamina potion was too expensive. The Silent Swamp was a level 40 to level 50 high-resource map. However, as this map was a swamp, players consumed a lot of stamina while moving through it. Moreover, the deeper one ventured into the swamp, the more stamina they consumed. Hence, the various large guilds had avoided sending members there to level up. This provided an excellent opportunity for independent players like themselves to make money and level up quickly. Previously, on their team's first trip to the Silent Swamp, they discovered that the map was a land of treasures. They frequently came across rare minerals and herbs. Although there were a lot of monsters there, if one were careful, they could walk away with a significant harvest. Unfortunately, during this period, more players headed to the Silent Swamp, causing their income from the swamp's outer area to plummet. Yet they couldn't venture into the inner and core regions as their stamina consumption would be too severe. If they encountered monsters with nearly depleted stamina, they would undoubtedly suffer a team wipe. However, if they took too many breaks, they wouldn't get far, and their harvest would be quite small. If they could use this exotic stamina potion, they could reach the swamp's core and its abundant resources. At that time, their daily income would skyrocket. Their team would also be able to gather enough money to equip everyone with mounts. By then, they would earn the other adventurer team's envy. As this level 39 shield warrior was occupied with his thoughts, the other independent players surrounding the counter calculated their own potential gains and losses quickly. Look, the pre-sale price is out. Did Candlelight list the wrong price? There must be a mistake. How can the exotic stamina potion be this cheap? The players in the hall cried out in shock when they saw the pre-sale price. The mana mixture the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms sold only had a duration of 2 hours. The exotic stamina potion, on the other hand, lasted 10 hours. Moreover, unlike the mana mixture, which only increased the user's maximum mana by 10%, the exotic stamina potion increased the user's maximum stamina by 10% and increased stamina recovery rate by 80%. One exotic stamina potion was roughly the equivalent of 5 mana mixtures, yet it only cost 10 silver coins per bottle. It was much cheaper than the mana mixture. How could they believe this? However, even after some time, the NPC manning the counter did not change the price. This situation drove everyone crazy as they panted and stared at the exotic stamina potion sales timer. There were 30 minutes until the exotic stamina potion went on sale. However, none of these players showed any indication of stepping away from the counter. They lined up and waited for the potion sale. They also contacted their party and team members in secret to gather more money. As players continued to notify others about the exotic stamina potion, news of the potion quickly spread like wildfire. Immediately, it caused a commotion in White River City. To gathering players and players who spent a long time in the fields adventuring, the exotic stamina potion was a godsend. The exotic stamina potion? I never expected Candlelight to sell something like this. With this, we won't have any problems in the ancient ruins in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Send someone to buy the potions immediately. Buy as many as you can. The various guild elite teams preparing to head to the Twin Towers Kingdom promptly made their way to the Candlelight trading firm. After receiving the news, the relatively calm Candlelight trading firm instantly boomed with business. Meanwhile, Sitting in the candlelight trading firm's second-floor lounge, Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were shocked over this situation. Big Sis Rain. Zero Wing is amazing. Despite all the effort we've put into gathering information, we have yet to find any items capable of stamina recovery. Yet Zero Wing is about to put one up for sale. Moreover, it's so cheap. With this, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial must be growling in frustration, Blue Phoenix said, giggling as she watched the players line up in the first-floor hall. One could purchase an exotic stamina potion that lasted for 10 hours for just 10 silver coins. That was the equivalent of paying 1 silver per hour. Even ordinary players could afford this. Ordinary players earned a limited income. Aside from spending their money on necessary items, if ordinary players wish to level up quickly or gather more herbs and minerals, they could buy the exotic stamina potion. However, if these players bought the exotic stamina potion, they wouldn't have any money to spend elsewhere for a while. With this, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's price reductions to attract more customers were now useless. Nodding in agreement, Phoenix Rain said, Zero Wing has indeed grown a lot stronger. It's a pity that we don't have much time left. Otherwise, they could help me win the battle on Thunder Island. She had 2 matters to discuss with Zero Wing this time. The first regarded the Dark Arena. The Azura Battle Team's next match had been decided, and it would be held tomorrow afternoon. Once the match was over, the Dark Arena would host a large-scale auction. Based on what she had heard so far, all sorts of precious and valuable items would be up for sale. The second matter regarded Thunder Island. Currently, the competition over Thunder Island grew more intense with each passing day. More guilds were starting to reach for Thunder Island. In fact, Nine Dragons Emperor had even employed his family's influence for this matter. Although she, too, had used her family's influence, she still faced many difficulties regarding the island. Hence, she planned to borrow some of Zero Wing's members to assist Eros. Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix conversed. Feng entered the lounge. What a powerful mental oppression. Blue Phoenix was shocked when Feng joined them. She had always been curious about the strength of Zero Wing's guild leader. Now that she was meeting the man in person, it would seem that the rumors about him were true. The powerful mental oppression she felt from Feng made her feel somewhat strangled. Rather than a player, Feng felt like a humanoid monster. Phoenix Rain, however, was not particularly surprised. She had watched the video of Feng's battle in Stone Forest Town. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered with a personal trip to the candlelight trading firm. May I know why the Phoenix Pavilion Master suddenly requests my attention? Have they announced the competition's official date? Feng asked after taking his seat, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Although the Azura Battle Team's opponents had been decided some time ago, the competition's date had been a mystery. This competition in the Dark Arena was incredibly important to him as more major corporations took part in the Dark Arena. The bets on each match would increase. At this point, it shouldn't be difficult for a winning team to walk away with 20 or 30,000 gold to Zero Wing, which urgently needed funds. The Dark Arena was an invaluable source of income. Yuri half correct. The competition will take place at 10 p.m. tomorrow in the Flame Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. I'm also here to borrow 10 players from Zero Wing. Chapter 1109, Holy Land at Sea. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1109, Holy Land at Sea. Borrow some of our players. Feng gave Phoenix Rain the Dragon. Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. The pavilion recruited a large number of members each year, and they had tons of guild-nurtured experts. Yet that same Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had sought him out to borrow manpower. This was inconceivable. That's right. I wish to borrow 10 people to help me with a task. Once the task is complete, I will pay you 5,000 magic crystals. If the task fails, I will pay 1,000 crystals. Of course, I will offer additional compensation should any deaths occur during my loan, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she nodded. May I know what guild leader Black Flame thinks of this? Normally, when hiring experts to help with a quest, payment was in the form of either credits or coins. An ordinary expert would only cost several gold to hire, while even Apex experts only cost around 100 gold. Meanwhile, she had offered magic crystals as payment. Magic crystals were far more valuable than coins. It was a hard currency. The various large guilds already treated magic crystals as a strategic resource. They might be able to purchase 10 or 20 magic crystals from independent adventurer teams or small workshops, But when the numbers climbed into the triple digits, it was practically impossible to find enough on the market. 5,000 magic crystals was a considerable sum for any large guild. Some large guilds didn't even have so many magic crystals in their warehouses now. By loaning 10 of its experts, Zero Wing could potentially earn 5,000 magic crystals. This was definitely a tempting offer. Phoenix Pavilion Master, can you reveal the details of the task? Feng was indeed tempted after listening to the offer. Aside from running a guild, his goal in establishing the Zero Wing workshop was to accept commissions. However, requests like Phoenix Reigns were rare. That's fine. The task is very simple. I just need Zero Wing's members to defend an ancient tower on Thunder Island, preventing anyone else from capturing it. As Thunder Island is a very special place, only a very limited number of players can be there at a time. When the time comes, our enemies won't be able to dispatch much manpower. It would be a miracle if they could send 20 or 30 players. As long as Zero Wing's members defend their assigned tower until the pavilion's main force captures a monster encampment, the task will be a success. Phoenix Reign explained after giving the matter some thought. News of Thunder Island had long since been spread among God's domain's superpowers. It was no big secret currently. To secure a larger share of Thunder Island, the various superpowers were recruiting helpers from all over the place. Some had even hired extremely powerful independent players. This was all due to the unique conditions to capture Thunder Island. It was not an issue that could be resolved with a large army. Rather than quantity, one needed quality. Hence, she was asking for Zero Wing's help. Zero Wing had performed magnificently in the Dark Arena. Its members definitely qualified to take part in the battle on Thunder Island. In addition, she had found plenty of Apex experts elsewhere. Although she might not occupy Thunder Island exclusively, she should have no problems taking control of a small portion. When the initial skirmish was over, her next step would be to fight the other super guilds slowly. Thunder Island. Information about Thunder Island immediately surfaced in Feng's mind. Thunder Island was in an extremely dangerous sea zone. That zone was known as the Sea of Death. One could find plenty of treasures and fortuitous encounters in the Sea of Death. There were even numerous ancient ruins in the zone. The abundant resources in the sea zone surpassed imagination. Thus, many maritime adventurer teams often explored the Sea of Death. Meanwhile, the only location in the Sea of Death that players could reside in was Thunder Island. As for the other islands in the sea zone, players couldn't survive on them for long periods. Once the night sky covered the Sea of Death, a large number of underwater monsters appeared. There were simply too many of these monsters for players to contend with. Thunder Island was only an exception because the island received thunder and lightning all year round. Even after night arrived, sea monsters couldn't reach the island. Thunder Island became a safe haven of sorts in the Sea of Death. As a result, bloodbaths had been a constant on Thunder Island in the past. The various superpowers in God's domain all wanted Thunder Island for themselves. However, it was not that easy to occupy Thunder Island. In the past, not one of these superpowers had controlled the entire island. In the end, various superpowers jointly operated the Holy Land at sea. Feng had visited the island many times in the past. Unfortunately, as his guild had been too weak, they had never qualified to establish a small base in this Holy Land. He had been forced to travel to Thunder Island by boat each time he visited. Feng had not expected the war over Thunder Island to begin so soon in this life. This task won't last very long. It'll be over in a day or so. Phoenix Reign added after Feng had remained silent. Capturing Thunder Island was different from ordinary towns, where things would end once the target town was captured. In order to gain authority over the town on Thunder Island, one needed to capture monster encampments. The more encampments one captured, the more authority one could utilize. If one captured all of the monster encampments on Thunder Island, they would obtain the highest authority on the island. Meanwhile, this authority contest occurred once a month, with each contest lasting 8 hours. Moreover, during the day of the contest, Thunder Island would be enveloped in an ancient magic array. If one wished to set foot on the island during that time, they needed an entry pass. Without the entry pass, players would be automatically transported off of Thunder Island. Each entry pass allowed up to 10 people to enter the island and could be obtained by killing bosses in the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death was already an extremely dangerous sea zone. It was home to plenty of sea monsters, and these monsters were much stronger than the monsters found on land. The chances of a team wipe were even highly likely when sailing through the Sea of Death, not to mention when hunting bosses in the zone currently. The various superpowers were doing their best to find and kill bosses. They had suffered immense losses as a result. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was no exception thus. The entry passes were exceedingly precious. These superpowers could not invite ordinary experts to take part in the contest. They would take as many Apex experts to the island as they could. Only by doing so could they utilize the entry passes to their fullest potential. After pondering the situation for some time, Feng looked at Phoenix Rain and asked, "May I know how many entry passes Phoenix Pavilion Master has right now?" Hearing Feng's question, both Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were stunned. The various superpowers were keeping a tight lid on the entry passes. They had never imagined that Zero Wing would know about this as well. However, when Phoenix Rain thought back to her encounter with Yuan Tianxin, she understood. Although the secret pavilion was not one of the superpowers contesting over Thunder Island, the latter possessed a powerful information network. It was not all that surprising that Feng knew about the entry passes. Your information network cannot be underestimated. I won't hide it from you. I currently have slightly over 20 passes. In other words, I can bring over 200 people to compete for prominence on the island, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. Are you interested in a piece of this pie as well? Although she would not underestimate Zero Wing, those involved were God's domain superpowers. They were on an entirely different level compared to Zero Wing. With how few experts Zero Wing employed, the guild would not survive long on Thunder Island. Chapter 1110. Contesting over Monster Encampments. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1110. Contesting over Monster Encampments. Feng shook his head when he heard Phoenix Rain's question. Contrary to Phoenix Rain's assumption, he was not particularly interested in Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain found Feng's response reasonable. If Feng truly understood the situation on Thunder Island, then he knew how fierce the upcoming contest would be. There were already 3 super guilds participating in the contest, not to mention super first-rate guilds. Moreover, the upcoming fights wouldn't be minor. These guilds were dispatching all of their top players. Every one of these existences wanted authority over Thunder Island. This way, they could temporarily establish a guild transfer point and set up a foundation to explore the Sea of Death. After all, the Sea of Death was quite far from the main continent. Even if players traveled from the nearest coastal town on a speedboat, they would have to sail for over a day to reach the Sea of Death. On their way to Thunder Island, players would also have to venture through a dangerous sea zone. One also needed a sufficiently powerful naval fleet to participate in the contest. Sea monsters were more powerful than land monsters, not to mention boss-ranked sea monsters. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had to sacrifice a large number of elites and experts to kill one such boss. They could easily lose up to 30 ships during one of these raids. Even first-rate guilds could not afford such a loss, yet even after so many sacrifices they would only obtain 1 or 2 entry passes to Zero Wing, which didn't have a naval foundation. It would likely lose far more than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion if it tried to join this contest. Give me 20 slots. I can help you defend 2 ancient towers. My price is 20,000 magic crystals and 1 temporary transfer point. If we fail, I won't charge a single coin. I also won't require any compensation for deaths. Feng said after giving the matter some thought. It was very difficult to occupy the monster encampments on Thunder Island. The monsters in these encampments depended on the players on the island. These monsters were generally chieftain rank and above. Before players reached Tier 2, the bosses defending these encampments would be fixed as Grand Lords. Including the risk of ambushes by other guilds, the difficulty of capturing an encampment was obvious at a glance. Most importantly, the monsters in these encampments had extremely high defense and magic resistance. It was not possible to raid these encampments normally. One needed the ancient towers buffs to lower the difficulty. Meanwhile, the more ancient towers one occupied, the easier it would become to deal with these monsters. However, Thunder Island had a limited number of ancient towers. The various large guilds would definitely dispatch their men to take these towers over, although they would only send a small number of players to do so. After all, the monster encampments were the most important targets. To secure an ancient tower, one would generally dispatch 15 to 20 players, and these guilds usually attempted to occupy 3 or 4 towers. Once they did, with their expert strength, they could take down a monster encampment with roughly 100 players. His offer to defend 2 ancient towers would undoubtedly relieve some of the burden on Phoenix Rain. She would have an additional 10 players to help her occupy a monster encampment to secure 2 ancient towers? Phoenix Rain fell into deep thought to solidify their hold on the ancient towers. She had previously decided to dispatch 20 players to each tower. Her plan was to send 60 players to capture 3 ancient towers. The other 100-plus players she had would be more than enough to capture an encampment. This was her most conservative plan. Ideally, she wanted to capture 2 encampments. However, this was simply too difficult if what Feng said was true and he could maintain 2 ancient towers with just 20 players. She could save an additional 20 players for herself. If she put more efforts into expanding her fleet, she might even obtain 2 or 3 more entry passes before the day of the contest. By then, she would have a chance of obtaining 2 monster encampments. Only, Feng's transfer point condition was somewhat difficult to agree to for each monster encampment one captured on Thunder Island. They would earn 2 temporary guild transfer points in the town. She had already promised 1 transfer point to another large guild that had agreed to assist her. If not for said large guild, she would not have obtained so many entry passes in the first place if she accepted Feng's offer. She had to secure 2 monster encampments, however. There were too many uncertainties moreover. Phoenix Rain found it hard to believe that Zero Wing had so many powerful experts capable of defending 2 ancient towers with just a team of 20. Is there some issue? Feng could not help but ask as he watched Phoenix Rain ponder his offer guild leader Black Flame. To tell you the truth, each captured monster encampment only provides 2 temporary guild transfer points. Among them, I have already promised 1 to the Firmament Guild. Although Firmament is only a first-rate guild, the guild has been developing its maritime strength. Currently, its navy is even stronger than many super first-rate guilds. If not for them, I wouldn't have obtained so many entry passes. To begin with, Phoenix Rain explained Firmament. Feng recalled the guild from his past. The Firmament Guild was indeed an overlord at sea. Firmament had occupied 2 coastal NPC cities, which had populations in the millions very early in the game. These 2 cities served as the foundation for the guild to develop its maritime strength. In addition, Firmament had focused on developing its navy. Although overall it was significantly weaker than super first-rate guilds, battles at sea did not rely on guild experts. The quantity and quality of the guild's ships also played a major role. In the past, even some super guilds had not been a match for Firmament's combat power at sea. It was no wonder why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had managed to obtain so many entry passes. Despite having recently begun its naval development, when will Thunder Island's contest begin? Feng asked. The contest will begin in 7 days. However, traveling to the island takes a full day, so we only have 6 days to prepare. Phoenix Rain replied as she gave Feng a quizzical look. She didn't understand why Feng had asked such a question. 7 days should be enough, Feng said, laughing. Phoenix Pavilion Master, how about I make you another offer? Give me 60 slots. As long as your side can hold 3 ancient towers, my side will capture a monster encampment for you. In return, I want 100,000 magic crystals or lands of equivalent value in addition to 1 temporary transfer point. What do you think? When Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix heard Feng's new proposal, they stared at him in shock. They both believed that Feng was insane, while 100,000 magic crystals was not a problem for them. They simply did not understand where Feng found his confidence to make such a bold claim based on her estimation. Under the assumption that they could capture 3 ancient towers as planned, capturing a monster encampment required at least 100 apex experts. Although the guild seemed full of experts too, ordinary players, in the eyes of superpowers, Zero Wing only had around 10 truly capable experts. How was Feng going to fill the 50 remaining slots? Even if he could dispatch another 50 capable experts, it was impossible to capture a monster encampment with just 60 players. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you originally planned to capture only 1 encampment, right? You should know that the likelihood of capturing a second is quite low. Even if you allow Zero Wing to fight for the second encampment, I'm sure you won't suffer much loss. If you are still not sure, I can sign an agreement. If Zero Wing fails to secure the second encampment, we will pay 100,000 magic crystals. How about it? Chapter 1111, Improving Strength. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1111 Improving Strength. Feng's words stunned Phoenix Rain, and Blue Phoenix, 100,000 magic crystals was not a small amount. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not casually play with such a large amount. They never thought that Feng would be so confident of capturing a monster encampment, however. Even after watching Feng for a long moment, neither of them saw any signs of anxiety. Feng had remained extremely calm the entire time after giving the matter some thought. Phoenix Rain said, "Since Guild Leader Black Flame is so confident, I will agree to your conditions." Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix could not help but turn to Phoenix Rain in shock, setting aside Zero Wing's confidence in capturing a monster encampment. Losing 60 slots would be a major problem for the Phoenix Pavilion. They only had 21 entry passes. After deducting Zero Wing's 60 players and the 60 players required to defend the ancient towers, they only had 90 remaining slots. Even if they were lucky and obtained another 3 passes in the next few days, attempting to capture a monster encampment with only 120 experts was risky in the off chance that Zero Wing failed and their side was targeted by other guilds. It was possible that they might end up with nothing at all if they followed their original plan. However, they could gain at least 1 monster encampment. Don't worry. I understand the risks. Phoenix Rain did not bother to explain herself to Blue Phoenix. She signed an agreement with Feng as long as Zero Wing captured a monster encampment and secured it until the end of the contest. Phoenix Rain would pay 100,000 magic crystals and 1 temporary guild transfer point on Thunder Island after both sides signed the contract. Phoenix Rain left the lounge with Blue Phoenix. As they climbed into the advanced carriage, Blue Phoenix couldn't hold it in any longer. Big Sis Rain, isn't this move a little too risky? 9 Dragons Emperor's group is capable of taking at least 1 monster encampment down. If we end up with nothing, we won't have leverage against 9 Dragons Emperor. Phoenix Rain was clearly able to reach a draw with 9 Dragons Emperor, yet she had intentionally chosen a more dangerous path. This was completely different from how Phoenix Rain normally operated. Blue, what you're saying is correct. If we follow according to the original plan, we could end in a draw, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. However, even if Black Flame hadn't suggested such a risky endeavor, when the time came, I would have split our forces to capture 2 monster encampments. I wonder if Black Flame suggested such a crazy plan because he predicted my intentions. In any case, I won't lose anything by agreeing to his proposal. On the contrary, Zero Wing will share the price of failure with us, but that price is more severe for them. Moreover, I am also very curious as to why Black Flame is so confident of taking down a monster encampment with just 60 Zero Wing members. Phoenix Rain's words rendered Blue Phoenix speechless. Phoenix Rain had made such a risky decision simply to sate her curiosity. How was she any different from Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? In the quiet second-floor lounge in the Candlelight Trading Firm, shortly after Phoenix Rain left, 2 unparalleled beauties entered the room, confusion and helplessness filling their eyes as they gazed at Feng guild leader. This is a battle between God's domain's superpowers. Their strength is on an entirely different level. Aren't we taking too large of a risk for 100,000 magic crystals? Aqua Rose asked, her head aching before encountering the secret pavilion's simulation training system. She had assumed that there was only a small difference between first-rate guilds and super guilds. However, after training in the system for some time, she finally realized that super guilds were in an entirely different world of the secret pavilion's trainees currently in the simulation training system. A large number were already in the refinement realm. One could just imagine how many refinement realm experts the secret pavilion had, much less other super guilds. In comparison, excluding Feng, Zero Wing only had 3 people in the refinement realm. Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Gentle Snow. While this might be a powerful force in first-rate guilds, this was a paltry amount in the eyes of super guilds. Of course, aside from combat standards, other factors also affected battles with other players such as combat experience, weapons, equipment, skills, and various tools. Why would super guilds' apex experts lack any of these? In the end, the battles would come down to combat standards. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement with Aqua Rose's views. Initially, she had been astonished. She had never imagined that not only did Zero Wing possess a close relationship with the secret pavilion, but even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion master had traveled so far to seek the guild's aid. Superpowers upper echelons like these even looked down on the guild leaders of first-rate guilds. Although only a single rank separated the two guilds, interactions between them were unheard of. Someone of Phoenix Rain's rank making a personal visit to anything less than a super first-rate guild was practically a dream. Don't we have 7 days? Feng shrugged nonchalantly. I just so happen to be free for the moment. I'll help you all train for a bit. Train? Really? Guild leader, you must keep your word. All right? Gentle Snow was confused. Aqua Rose, who stood beside her, however, rejoiced when she heard this. Every time Feng took them out to grind monsters, not only would their levels rise rapidly, but if they were lucky, they would also get to upgrade their already excellent weapons and equipment. The guild's core members always hoped that Feng would lead them, however. We can't have too many people this time. It is very dangerous where we are going. We'll take a team of 20 at most. I understand. Upon hearing Feng's instructions, Aqua Rose immediately began to contact the other members since Feng's goal was to help improve the guild's top combatants. She only contacted the top-ranking players within the guild. Among them were the 10 Azura Battle team members and the top players from Gentle Snow's team, as well as Alluring Summer. Once they formed the 20-man team, Feng led the team to White River City's teleportation hall, teleporting to the closest town to Ghost Forest Town near the Crying Ghost Ridge. Crying Ghost Ridge was a neutral map between the Black Dragon Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. Although Ghost Forest Town was a border town, it was void of players. The nearby maps were all level 60 and above. The monsters here were simply too high-leveled for current players. If one did not wield weapons or equipment that had the Ignore level attribute, grinding here was impossible. Furthermore, monsters past level 50 underwent a qualitative transformation. Even level 50 common monsters were significantly stronger than level 45 elite monsters, much less level 60 monsters. It also took nearly 14 hours to reach the Crying Ghost Ridge from Ghost Forest Town on foot. Players simply had no reason to visit the town, however. When Feng's team arrived in the town's teleportation hall, they discovered another team of players. Moreover, every player within this team was very high-leveled. They were all level 40 and above. Their weapons and equipment were also off the charts. Most frighteningly, these people were all independent players. The instant Feng's group appeared, these players all shifted their gaze towards Feng and his team. Their cold killing intent could be felt from over 100 yards away. Chapter 11-12 Midnight Tea Party. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 11-12 Midnight Tea Party. Why would anyone else come here? A robust guardian knight carrying a round white shield on his back frowned when Feng's group appeared in the teleportation array. Leader, could they be here for the Fallen Ark as well? A female cleric asked worriedly. A beautiful woman wearing luxurious purple robes looked towards Feng's group of cloaked players and said nonchalantly, "They shouldn't be. We rushed over here as soon as we received the message. Moreover, without the key, going there is useless. If they have any ill intentions, we can simply wipe them out." I guess you're right. If they wish to take action, we can use the opportunity to test our new weapons and equipment. Another member said. Laughing, Feng was also surprised when he noticed the team a short distance away, chatting merrily. He hadn't expected to find other players here at this stage of the game. Guild leader, those players are really strong. Fire Dance commented when she saw the independent players, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes, although the other party only had 20 players. From their movements and auras, Fire Dance could tell that these people's combat standards were very high. These players were no weaker than the apex experts she had previously encountered, and this team had 20 such experts. Normally, only super guilds were capable of forming such a team, yet these players were all independent with such strength. Why have I never heard these people's names before? Gentle Snow was similarly shocked. She had previously been a first-rate guild's guild leader. Naturally, her information network was vast. She had also memorized most of the apex experts in God's domain. However, she had never seen such a powerful independent adventurer team. The most laughable part was that she didn't recognize a single player on that team. From what I can remember, the only adventurer team with this level of strength has to be Owl, the team that joined us in Titan City. When Aqua Rose saw this 20-man team, she could not help but recall Owl. In her opinion, Owl was one of the most powerful adventurer teams in God's domain. She had never imagined that she would encounter another team of such caliber. Guild leader, Should we make their acquaintance? Independent teams were different from guilds. They might be able to recruit this adventurer team to Zero Wing. Even if they failed to do so, it wouldn't hurt to know such a powerful adventurer team. In the event that they needed more manpower in the future, they could request these independent players' help. After all, Apex experts were extremely rare in God's domain. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement. If they could recruit these players to Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly push the guild to a whole new level. They would also have more confidence in the contest on Thunder Island. Forget it. We have more important matters to deal with right now. We'll get acquainted with them if there is a chance in the future, Feng said, shaking his head. While this adventurer team might be foreign to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, Feng could not be more familiar with them. This adventurer team was the famous Midnight Tea Party. The team maintained a member count of 20 players. In terms of combat power, even super guilds feared them. However, as the Midnight Tea Party did not bother to claim territory of their own and refused to operate under anyone, the various super guilds had tried to recruit the team in the past. Unfortunately, no one ever succeeded. However, what surprised Feng was that he found a familiar face among the group. Endless Scars. Feng had never imagined that the once mythical existence would be a member of the Midnight Tea Party during God's Domain's early stages. If the public had learned of this in the past, everyone would have been shocked. Although members that left the Midnight Tea Party had gone on to their own great achievements in the past, none of them had ever been as successful as Endless Scars. Ranking as the #1 player on the God's Domain experts list meant that Endless Scars had stood at the peak of God's Domain. Yet, when Feng thought about how Endless Scars' status as one of the Blackwater Corporation's representatives, his head started to ache. The Blackwater Corporation's background was extraordinary. If Endless Scars joined Blackwater and became one of its leaders, he did not dare to imagine what kind of future awaited the guild. However, Feng had never heard of Endless Scars joining Blackwater in the past. She had gone solo throughout her entire career in God's Domain, following which, Feng led his team into an NPC shop to stock up on food and beverages. He also had everyone check their inventory for potions and magic scrolls, and he handed these items out to anyone who needed them. After everyone rested, they rode their mounts to the neutral map Crying Ghost Ridge. The journey that typically required 14 hours only took Feng and the others 4. Moreover, the group didn't encounter a single monster attack on their way. Surprising them all, there were level 60+ monsters all over the place, and they were only level 40+ players. The massive level difference would allow monsters to detect them easily, yet none of the monsters attacked them during their journey. What these players did not know was that Feng knew this terrain like the back of his hand. He knew which paths were safe and which were not. In reality, the 14-hour journey included the time players wasted in fights against the local monsters. If one did not have to fight, they could reach the Crying Ghost Ridge in 10 hours if they ran straight there. Stop for a minute. Before us lay the neutral map Crying Ghost Ridge. As the team was about to enter the mountain path before them, Feng halted his team. He then took a Tier 1 group invisibility scroll from his bag and said, "We'll complete the remaining journey on foot. Remember to follow me closely. The monsters here aren't like any you have encountered before. Even the level 60 common monsters here could reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. They have the combat standards to reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor? Are they even monsters?" Blackie could not help his astonishment when recruiting ordinary members. Most large guilds only required players to reach the Trial Tower's 2nd floor. Though Zero Wing standards were slightly higher, with ordinary members needing to reach the 3rd floor, while elite members needed to reach the 4th floor. In other words, any random monster in the Crying Ghost Ridge was as strong as Zero Wing's elite members. However, monsters had much higher attributes than players. If both sides had the same combat standards, monsters could easily kill players. Everyone's relaxed expressions immediately vanished, and they began to move cautiously. At the same time, they were very curious about why Feng had led them to such a dangerous location, following which, Feng activated the group invisibility scroll. As long as they did not attack or receive any attacks, they would remain invisible. The group invisibility scroll's only drawback was that it would reduce the affected player's movement speed to 80%, and its duration was only 10 minutes. Shortly after Feng's team entered the Crying Ghost Ridge, another group of players arrived before the ridge on their horses. "There are too many monsters on the way here. We really are lucky that leader has the Beastmaster's breath as a deterrent. If that other team came this way, they would be stuck fighting those level 60 monsters for hours. By the time they got here, we'd already have the fallen Arkansas. The Midnight Tea Party's members could not help but laugh. They had only braved the journey here because their team leader had the Beastmaster's breath. Otherwise, they would have waited until they reached level 50. Something's not right. Look at those hoof prints. When one of the rangers used his investigation skill, he discovered hoof prints around the mountain path's entrance. He was shocked. The prints look quite fresh, and there are a lot of them. What? Could it be the team we saw in town? Impossible. Chapter 1113, Foreign Races. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1113, Foreign Races. When the Midnight Tea Party's members noticed the hoof prints, their expressions grew tense. The Crying Ghost Ridge was a level 60 to level 75 map. To current players, this place was a forbidden land. If not for their interest in the fallen Ark inside the ridge, they would not have bothered coming here at all. Even if they were trying to avoid contact with large guilds, they would only level and quest in level 55 or so maps. Why wouldn't they be surprised to find hoof prints from other mounted players? Breeze Wine, the Midnight Tea Party's leader, turned to Tia Delicate, pretty assassin in white clothes, and ordered, "Wave, scout ahead and see how many people they have and how far ahead they are." The assassin class was not only skilled in the art of assassination. These players were also talented trackers. If an assassin's tracking skill were a high enough level, they could even determine general information of the other party through their footprints. For example, the white-clothed assassin had leveled her tracking to Tier 1, Level 9. At this stage of the game, an assassin with the skill at Tier 1, Level 2 was already impressive. After all, it was not a commonly used skill. Leave it to me. The pretty assassin called Netherworld Wave nodded. She then jumped off her massive avian mount and checked the hoof prints. As for the rest of the team, they also dismounted and sat to rest. Although they had ridden their mounts the whole way here, several hours of riding was a burden on their stamina. By sitting to rest, they could recover some of the lost stamina. There are 20 sets of prints. It should be a team of level 40 and above players. The prints are less than half an hour old. However, the team's trail disappears after reaching the path's entrance, Netherworld Wave reported. Even after searching for other clues, she could not find a reason for the sudden disappearance. Normally, only invisibility-type skills such as stealth produced such effects. However, why would a group of 20 assassins venture to the Crying Ghost Ridge? Although we don't know why these players are here, we should be careful. As a neutral map, there are plenty of foreign races in Crying Ghost Ridge. If the natives discover us, kill them immediately. If we can't kill them, run. Do not engage in a drawn-out battle. Breeze Wine instructed. Low-ranking mounts cannot hide their tracks, and my Beastmaster's breath is only effective against low-intelligence monsters. It won't be nearly as effective against the races here. From this point on, we'll advance on foot. Following which, the Midnight Tea Party stealthily entered the Crying Ghost Ridge. However, as the team traveled down the narrow mountain path leading into the Crying Ghost Ridge, they discovered a bewildering scene. The area, which had originally been covered with gravel, now looked like the surface of the moon. Craters and corpses of various races littered the ground. There were at least 300 dead scattered in the rubble. It looked like some Great War's forlorn battlefield. What happened here? The female cleric Cloud Yarn's jaw dropped, shock filling her gaze as she stared at 3 ogre corpses that were over 10 meters tall, their bodies bisected. Surrounding these 3 were hundreds of 3 and 5-meter tall ogres. Ogre Gladiator, High Lord. Level 62. HP 0/19, 200, 000. Ogre Warrior, Special Elite. Level 60. HP 0/1, 900, 000. Ogre Shaman, Chieftain. Level 61. HP 0/3, 500, 000. Leader, these ogres seem to have been here to ambush players. However, from the looks of it, the players who passed by earlier must have killed them. Netherworld Wave said as she handed some simple traps she had picked up to Breeze Wine. In God's domain, players weren't the only ones capable of setting traps. Monsters could do so as well. As for foreign races that had higher intelligence than monsters, setting traps was common. though there were differences between the traps the various races set. For example, simple-minded races like ogres were only capable of setting very primitive traps. Perceptive players could easily avoid them. Just who are those players? Breezewine could not help his joy when he saw the ogre corpses. Among the hundreds of ogres, there were 3 level 62 ogre gladiators and over 30 ogre shamans, which were healers. Even their adventurer team would suffer casualties if they fought such a powerful force. However, he could not find a single trace of a player's resurrection on the battlefield. Thank goodness we arrived after those people. Otherwise, we would have had a hard battle, Cloud Yarn said, sighing in relief. Leader, I found the team's tracks. It seems like they're heading towards the Fallen Ark as well. Dark War? A ranger wielding a short bow said as he pointed towards the dead forest ahead of them. This is interesting. Endless Scars smiled faintly as she examined the sword marks on the ogre gladiators. Leader, let's move out. If we waste too much time here, the monsters might respawn. All right, let's go, Breezewind said as he gestured with a hand. The team then followed the tracks. Meanwhile, deep in the Crying Ghost Ridge's dead forest, Feng and the others faced off against an army of trolls. Wave after wave assaulted the team. Meanwhile, the troll shamans standing in the rear continuously healed the troll warriors and chieftain fighting on the front lines. Troll warrior, elite, level 61, HP 650, 000/650, 000. Troll chieftain Great Lord, level 63, HP 42, 000/42, 000/000. Troll Shaman, Chieftain, level 62, HP 3 100, 000/3, 100, 000. Guild Leader, if they continue calling for reinforcements, we won't be able to hold them back. Kola, who held back the Troll Chieftain, shouted. The pressure was intense as he fought the Great Lord. He was only level 43. With a 20-level gap, even though he had an epic shield and the support skills of the demonic Flame Tiger, he felt as if his life were on a roller coaster. Every one of the Troll Chieftain's normal attacks dealt over -19,000 damage, while a skill would deal over -26,000. Meanwhile, he only had slightly over 35,000 HP. If not for the Cleric's Truth Shield and Oracle's protection on him, the Great Lord's skills would have killed him instantly. Wait a little longer. Turtledove and Wumyan, try to lure as many troll warriors away from the chieftain as possible. Feng unhurriedly instructed Guild Leader. There are too many trolls here. If any more join the fray, I'm afraid that we won't be able to deal with them. Gentle Snow felt her chest tighten as she watched more troll warriors join the battle. They could deal with their foes if the monsters were simply level 40+ elites. However, these were level 60+ elite monsters. Furthermore, aside from the abundant EXP, killing these monsters wasn't particularly profitable. The elite and chieftain rank trolls they had already killed had only dropped silver coins and some materials. They hadn't even dropped a piece of mysterious iron equipment almost. Just hold on for a little while longer. Feng did not bother to explain. God's Domain's neutral maps were home to various foreign races, unlike humans. Foreign races were very talented. Some were good with magic, some possessed unmeasured strength, some had acute 5 senses, and some were natural-born warriors. To put it simply, foreign races were much stronger than humans during ancient times. Humans had consistently ranked at the very bottom among the races in God's domain. Humans did not have an edge in combat. However, humans' intelligence was unmatched. The human race had only achieved the prosperity it enjoyed today by accumulating and passing on their knowledge from one generation to the next. Although humans were still no match for archaic species, they had become the race on the continent of God's domain and occupied most of the continent's territories. There were 2 foreign races in Ghost Crying Ridge: ogres and trolls. While ogres wielded boundless strength, they lacked the intelligence to produce weapons that could maximize that strength. Trolls, on the other hand, were very smart. Normally, they would gather wood and stone to forge weapons for battle. Green ebony was among the wood these trolls harvested. Hence, when killing these trolls, there was a chance that green ebony would drop. Of course, players could also search the Crying Ghost Ridge for harvestable green ebony. However, the process was troublesome. Moreover, to Feng and the others, Crying Ghost Ridge was still too dangerous to explore casually. There were many places that they couldn't reach yet. Thus, Feng settled on killing trolls for the wooden fact. He was specifically waiting for the troll chieftain to call for reinforcements so that he would have more troll warriors to kill. Troll warriors were only elite monsters. Their chances of dropping a rare material like green ebony were quite low. At the very least, they needed to kill chieftain-rank trolls for a decent chance of obtaining green ebony guild leader. More trolls have arrived. Minor Wind reported. His expression twisting among the newcomers were 3 Lord-ranked trolls. Chapter 11:14. Advanced Technique. As soon as Minor Wind finished his report, the team heard crashing from the nearby forest as one tree after another fell to the ground. Suddenly, 3 3-meter-tall figures jumped into the clearing. These 3 figures were black-skinned trolls clad in broken armor, each wielding a silver spear. Their blood-red eyes radiated an intense bloodlust roar. The instant the 3 black trolls noticed Feng's group, they bellowed in rage. One of them even swung their spear at a nearby tree, felling the massive tree with a single attack. Even Feng couldn't underestimate their incredible strength. Petrified Troll, Lord. Level 62. HP 8. 200. 000/8. 200. 000. Everyone on the team felt an immense pressure from the petrified trolls. If the trolls were merely level 40 lords, they could hold the monsters back. However, a level 62 lord was many times more powerful than a level 40. On their team, only their MTs could withstand an assault from one of these monsters. No one else could endure their attacks, much less pin them down. These level 62 lords possessed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 4th floor. These petrified trolls' attributes also dwarfed theirs. The same held true for speed. In addition, Lord-ranked monsters were generally resistant to control skills. If they could neither outrun nor control these monsters, just how were they supposed to fight against the petrified trolls? Feng's expression was just as serious as the rest of his team. What rotten luck. It's even capable of summoning petrified trolls. The troll chieftain surprised Feng. Unlike ordinary trolls, petrified trolls had petrification runes carved all over their bodies, which made their skin harder than even steel. They were also monstrously strong. They were famous for being difficult enemies. In the past, players that encountered these petrified trolls generally turned and fled. The 3 petrified trolls didn't give Feng's team much time to react. Without hesitation, they pounced on Kola, who currently held back the troll chieftain. Why are they always targeting me? Glancing at the approaching petrified trolls, Kola activated his Tier 1 Protection Blessing and Last Stand, reducing all incoming damage by 50%, weakening any impact he received, and increasing his maximum HP by 40%. Instantly, his maximum HP rose to 49. 530 pong. 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 3 silver spears struck Kola's Dragonscale shield. One after another. 6, 717-6, 809-6, 784, following which, the troll chieftain brandished its massive red greatsword and slashed at Kola. Tier 3 skill. Stormrage. Quickly adjusting his footwork, Kola lifted his shield just in time to block the attack coming from his side. Meanwhile, the distant violet cloud quickly cast a truth shield on the Guardian Knight. Boom. When the troll chieftain's greatsword crashed into the Dragonscale shield, dazzling sparks flew as a loud boom resounded through the dead forest. Everyone felt the shockwave from the impact. As for Kola, numerous deep cuts ripped apart the ground around him. The truth shield on Kola shattered as the Guardian Knight was thrown, only stopping when he crashed into a large tree. The wood splintered upon impact. 19,678. What a powerful move! Everyone gasped at the power of the troll chieftain's attack. If not for Kola activating Protection Blessing and Last Stand beforehand, he would have died instantly after witnessing this assault. The team finally understood that these trolls were far from ordinary. The trolls could actually coordinate their attacks. It was also obvious that the troll chieftain had already planned this, saving its ultimate move to deal a final blow. Unfortunately for the trolls, Kola was Zero Wings number 1 MT. He wore a Tier 1 set equipment and wielded the epic-ranked Dragonscale shield. In addition, he had 3 advanced mana armor kits equipped. After activating his life-saving skills, he was not that easy to instant kill however. After receiving the 4 Trolls combination attack, Kola had less than 10,000 HP remaining. Feng took a Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Unfurling it and reading the incantation within immediately, the dark blue magic scroll began to activate. 18 ice spears appeared around Feng. He then controlled the frozen spears to attack the Troll Chieftain and the 3 petrified Trolls Tier 2 spell. Ice Wheel. Every one of the 18 ice spears was powerful. If they all hit their mark, even a great lord would suffer severe wounds. However, Feng did not simply use the 18 spears to attack the trolls. Instead, he executed Sword's Orbit with the spears. The 18 spears formed a beautiful star of ice and struck at the 4 trolls. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the spears met the trolls, a series of crashes echoed throughout the clearing. The trolls cried in agony. Guild leader, you're too good to me. You used a Tier 3 magic scroll to save me. Kola released a sigh of relief when he saw the 4 trolls being pushed back. The team's 4 healers hadn't recovered half of his HP yet. If he received another round of attacks, he would have no choice but to activate his final life-saving skill. Now that the 4 trolls had been forced back, he had room to breathe. Who are these people? A 20-man team is actually grinding monsters here. This is insane. That attack should have been from a Tier 3 magic scroll, right? That is simply extravagant. While Feng's team fought the trolls, the Midnight Tea Party watched the battle from above the distant forest. They were curious as they observed Feng's team of 20 cloaked players in battle. No, that should have been an elementalist's Tier 2 spell. Ice Wheel, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. She glanced at the petrified trolls, which had been forced back by over 20 yards, and the Troll Chieftain, which had taken 6 steps back, and said, however, the magic scroll's user is very powerful. He managed to incorporate the spell with some kind of special technique, allowing the Tier 2 Ice Wheel to display the might of a Tier 3 spell. That's not possible, right? We're talking about a magic scroll. It is already extremely difficult to incorporate skills with combat techniques, not to mention enhancing a skill's power to such a degree. The assassin, Netherworld Wave, could not bring himself to believe Endless Scars. However, the latter was an elementalist and far more familiar with magic-type skills than himself. Moreover, in terms of combat techniques, Endless Scars was unmatched in their adventure team. That person did incorporate a combat technique into Ice Wheel. However, his technique is so advanced that even I can't discern any clues on how he achieved it. Breeze Wine, the team's leader, said, confirming Endless Scars' claim. Among the experts I've encountered, that player can rank in the top 3. What? Is he even human? Cloud Yarn could not help but blink as she stared at the distant Feng. This was the first time she had heard their team leader praise someone to such a degree. At this moment, the ranger, Dark War, who had been paying attention to the battle, recaptured his teammates' attention. Look, that player is about to make a move. The Midnight Tea Party's players immediately returned their gazes to Feng. Fire, coordinate with snow and lure one of the petrified trolls away. Leave the remaining 2 to me, Feng commanded. Chapter 11:15. Violent Team. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 11:15. Violent Team. As soon as Feng finished speaking, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow exploded into action. Fire Dance immediately used shadow steps to appear behind one of the petrified trolls, which was over 20 yards away. With a 360-degree spin, she thrust 1,000 transformations through the petrified troll's armor, penetrating the Lord's backstab. A damage of -9,216 appeared above the petrified troll's head, and it screamed in agony. The troll spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Although the petrified troll tried to retaliate, Fire Dance quickly followed up with a light slash at its back, the sharp 1,000 transformations easily cutting through the petrified troll's body like a hot knife through butter. Not only did Fire Dance's Bisect inflict a 30-second bleeding debuff, but the Lord was also paralyzed, unable to fight for a short time, following which, Fire Dance executed Absolute Strike, transforming into a streak of black light that lanced through the petrified troll. The instant she reformed on the other side of the troll, she thrust 1,000 transformations at the Lord's heart 5-star Eviscerate. Immediately, the impact sent the petrified troll falling backward, 2 damages over -10,000 appearing above the Lord's head. The petrified troll had no defense against Fire Dance's assault whatsoever. The team was momentarily stunned by this scene that was a level 62 Lord. Yet, Fire Dance had rendered it helpless. Moreover, she dealt such awe-inspiring damages to the Lord initially. The team had assumed that Feng was pushing his luck when he had only sent Fire Dance and Gentle Snow to deal with the petrified troll. Now, however, it would seem that Fire Dance alone was more than enough for the job roar. As the heavily injured petrified troll got to its feet, it bellowed with rage. It swept its silver spear horizontally, covering a range of 10 yards. The powerful strength of its attack ripped apart the air, causing an explosion of force in response. Gentle Snow executed charge and appeared before the petrified troll, protecting Fire Dance. Although the petrified troll was immune to her charge's fainted effect, the skill increased her attack speed and movement speed. She followed up by meeting the troll's spear with a cross-slash-boom. As an explosion shook the air, Gentle Snow was forced to take 3 steps back, a damage of over -2,000 appearing above her head. But she had driven back the petrified troll's spear. She blocked it? Everyone was stunned. She blocked it? No matter how I look at it, that monster's strength should be as high as a High Lord's of the same level, yet a single berserker blocked its attack and received so little damage in return. One of the Midnight Tea Party's muscular berserkers stared at Gentle Snow in shock. He was one of the top berserkers in the Midnight Tea Party, and even he did not think he could endure the petrified troll's attack as easily as Gentle Snow had. He even wore the complete Violent Will set, a level 45 Dark Gold set equipment for berserkers. What's so surprising? Rather, look at how powerful that assassin is. Although her attacks seemed ordinary, she achieved a 90% or higher completion rate with every skill she used. Her Bisect and Eviscerate's completion rates should be nearly 95%, Netherworld Wave said. Although Gentle Snow's ability to withstand the petrified troll's attack had surprised him as well, as an assassin, he understood exactly how powerful Fire Dance was. Big Sis Endless, who do you think these people are? They're all as strong as monsters. The female cleric Cloud Yarn asked Endless Scars curiously among their team members. Endless Scars had the most powerful information network. They're all wearing black cloaks. With their information hidden, even I have no way of determining their identities. However, there are not many experts at this level in God's domain. Although I know of a few, none of their actions or behavior match these people. Endless Scars said, shaking her head. However, what the members of the Midnight Tea Party did not know was that while level 62 lords might be difficult to deal with for other experts, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were not among them. After all, one of them wielded the fragmented legendary ranked 1000 transformations, while the other wore the fragmented legendary ranked 7 luminaries battle armor. With these godly items, how could they not be capable of injuring a level 62 lord? As the Midnight Tea Party conversed quietly, Feng launched his own assault. He activated Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius and reducing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 40% for 1 minute. Although the skill couldn't reduce the petrified troll's movement speed, it could slightly reduce their attack power and attack speed. Moreover, the skill affected all nearby trolls, making it much easier for his other team members to fight these monsters. Feng then activated the Aura of Wind, increasing his movement speed and attack speed significantly. He executed Wind Blade and appeared before the 2 petrified trolls before executing Sword's Orbit, blue starlight wrapping around his body as the starlight bloomed. Not only did he force the 2 petrified trolls back, but a bloody gash also appeared across their bodies as a frightening damage appeared above both of their heads. 13 for 89, minus 27,544. Feng didn't receive any damage. Angry Tyrant's effects sure are frightening. As expected from excellent epic equipment, Feng was quite satisfied as he looked at the delicate bracers around his wrists. Dark red runes faintly shone on the bracers. The Angry Tyrant's strength bonus was above average even among epic items. When its passive skill, Angry Blow, took effect, it pushed his combat power to a whole new level. If not for these epic bracers, he would not have decided to confront the 2 lords directly, opting for a safer approach instead. Although the petrified trolls possessed high defense and strength, they were slower than ordinary lords of the same level. Even a Tier 2, level 50 assassin could easily outmaneuver a petrified troll, not to mention Feng, an expert with 5 epic items and a fragmented legendary item. Infuriated, the 2 petrified trolls howled. A blood-red haze then appeared around their spears. This move was none other than the petrified trolls' Tier 2 skill, Blood Sacrificial Spear. It was a weapon-enhancing skill that doubled their weapon's attack power for 10 seconds and increased their attack speed by 30% as numerous streaks of red light stabbed at Feng. The latter activated Flame Burst. The Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray both released blinding lights, illuminating the gloomy forest sword's orbit. Boom, boom, boom. A series of clangs rang out. Pain screams followed the 3-meter-tall petrified trolls, transformed into 2 massive fireballs as the attacks sent them flying. They crashed through numerous trees before they finally fell to the ground. Everyone involuntarily shivered when they saw the 2 monsters' bodies. Meanwhile, the 2 lords' HP bars shrank by a small chunk. 134, 858-135. 047. The 2 horrific damages stupefied everyone on the team. If not for Fire Dance and Gentle Snow still struggling with the other petrified troll, they would have doubted that the 2 monsters on the ground were actually petrified trolls. Prioritize killing the other petrified troll. Blackie, Aqua, Summer, prepare your large-scale destruction spells. Feng commanded immediately after throwing his 2 opponents. Now that no more trolls had joined the battle, they no longer needed to hold back. After clearing out the elite rank trolls, they could deal with the petrified trolls more quickly. Blackie and the others nodded and began chanting their spells. Incantations. Time flew by. When the 3 of them finished chanting, gather the monsters around the troll chieftain. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on Kola. Under Feng's command, the team gathered around the troll chieftain. Kola activated Dragonscale Body, increasing his defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery by 500% for 30 seconds. With Guardian of Light's effects, it was practically impossible for the trolls to kill him. Seal. When Feng saw that most of the monsters had been hurted, he activated Skywheel Sword and limited the monsters' movement. Attack! Immediately, 3 large-scale destruction spells descended on the trolls. As for Feng, he switched the Aura of Wind for the Aura of Fire and activated Firestorm. Thunder and fire bombarded the monsters. By the time the spells ended, all elite rank trolls were dead. Even the chieftain rank troll shamans had less than half their HPs remaining. Chapter 1116. Quadruple Jackpot. There had been over 500 elite rank trolls on the battlefield. When they all died, a golden glow enveloped everyone on the team as they all leveled up. What astonishing leveling speed! Gentle Snow was flabbergasted as she watched her experience bar rise. When she had left White River City, she was only at 74% of level 41. To bridge the gap and reach level 42, she needed to grind for at least another full day or so, yet she had risen to level 42 shortly after entering the Crying Ghost Ridge. With this leveling speed, it was definitely possible to reach level 43 by the next day after players reached level 40. It was practically impossible to level up once a day. No one would believe this, however. Although the team had killed plenty of troll warriors, the loot was pitiful, to say the least. Aside from some copper and silver coins, the 500 or so elite monsters only dropped some raw materials. Only 5 weapons and pieces of equipment dropped. Among them, 4 were level 60 common items, while the last was a piece of level 60 bronze equipment. However, Feng was not surprised after reaching level 50. The drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased drastically. Only chieftain or above ranked monsters had a slightly higher chance of dropping such items. This drop rate reduction occurred because players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class promotions after reaching level 50. After obtaining their Tier 2 class, killing elite monsters was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Tier 2 experts could solo chieftains and even give lords a run for their money. Generally, 2 or 3 Tier 2 experts working together could easily take down a lord of the same level naturally. The system wouldn't give players high-level weapons and equipment so easily. Hence, past level 50 6-man party dungeons, even in normal mode, usually had lords as the final boss. Moreover, these bosses had extremely powerful AoE skills. One mistake could easily lead to a party wipe. The same held true for Tier 2 experts. Adventure teams and workshops that wanted to make money by selling weapons and equipment generally needed to deal with chieftains of the same level. If they wished to grind for mysterious iron equipment, at the very least, they had to deal with lord-ranked monsters. This resulted in the rise in popularity for lifestyle classes capable of producing weapons and equipment. Of course, The system also restricted such lifestyle classes by significantly increasing the production costs of weapons and equipment that were level 50 and above. As a result, even bronze weapons and equipment required many rare materials. This greatly limited the number of weapons and equipment lifestyle players could produce and protected the market from oversaturation. This team is simply ridiculous. They have 4 people capable of using large-scale destruction spells in a 20-man team. Even our adventurer team only has 2 people with such spells. Is that swordsman an NPC? He can actually overwhelm 2 level 62 lords. Feng's performance had astonished the Midnight Tea Party's members, however. They weren't shocked because Feng had fought 2 level 60+ lords by himself. After all, they were capable of that themselves. What truly shocked them was the overwhelming strength Feng had displayed. The swordsman had managed to suppress the petrified trolls through brute force. Turtledove, help tank the petrified troll on Fire's side. Wumian, lure one away from me. Everyone else, prioritize killing the troll shamans. Feng ordered after sweeping a glance over the troll shamans, who had less than half their HPs remaining. Kola, start running. Lure the troll chieftain as far away from here as possible. Don't give the shamans any chance to heal the chieftain. Understood. Kola immediately dashed in the opposite direction of the troll shaman. Seeing this, the troll chieftain chased after the escaping guardian knight. When the troll chieftain moved, the troll shamans had no choice but to follow their leader. However, they couldn't cast their heals while moving. As a result, the troll shamans couldn't heal the troll chieftain. Meanwhile, the other members on Feng's team begun to bombard the troll shamans. After a few moments, the troll shamans collapsed, one after another, becoming EXP for Feng's team without the shaman's heals. The petrified trolls became a lot easier to deal with. Don't kill the petrified trolls. Leave them at 5% HP. Feng warned his teammates when he noticed Turtledove's petrified troll only had 10% of its HP remaining. The petrified trolls were lords. Although the chances of them dropping green ebony were high, simply killing them would be a waste. After all, he had Icarus's heart on him. If he killed the lords, the chances of them dropping green ebony would be a lot higher. Although no one understood what Feng intended to do, they followed his commands. When Turtledove's petrified troll had 5% HP remaining, the team halted their attacks and shifted their focus to Wumian's troll. Under the violent bombardment, it only took 5 minutes for all 3 petrified trolls to reach 5% of their total HP. Guild leader, can we kill them now? Aqua Rose asked. While their team's firepower was indeed fierce, keeping all 3 petrified trolls alive placed an extremely heavy burden on their team's healers. Moreover, after such a long battle, their healers only had 30% of their mana remaining. On the other hand, the troll chieftain had most of its HP remaining. If they delayed the petrified trolls' deaths, their healers would not last 30% mana remaining. We could give it a try. Feng calculated some factors as he glanced at the troll chieftain's HP and the healer's mana. He then said through the team chat, "Healers, use your intermediate mana recovery potions. Fire, take this petrified troll over for me. Remember, keep the petrified trolls at least 50 yards away from the troll chieftain. Everyone else, focus your fire on the chieftain." Saying so, Feng activated silent steps and appeared behind the troll chieftain. He then executed Thundering Flash. 5 blue lightning streaks devoured the Great Lord, causing damages of around -7,000 to appear above its head. In terms of defense, the troll chieftain was even stronger than the petrified trolls. However, after receiving the damage amplification debuff from Thundering Flash, the team's damage was slightly higher. Divine Providence had a 30-minute cooldown. Feng did not want to waste it. Although the troll chieftain was a great lord, it only had 42 million HP. It also had only 3 main damage skills. Among them, one was the tier 3 skill Storm Rage. The second one was Death Curse. It was a spell that was guaranteed to kill one player if it landed. However, this spell could be dodged, and players would be fine so long as the spell missed them. The last was an AoE skill called Whirlwind of Death. When activated, this skill would decrease the attack speed and movement speed of all enemies within 100 yards by 50%. Moreover, players would receive 1 death debuff every 10 seconds, each debuff increasing the damage they received by 10%. The Troll Chieftain would only activate this skill when its HP fell to 30%. Many teams had fallen under the Troll Chieftain's greatsword in the past due to Whirlwind of Death. To put it simply, once Whirlwind of Death activated, it would become a competition of damage against the Troll Chieftain. However, Feng was not worried. After all, their team's firepower was off the charts as the battle with the Troll Chieftain continued. Cola's HP continuously increased and decreased. Every time the Troll Chieftain used Storm Rage, Feng landed a full-powered blow to one of the Great Lord's joints, disrupting Storm Rage's trajectory slightly. This small deviation provided Cola with enough space to dodge the attack, preventing his HP from dropping to a critical level and increasing the burden on the healers. As for the Troll Chieftain's death curse, Feng warned his teammates to avoid the Great Lord's front when he noticed the boss activating the spell. As the Troll Chieftain channeled death curse through its eyes, one simply needed to avoid standing before the Great Lord and wait out the spell's 5-second duration. Ordinary players might find it difficult to avoid this spell, but these players were experts. As long as Feng notified them in time, they could dodge the spell with little to no trouble. When the Troll Chieftain only had 30% HP remaining, it roared with fury. Despicable humans, know our wrath, the Troll Chieftain shouted. It then spun its great sword at the sky. A black storm instantly formed, covering the battlefield and enveloping Zero Wings players. Finally, Feng had long since grown impatient. He activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. Don't hold back. Throw everything you've got at it. With the addition of Feng's doppelganger and the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, the team's damage output instantly soared. The other team members similarly activated their sure kill skills. The Troll Chieftain's HP rapidly decreased. It lost over 200,000 HP every second in the end. When it only had 1% HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence and Thunder God's Descent. Both he and his doppelganger then activated Flame Burst and went on to attack the Troll Chieftain before assaulting the 3 petrified trolls. As the 4 trolls died, 4 golden balls of light lifted from their corpses and flew into the air. Following which, the golden balls burst and transformed into streams of light that rained on the battlefield. Everyone was rendered speechless. These players had seen something like this before. This scene occurred when they triggered a jackpot. The Midnight Tea Party's members were also dumbfounded. Quadruple jackpots. This was utterly ridiculous. Chapter 1117, Godly Skill. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1117, Godly Skill. After the Troll Chieftain and 3 petrified trolls died, a golden glow once again encased several players on the team. Killing lords and great lords of a higher level definitely yielded far more EXP than killing elite monsters of a higher level. Among those who leveled up, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud finally reached level 45, while Cola, Turtledove, Yuwumian, Minor Wind, and Shadow Sword rose to level 44 inches. The Black Dragon Empire, they could all rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, the Empire's number 1 player was only level 42, and still quite a distance away from level 43. However, the team was more concerned with the loot before them. This was the first time any of them had seen 4 bosses simultaneously drop jackpots. There were too many items on the ground for them to keep count. This is insane. There should be at least 100 items here. Blackie gaped at the items on the ground previously. Despite killing so many elite monsters, they had only obtained a few decent items. However, practically every item among the 4 bosses drops looked decent or better. Guild leader, your luck is simply amazing. In the future, you must join us during the large-scale team dungeon raids. We'll probably get more during a single trip with you than 5 or 6 trips by ourselves. Aqua Rose could not help but look at Feng, her eyes shining. It was fairly obvious that, by the look on her face, she wanted to drag Feng into a dungeon raid every day. The rest of the team expressed their agreement. With that kind of ridiculous luck, it would be a waste not to have Feng raid dungeons. Alright, tidy up the loot first. We'll have plenty of opportunities to raid large-scale team dungeons afterward. Feng could not help but chuckle and shake his head in response to everyone's expectant gazes. He had no choice but to offer an empty promise for now. He had no intentions of revealing Icarus's heart. After all, this godly tool was simply too important to a guild. The necklace could even upgrade a lifestyle player to master rank. Following which, everyone began to collect the loot. They had an extraordinarily abundant harvest this time. The 4 bosses had dropped a total of 115 items, with 96 raw materials. Among the raw materials, 22 were green ebony, which surprised Feng. Generally, Lord rank trolls only dropped 1 green ebony when killed, or 2 logs if one were lucky. As for Great Lords, they usually dropped 3 logs. Crafting a single advanced transport carriage only required 15 logs. If they obtained another 8 logs, they could produce a second transport carriage. If they had 2 advanced transport carriages, he would have the foundation to start new trade routes to Stone Forest Town. Although the 2 carriages couldn't carry a lot of players, they could increase Stone Forest Town's popularity among NPCs. He could also earn quite a sum in transportation fees after organizing the materials. Feng began to appraise the remaining items in God's domain. After reaching level 50, players would have to appraise the items monsters dropped if they wanted to know exactly what they had obtained. This added yet another expenditure for many players. Because of this, many players in the past had pursued the appraiser lifestyle class. This way, they could save money on appraisal fees. Of course, players who picked up the appraiser class for this reason could only appraise low-rank items such as bronze or mysterious iron rank. For secret silver rank, one needed to become an intermediate appraiser. However, becoming an intermediate appraiser was extremely difficult. One generally needed a guild support to do so. Without the full support of a large guild, it was practically impossible to become an advanced appraiser. To become an intermediate appraiser, one needed to appraise 20,000 mysterious iron items. As items of mysterious iron rank were not extremely rare, some workshops or adventurer teams could afford to nurture one. Unfortunately, they had no hope of nurturing an advanced appraiser. This was due to the basic requirement of appraising 50,000 fine gold items. Even top-tier workshops and adventurer teams could not obtain so many fine gold items above level 50. Only large guilds had any chance of achieving this. Meanwhile, nurturing advanced appraisers was a benefit to a guild in the past. Guilds had normally only charged their members a quarter of NPCs' appraisal fees, while non-guild members paid 3/4 of NPC prices. By doing so, guilds could make a fortune. NPC price for appraising a dark gold item was around 10 gold. For excellent dark gold items, the price was even higher. Even if guilds charged a lower appraisal fee, with how many players there were in a guild, it would not be unusual to appraise several thousand items. Including the appraisal fees from non-guild players, a guild could easily make 200 or 300 gold a day in the past. Small guilds with only thousands of members dreamed of this kind of pure profit. Although Zero Wing still did not have any advanced appraisers, Feng possessed the omniscient eyes. Not only was the skill a very advanced identification skill, but it also served as an advanced appraisal skill. After a short moment, Feng finished appraising the remaining 19 items. What? Basic soul return actually dropped. Feng shouted in surprise after appraising the ordinary-looking skill book. Basic soul return. Doesn't that skill allow one to resurrect other players while in battle? Gentle Snow asked in shock. What? Guild leader? Did it really drop? Aqua Rose looked at Feng excitedly, afraid that Feng was joking. Resurrection during combat would be a godly skill in dungeons. It wasn't uncommon for bosses to instant kill MTs due to mistakes. When such situations occurred, the entire team would die with the MT. However, if a team had basic soul return, they could resurrect the MT and continue the raid. This skill would undoubtedly reduce the unnecessary team wipes in dungeons. Take a look yourself, Feng said, nodding. He then shared the skill's information in the team chat. Basic soul return. Resurrects one player while in combat. Player resurrected will only recover 30% HP and 20% mana. Their death penalty will be halved. Cooldown 30 minutes. Class restriction: Cleric, Druid, and Oracle. After everyone read the skill's introduction, excitement illuminated their expressions. What a godly skill! Previously, these players had only heard of skills that could resurrect players during battle. Now, not only was one such skill before them, but it could also reduce the death penalty. It was very common for players to die and lose a level when fighting a field boss. If they could reduce their death penalty by half and only lose 50% EXP, they could save plenty of time. What a pity. It would be great if the death penalty reduction were slightly higher, Cola said. Whether it was raiding dungeons or killing field bosses, MTs were the most susceptible to death. Following which, Feng shared the information for the remaining loot. The items were mostly level 60 weapons and equipment, with the best being secret silver rank. However, none of them could compare to basic soul return skill. Guild leader, Should we search for another troll encampment? Minor Wind asked. Even after observing their surroundings for some time, he did not notice any signs of incoming monsters. It was likely that they had cleared out all of the nearby trolls. If they wanted to kill more, they would have to grind elsewhere. No. First, we need to greet our friends hiding in the distance, Feng said, shaking his head. He then turned to the dead forest on his left, shouting, "You've been watching for quite some time now. Why don't you come out and meet us?" Chapter 11:18, Reuniting with the Tea Party. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 11:18, Reuniting with the Tea Party. Due to the quiet of the surrounding forest, the Midnight Tea Party's members heard Feng loud and clear. "Leader, we've been discovered. What should we do?" Cloud Yarn asked somewhat anxiously. It wasn't unusual to encounter other players in the fields, however. This situation was somewhat different. This was because they bore the suspicion of banditry. Feng's team had just finished killing multiple bosses. Although they had already obtained the loot, the items would remain ownerless for the next 2 hours. As long as they were killed, the loot was guaranteed to drop. Cloud Yarn did not doubt that Feng's team would be merciless to anyone who attempted to rob them. Wouldn't have been a major issue if Feng's team were only comprised of ordinary experts. However, based on the miraculous feats she had witnessed, Feng's team was most likely just as strong as theirs. If it really came down to a fight, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. Guild leader, could that guy be trying to trick us into revealing ourselves? We're so far away. How could he possibly discover us? Moreover, we're using isolation scrolls right now. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be able to discover us even with detection. How could a swordsman like him detect us? The Ranger, Dark War, set among the many classes in God's domain, the Ranger had the strongest perception abilities, with both active and passive skills. Rangers were usually a team's eyes. Although the swordsman class was also an agility-type class, it was not even a match for assassins. Much less Rangers. The rest of the adventurer team agreed with Dark War's words. Not only were their teams separated by such a massive distance, but the player that had called them out wasn't even a Ranger. Moreover, they were also under an isolation scroll's effect. Feng might have shouted to see whether or not there were nearby players waiting to ambush his team. I don't think so. He's looking directly at us. Moreover, this is the Crying Ghost Ridge. This area is too dangerous for ordinary players. Endless Scars said confidently as she watched Feng, who stared straight at them. Big Sis Endless. What should we do? Should we just go over there? Cloud Yarn asked. What if those people misunderstand our intentions? Yarn, what are you afraid of? At most, we'll have to fight them. We'll see who regrets their actions in the end, Netherworld said, wearing an eager expression as an independent adventurer. His favorite hobby was to push his limits. Watching Fire Dance's performance had excited his will to fight. Wave is right. We're the Midnight Tea Party. Since when have we feared other players? Also, they have just finished an intense battle. They must have exhausted most of their abilities. If it really came down to a fight, they would be the suffering team. The other team members shared similar thoughts. All right, enough. Let's go over and introduce ourselves. As for a fight breaking out, I don't believe that it's likely. Those players aren't fools. They should have noticed our presence long ago. Since we didn't try to attack them during a crucial moment, they should realize that we carry no ill will. Breeze Wine, the team's leader, explained. He then approached Feng's team, giving the matter some thought. The Midnight Tea Party's members saw the reason in their leader's words. They then followed Breeze Wine. Meanwhile, after Feng announced the other team's presence, the rest of Zero Wing's members followed his gaze. However, none of them noticed the silhouette or presence of other players. No. Do you think the guild leader is being overly sensitive? Zhao Yueru asked softly after failing to find anybody in the forest ahead. Overly sensitive? Gentle Snow considered the possibility. After all, they had just finished a difficult battle. Even the best failed sometimes. They were also in a dangerous neutral map. A mistake wouldn't be unusual, however. As such thoughts began to sweep through the team, a blurry figure appeared from the dark forest ahead. Shortly after, more figures appeared. Zhao Yueru's jaw dropped as she turned to Feng in astonishment. Not only was the other party so far away, but they had also used isolation scrolls, yet Feng still noticed them. Did he have the eyes of a hawk or something? However, The team did not know that Feng's agility attribute had long since broken past the threshold of Tier 1 players, 1,500 points, and reached the realm of Tier 2 players. As a result, he gained the passive skill Basic Perception. The passive skill greatly enhanced his 5 senses. As a result, he could see and hear further and clearer to Feng. An ordinary magic scroll like the Isolation Scroll was useless. He had noticed them when the Midnight Tea Party had hidden among the trees, however. The team didn't have much time to spend in a daze. The new arrivals were none other than the powerful independent adventurer team they had encountered in Ghost Forest Town. If they were not careful, they would suffer. Hello. I am Breezewine, the leader of the adventurer team Midnight Tea Party. We have no ill intentions. We just happened to come across your team as we were passing by. Breezewine took the initiative to explain. I understand. If you guys had any hostile will, you would have taken action as we were about to kill the bosses. Feng calmly stated. Moreover, we've already met in Ghost Forest Town. Ghost Forest Town? Are you guys that masked team? Breezewine stared at Feng in shock. In God's domain. Many adventurer teams wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Hence, he hadn't humored the thought that Feng and the others could be the team he had come across in Ghost Forest Town. After all, his team had the Beastmaster's breath, which had allowed them to reach Crying Ghost Ridge unhindered. Any other team would have been harassed by the level 60 monsters and wouldn't be a match for their adventurer team's speed. Yet now, not only had Feng's team reached the ridge ahead of them, but they had also killed 2 groups of foreign races. Breezewine could not begin to fathom how Feng and the others managed this. The other Midnight Tea Party members were similarly surprised. A serious curiosity filled Breezewine's expression as he looked at Feng and the other Zero Wing members. Are you guys also here for a quest? Feng asked without hesitation. Players generally kept quiet about their high-level quests. This was especially true for quests in neutral maps. On the off chance that one attracts unwanted attention, they could suffer significant losses. Hence, when encountering strangers in the fields, one usually avoided mentioning quests to avoid suspicion in Feng's opinion. However, such wariness was unnecessary. Only a fool would believe that players in a neutral map weren't pursuing some quest. Moreover, by taking the initiative to admit that they were also here for a quest, he could avoid appearing suspicious himself and hide the fact that they were here to grind green ebony. Upon hearing Feng's straightforward question, Breezewine could not help but laugh and admitted, "That's right. Our adventurer team is here to complete a quest. Are you, perhaps, interested? If you help us complete the quest, we will give you 3 pieces of level 45 Dark Gold equipment as a thank you gift." Leader. Dark War and the others turned to Breezewine in confusion. They had spent over half a month to obtain this quest. Yet Breezewine had just invited a bunch of strangers to help them. Moreover, these strangers were experts whose strength could rival their own. This was simply too risky. Chapter 1119. Fallen Arkansas. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1119. Fallen Arkansas. Just as the Midnight Tea Party's members waited for their leader's answer, Breezewine's offer had also stunned Feng's team. The man had actually offered 3 pieces of level 45 Dark Gold equipment right off the bat at this stage of the game. Even first-rate guilds' top-tier experts only wore level 40 Dark Gold equipment. Level 45 Dark Gold equipment was simply too difficult to obtain. Normally, one only encountered such items by killing field bosses or completing quests. After all, the various large guilds were still amassing equipment from level 40 large-scale team dungeons. They still did not have good enough equipment to raid level 45 large-scale team dungeons. If put up for auction, level 45 Dark Gold equipment could sell for at least 200 gold. If it were an excellent piece of Dark Gold equipment, selling for even 500 gold wouldn't be surprising. 3 pieces of Dark Gold equipment was easily worth 1,000 gold. Presented with such an offer, even large guilds would be willing to give everything they had to help. Thank you for the offer, Team Leader Breeze, but we have other matters that we need to attend to, so we cannot accept your offer. Feng rejected the offer without so much as a thought. Although 3 pieces of level 45 Dark Gold equipment were quite valuable, it wasn't what Zero Wing needed the most right now. The green ebony they were after would affect Stone Forest Town's prosperity. The wood was arguably their top priority. Feng's outright rejection stunned the Midnight Tea Party. Even super guilds wouldn't casually reject a 1,000 gold offer. Yet Feng hadn't hesitated in the least. Dark War and the others, who had been opposed to the idea of Feng's team joining them, were somewhat annoyed their midnight tea party had never asked for help before, yet in their first attempt, their offer had been tossed aside like garbage. Why wouldn't they be frustrated? Meanwhile, Endless Scars, who stood to a side, looked at Feng. Smiling, she said, "Truthfully, we don't need much help with our quest. We simply hope that you will help us fend off any monsters while we activate a magic array. We won't take up much of your time. 1 hour should be more than enough. If you feel that 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment aren't enough, we can pay 4,000 magic crystals instead. What do you think?" "Big Sis Endless?" Cloud Yarn's pretty eyes widened as she stared at Endless Scars in astonishment. Their leader's invitation was understandable as the man wanted to befriend Feng's team. However, she had never imagined that Endless Scars would also make an offer. Moreover, Endless Scars was offering magic crystals. Magic crystal was the current mainstream currency among God's Domain's experts because magic crystals allowed players to enter the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. There were many other uses for magic crystals as well. It was easy to trade magic crystals for coins, but the same was not true for the reverse. As for weapons and equipment, if an expert had no need for them, they didn't have much value to said expert. Hence, Apex experts were more willing to act for magic crystals than anything else. 1 hour for 4,000 magic crystals? Miss Endless, your proposal is impossible to refuse. Endless Scars' wealth momentarily stunned Feng. Not long ago, Phoenix Rain had offered to hire 10 of Zero Wings players for an entire day for 5,000 magic crystals. Even then, he was impressed by the woman's wealth. If it were up to him, he'd never pay such a high price. Only now did he understood that there was always someone better in this world. However, when he thought about how the Blackwater Corporation backed Endless Scars, spending 4,000 magic crystals wouldn't be much of an issue for her. Let's sign a contract right away. Then, the smile on Endless Scars' face grew even more charming when she heard Feng's answer, following which, Feng signed a contract with Breeze Wine. The system contract was assurance for both parties involved. Aside from players who were unwilling to spend 5 silver coins on the contract, players at this stage of the game generally signed one when working together. After signing the contract, Feng and his team followed Midnight Tea Party's members as they carefully proceeded down a gravel path through the dead forest leader. "Endless? What are you two thinking? The quest is dangerous enough already, yet you just invited a team that we know nothing about. What if they harbor some hostility once we complete the quest? Wouldn't we suffer a massive loss?" Dark War asked, displeased. As he eyed Feng and the others, this quest was extraordinary. It was the most difficult quest the Midnight Tea Party had ever undertaken. Although it was not a legendary quest, it could be considered a pseudo-legendary quest. It was very likely that they could acquire a fragmented legendary item during this quest. Not even super guilds had a fragmented legendary item. If Feng and his team discovered this, it would be a miracle if they did not outright betray them. The other Midnight Tea Party members supported Dark War's opinions. They could not understand why these two people, who were usually the most level-headed on their team, would make such an irrational decision about something so important. Ignoring the complaints, Endless Scars turned to Breeze Wine. Smiling, she asked, "Leader, do you want to say it? Or should I?" "Fine, I'll say it then." Breeze Wine shook his head and laughed. "Although you know that our quest is incredibly difficult, you guys don't know exactly how difficult. Based on Endless and my estimates, our chances of success is less than 30%. Opening the entrance will be the most difficult part of our quest." Opening the entrance? The team was confused. That's right. Although we have the key to unlock the Fallen Ark, when we begin the process, it will alert the Ark's guards. Based on the information Endless and I uncovered, there should be 5 guards, one of which is a Grand Lord, while the remaining 4 are Great Lords. With our current manpower, it will be too difficult to maintain the magic array while dealing with 1 Grand Lord and 4 Great Lords. Originally, Endless and I had planned to use 2 of the Tier 3 summoning scrolls our team obtained. Now, however, plans have changed. With these experts' help, our chances of success will rise to 50%, Breeze Wine explained. Moreover, befriending these experts isn't necessarily a bad thing. We might even get to cooperate with them during high-difficulty quests in the future. Realization dawned when these players heard Breeze Wine's explanation. It was no wonder why Endless Scars had offered such an exorbitant price to Feng's team, as everyone conversed in hushed tones. Breezewine had led them to a large canyon dotted with green hills and blue water. The canyon looked as if some giant sword had split the large mountain in half. Each side of the canyon radiated a powerful pressure that scared the monsters in Crying Ghost Ridge away. Ascent this the Fallen Ark's location? Shock colored Feng's face when he saw this scene. Is the Midnight Tea Party's quest related to the Fallen Ark? In his previous life, the Fallen Ark had been extremely famous in God's domain. It was also the Crying Ghost Ridge's greatest secret. It was rumored that the Fallen Ark had been one of the ultimate weapons in the Great Ancient War. Even gods would perish under one of the Ark's attacks. However, the Ark had been destroyed during the war and had fallen in Crying Ghost Ridge. Because of the Ark's magic, the mana flow in the ridge was quite abnormal, making the area inhospitable for humans. Hence, various foreign races had occupied the Crying Ghost Ridge instead. Chapter 1120. Special Lifeform. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1120. Special Lifeform. As Feng recalled information on the Fallen Ark, Breezewine slowly approached the canyon's entrance and carefully took a 16-sided orange crystal from his bagas. Soon as he revealed the orange crystal, an invisible aura pulsed from the item. Moreover, each pulse was stronger than the last. What is that? Why does my whole body suddenly feel like lead? Gentle Snow could not help but shift her gaze to the orange crystal. The more she looked at the crystal, the more she feared it. It was as if this crystal were purgatory itself. Even her soul shuddered with fear. Gentle Snow wasn't the only one shocked by Breezewine's crystal. Alluring Summer and the others were similarly afraid. Only the Midnight Tea Party's members, Feng, and several Zero-Wing core members remained unperturbed. Feng and the core members had experienced this pressure before. It was divine might. There was a qualitative difference between the life rating of gods and ordinary people. Gods had created this orange crystal, and naturally, their aura had tainted it. Ordinary people wouldn't be comfortable around this aura. Around this energy, ordinary humans would feel like they had been submerged in liquid metal. Not only would they find it extremely difficult to move, but their breathing would also become labored. As the orange crystal released one pulse after another, the canyon began to shake. A purple-gold, five-fold magic array appeared in the sky. Sure enough, their quest is related to the fallen Arkansas. Have they lost their minds? They dare risk opening it at this stage of the game. Feng's expression darkened as he watched Breezewine lift the orange crystal above his head while chanting an incantation. Hurriedly, he shouted, "Everyone, retreat! Retreat!" Zero-Wing's members looked to Feng in confusion. What are you guys doing? Dark War and the other Midnight Tea Party members asked, enraged when they heard Feng's command to his teammates. Their teams had already signed a contract with each other. Although there were no penalties for breaking the contract, no matter how they looked at it, Feng was breaking his promise. Moreover, now that they had exposed the contents of their quest, how could they possibly allow Feng and the others to leave? No time for explanations. Either run or die. Feng turned and fled. Feng hadn't expected that, while he assumed that the Midnight Tea Party's quest was related to it, their goal was to activate the slumbering Fallen Ark. Activating the Fallen Ark had shaken God's domain in the past. When the Ark woke, it also roused the sleeping abyssal monsters within. Although these abyssal monsters had been gravely injured during the Great Ancient War, they were still immensely powerful. The old monsters that had woken inside the Ark were mythic rank. Moreover, as more time passed and these monsters recovered, they grew more powerful. These monsters' emergence had turned Crying Ghost Ridge into a forbidden land for players in the past. To explore the Fallen Ark's secrets, a few superguilds had dispatched an army of over 100,000 players. This army only consisted of Tier 2 players, and the lowest level was level 60. Many Apex experts had marched with the army as well. Such a force was normally more than enough to deal with 5 or 6 mythic monsters, yet the army had been annihilated in the end. Not one player had made it out of the Fallen Ark alive. To make matters worse, these players had boosted the old abyssal monster's strength. It was suicidal to activate the Fallen Ark with just their 2 teams of Tier 1 players. Big Sis Endless, they're running away. What should we do? Do we stop them? Netherworld Wave hurriedly asked Endless Scars. No need. We're fleeing too, Endless Scars said, shaking her head as she watched Feng. She ran, but our leader is still here. Cloud Yarn exclaimed anxiously as she shifted her gaze between Endless Scars and Breeze Wine. Once the unlocking process has begun, it cannot be stopped. The situation has changed. We have no choice but to sacrifice him, Endless Scars said without hesitation. However, this isn't a complete loss. At the very least, we can hide and watch what happens when the magic array activates from a distance. Although Endless Scars' words were casual, the Midnight Tea Party's members felt chills crawl down their backs. These players were all companions and had fought through many life-or-death battles together. Their team leader was one of them, yet Endless Scars spoke of sacrificing Breeze Wind as if she were talking about the weather. Unfortunately, as their team leader couldn't do anything, they had to listen to Endless Scars as she was the Midnight Tea Party's second in command. Shortly after the Midnight Tea Party members escaped from the magic array's range, 5 steel giants pulled themselves from the ground. Fallen Garrison Captain, Special Lifeform, Grand Lord. Level 65. HP 120, 000, 000/120, 000, 000. Fallen Patrol, Special Lifeform, Great Lord. Level 63. HP 57, 000, 000/57, 000, 000. Upon seeing these monsters, both Endless Scars and Feng's teams gaped in shock. What are these monsters? Their HP is so high. The pressure from them is so strong, too. Aqua Rose felt her scalp tingle as she stared at these monsters. Despite standing several hundred yards away, she still felt an intense pressure radiating from the monsters. It would certainly affect the combat power they could exert in close combat. Based on her estimates, they'd be lucky to display 70% of their usual combat powers. If it came down to a fight, they would team-wipe the Midnight Tea Party. Also understood how powerful the Guardian monsters were. These monsters' life rating was definitely higher than theirs. The Fallen Garrison Captain, in particular, was at least 2 or 3 ratings higher than the Grand Lords they've previously faced. It could practically rival a mythic monster's strength in front of these monsters. Their preparations were rubbish while the Midnight Tea Party members were frozen in shock. Endless Scars shifted her gaze towards Feng. Did he know these monsters would show up? Endless Scars came to her own conclusions as she recalled Feng's decisive order to retreat, although the Fallen arc was a secret. Based on the team's performance and Feng's statement that they, too, were here for a quest, it was likely that the man knew something about the Fallen Arkansas. Otherwise, how could she explain Feng's decision to flee the moment he saw them activate the magic array? What Endless Scars did not know was that Feng wasn't worried about the steel giant's sudden appearance at all. Rather, he was afraid of the abyssal monsters inside the Fallen Ark itself. If those monsters were released, it would disrupt his plans to grind for green ebony. If that was their goal, he wouldn't help the Midnight Tea Party. As the steel giants appeared, the Fallen Garrison Captain instantly killed Breezewine as he maintained the magic array. When Breezewine died, the magic array began to dissipate gradually, as did the steel giants shortly after. Peace soon returned to the canyon. When the area returned to normal, Endless Scars stopped her team before the Midnight Tea Party members could give Feng a piece of their minds. She approached Feng's team herself. Chapter 1121. Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. As Endless Scars slowly walked up to Feng, she sized up the man carefully. Although she couldn't see Feng's appearance due to the black cloak, curiosity filled her eyes. Feng similarly observed Endless Scars. One of God's domain's legendary figures in the past, the woman had clear, bright eyes, curved eyebrows, and thick eyelashes. A hint of pink colored her pristine, white jade skin. Her thin, soft lips were as mesmerizing as a ruby. As she revealed a hint of a smile, she could captivate any player. Feng had to admit that even gentle Snow, who everyone called a goddess, fell short compared to Endless Scars' guild leader. "That beauty seems interested in you?" Blackie said, snickering softly. Instead of responding, Feng rolled his eyes. Although others might strive for a beauty like Endless Scars' attention, Feng knew how costly it was. He knew all too well what kind of person Endless Scars was. Although she wore an interested expression, looking like a little girl who had just found a new toy, her thoughts were as pure as everyone assumed. It was no different than her attitude towards Breezewine. "If Miss Endless wants to ask why we changed our plans so abruptly, I believe you have already figured that out after seeing those 5 special life forms. It's not that we want to back out of our transaction. We're just powerless to help. If Miss Endless doesn't have any other matters to discuss, we will take our leave. Feng took the initiative to bid the woman farewell, although he did not know what lay inside the fallen ark that could tempt the midnight tea party. He no longer wanted to associate with the adventurer team. Please. Wait. I wish to represent the midnight tea party in thanking you. If not for your command to flee, we would be dead by now. Here are 1,000 magic crystals. Take them as a thank you gift, and let's part as friends. Endless Scars said. She then retrieved a gray gemstone bag and handed it to Feng. Every midnight tea party member was stunned what was going on here. Not only hadn't Endless Scars questioned Feng's intentions, but she also gave him 1,000 magic crystals as a sign of gratitude. She was insane. This beautiful big sister is simply too rich. When Violet Cloud saw the cloth bag of 1,000 magic crystals, even she wanted to volunteer to become Endless Scars' little sister. Even large guilds would hesitate before giving away 1,000 magic crystals. Yet Endless Scars did so without blinking. Although Feng wanted to say something, Endless Scars quickly followed up by saying softly, "Although our transaction has failed, I'd like to conduct another trade. We'll enter the Fallen Ark together and split the items 30-70. How about it?" Endless Scars' offer shocked every player present. Miss Endless, you saw the monsters guarding the entrance. At this stage of the game, we have no chance against them. Feng could not understand what was going through Endless Scars' mind. Those 5 special life forms were no laughing matter. Even he was not confident in taking them down. Special life forms were extremely rare in God's domain. They were weapons the gods had specifically crafted for war. Like puppets, they possessed eternal life. They also had the power of immortality. Even if players killed them, they would resurrect. Moreover, they would revive slightly stronger than before. Generally, it only took these special life forms 10 minutes to resurrect, with some of the more powerful monsters taking up to an hour or so. In addition, these monsters did not drop any loot. Hence, players usually kept their distance. One had to admit that these special life forms were excellent guardians. What if I tell you that there's an inferior legendary treasure chest inside? Endless Scars asked when she saw Feng's lack of interest. Smiling faintly, she continued, "Based on what I've uncovered, there should be more than one inferior legendary treasure chest inside. In addition, there are plenty of epic treasure chests. My map can lead us to these treasure chests and allow us to bypass the traps. Are you sure you're not interested?" The Fallen Ark had been one of the final weapons in the Great Ancient War. The items inside had been left behind by the gods before they had died. NPCs would consider even the most ordinary item a treasure, let alone players. "You have a map?" Feng stared at Endless Scars, flabbergasted. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the Fallen Ark. However, obtaining these treasures wasn't that easy. To current players, triggering any of the traps inside would result in death. Hence, even after clearing out the monsters in the Fallen Ark, very few players had been willing to explore it in the past. In fact, after the abyssal monsters had been cleared out, a large number of players and guilds had rushed into the Fallen Arkansas. In the end, however, only a few had escaped with their lives. Practically 99.9% of the players that entered the Ark had died in the outer region. Even if one managed to reach the Ark's inner region, they would have to deal with even more powerful traps. As a result, very few were capable of leaving the Ark with any of its treasures. Players had come to both love and despise the Fallen Ark. However, it would be a different story if they had a map. Aside from the awakened abyssal monsters and a few special life forms, the Fallen Ark was void of life. The traps would be their main problem after entering the Arkansas. A map of the Ark's various traps was the equivalent of a free pass to its treasures. As long as they were careful to avoid the abyssal monsters and special life forms, they could obtain the Ark's treasures unhindered. Feng finally understood Breeze Wine and Endless Scars' attraction to the Fallen Ark, and why they'd be willing to spend 4,000 magic crystals to hire his team for an hour. That's right. If you don't believe me, take a look. Although it is only a fragment, can lead us to the Fallen Ark's inner region, Endless Scars said. She then took out a broken map with only 2/5 of the original and showed it to Feng. The item's name was Fallen Ark Map. However, if Feng wished to look at it in detail, He needed the owner's permission. I can help you get inside. However, I have a condition. After giving the matter some thought, Feng eventually chose to take the risk. In the past, even the most inferior item players secured from the Fallen Ark's inner area was an epic item. If one were lucky, they could even obtain a fragmented legendary item. A fragmented legendary item. With one such item, a player's combat power would skyrocket. If he could obtain one, the item would greatly enhance his chances of success both in the Dark Arena and in the contest for Thunderous Landas. For the abyssal monsters that would be released, they would mostly roam the Crying Ghost Ridge's inner regions. His team could still grind trolls in the outer region. The only drawback was a slightly lower drop rate. For Green Ebony Endless Scars had only wanted to test Feng with her offer. However, upon hearing Feng's confident reply, a small glimmer of hope shone in her flawless eyes. As long as your conditions aren't too outrageous, I can agree to them on behalf of our team leader. Endless Scars straightforwardly replied, smiling faintly. It was as if she had long since guessed Feng's thoughts. Pointing at the map in Endless Scars' hand, Feng said in a non-negotiable tone, "Give me a copy of the Fallen Ark map. Once we're inside, we'll go our separate ways and agree to a non-aggression pact. What we each walk away with will depend on our abilities." Chapter 1122, Foundation Magic Array. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1122, Foundation Magic Array. Endless Scars' conversation with Feng had been private. The other players hadn't heard their discussion. However, when the Midnight Tea Party members saw Endless Scars' frown, they were shocked. Endless Scars had never revealed such an expression throughout her time on the team. Even when monsters nearly wiped their team out, nothing close to a frown had appeared on her face. Propose another. Our team cannot agree to that condition, Endless Scars said after giving the matter some thought. Looking straight at Feng, she said seriously, "The map itself is a pass to the Fallen Arkansas. If you have it, you can enter the Ark more than once. This will undoubtedly increase our competition over the Ark's treasure. With how important the Fallen Ark is, I believe that no sane person would agree to your proposal. Moreover, even if our adventurer team can't enter the Fallen Ark right now, we can simply return when we're strong enough. In any case, the key is ours. If we don't activate the Ark, no one will be able to enter it." "What you're saying is true. However, you don't seem to know the Fallen Ark's true secret," Feng said, chuckling. He had long since guessed Endless Scars' reply. The Fallen Ark map was priceless. Naturally, he didn't expect the Midnight Tea Party to just make a copy for him. However, the adventurer team's understanding of the Fallen Ark was no match for his. "What are you trying to say?" Although Endless Scars had her suspicions, after hearing Feng's confident comments, she was even more certain that Feng knew plenty of information about the Fallen Ark. "Well, it doesn't really matter even if I tell you this. Although you have the key and the map, it is still impossible to obtain the items inside the Fallen Ark," Feng explained as he pointed to where the 5 special lifeforms had disappeared. "You've seen for yourselves how powerful those guards are. However, the monsters inside are even more formidable. If you open the Ark, those monsters will escape. Moreover, those monsters will, slowly but surely, grow stronger. If you don't deal with them properly, even the map won't help you. Meanwhile, I have a way to deal with those monsters. If we work together, we can reach the Ark's inner region quickly. Even if you don't want to cooperate with us, once you open the Ark, we can still go in ourselves. Once the Ark is open, it won't ever close. Anyone will be able to enter." Endless Scars hesitated after listening to Feng's explanation, although she wasn't sure if Feng were telling the truth. If he was, then her side had no way of dealing with those monsters. Their map might as well be a blank piece of paper. On the other hand, Feng had a way of combating this problem. Once Feng's team entered the Ark, although their progress would be slow without the map, the Midnight Tea Party would suffer a massive loss if they came across any treasure. Most importantly, her team did not have a lot of time. After all, their quest had a time limit. Based on her estimates, even if they focused on grinding and completing their class promotions, the furthest they could reach was Tier 2, level 55 before the quest's time limit was up. At that tier and level, their team might have a chance of defeating the 5 entrance guards. Unfortunately, she was not certain that they could deal with the Ark's monsters. which Feng claimed were far stronger. She had to admit that Feng's knowledge on those monsters was invaluable. All right. I'll agree to your conditions. However, you need to tell me what you know about those monsters. You also have to tell me how to deal with them. If what you say is true, I'll make a copy of the map once we're in the Arkansas. If you lie to me, you won't get anything. Endless Scars glared at Feng. This was the first time she hadn't had the upper hand in a negotiation since she had joined God's domain. She was even more frustrated that she still didn't know Feng and his team members' identities. That won't be a problem. Once you see for yourself, you'll know the truth. Feng laughed after the various super guilds' army had suffered annihilation. Crying Ghost Ridge had become a forbidden land for players in the past. Even then, however, many players had sought the Fallen Ark's treasure. To deal with the incomparably powerful abyssal monsters, these players had formed a multitude of plans. Unfortunately, none of those plans had succeeded. The most ridiculous part was that players had only discovered a proper method of dealing with the monsters after they had been defeated. That method involved utilizing mana stones. Due to the special mana phenomenon inside the Fallen Ark, the slumbering abyssal monsters couldn't absorb mana to recover. However, once the Fallen Ark was unlocked, this mana disturbance would vanish. To recover their strength, these abyssal monsters urgently needed large amounts of mana. Ordinary magic crystals would not do. To those ancient abyssal monsters, mana of such quality did little to aid in their recovery. Only mana stones were suitable when the time came. He simply needed to construct a foundation magic array to display the mana stones. The mana stones would lure the abyssal monsters, and once they left, these abyssal monsters wouldn't be able to return to the Ark for a short time. Their teams could then search the Ark relatively safely, following which Feng and Endless Scars signed a contract. After ensuring that there were no issues, Feng had Violet Cloud use basic soul return on Breeze Wine. This way, Breeze Wine would not lose a level, and his combat power would be unaffected. Wait here for now. I still need to prepare, Feng said before entering the Dead Forest by himself and setting up a teleportation point with the Abyss Pendant. He then used a return scroll and teleported to White River City. As soon as Feng returned to White River City, he passed the green ebony he had obtained to Melancholic Smile. Although they only had enough for one advanced transport carriage, it took a considerable amount of time to manufacture one. Even if they had a master engineer and a master forger, they would need close to a day. Hence, the sooner they began production, the better. Inside one of the Candlelight Trading Firm's special forging room, Feng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, which he had picked up from his private warehouse on his way back, and began to synthesize magic crystals into mana stones. He could synthesize one mana stone from 50 magic crystals. Without hesitation, he used all 1,000 magic crystals he had obtained from Endless Scars and ended up with 20 mana stones. That was enough to lure the abyssal monsters from the Ark twice, following which Feng made 9 magic array scrolls for the 9-star polar domain. Once those were complete, he used the Abyss Pendant to return to Crying Ghost Ridge. Upon returning to the ridge, Feng used 10 mana stones to set up a foundation magic array far from the canyon where the Fallen Ark resided. With this foundation magic array, he could lure all the abyssal monsters from inside the Ark. After finishing that task, Feng returned to his team. Uve, finished your tasks already? Endless Scars asked Feng with a suspicious tone. Only 1 hour or so had passed since Feng had left. That wasn't even enough time to make a round trip to a town or city. What could he possibly do in 1 hour? Originally, she had thought that Feng had left to gather reinforcements. After all, with their current strength, defeating the 5 guardian monsters was impossible. At the very least, they needed a team of 100 experts, yet Feng hadn't brought even one player back with him. Endless? Is this brat toying with us? Dark War asked through the team chat. Infuriated after Feng left, Endless Scars had told her team everything about her agreement with Feng. They all thought that Feng's demands were outrageous. They also thought that Feng was lying about how powerful the monsters inside the Ark were, and that he simply wanted to trick them for their map. Feng's speedy return only justified their assumptions before Endless Scars could reply. However, Feng beat her to it and said, "I've completed my preparations. However, during the battle, everyone needs to follow my commands." Chapter 1123, Monsters Domain. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1123, Monsters domain. You'll take command. The Midnight Tea Party members shot Feng's scornful looks to ordinary players. A team commander's role was not particularly important. Ordinary players wouldn't have any choice in the matter if an expert like Feng wanted to guide them, however. They weren't ordinary players, moreover. Even the slightest mistake could result in death in the upcoming batter. If they died and lost the fight, they would have wasted several days of effort. If they were not absolutely confident in their commander, how could Apex experts risk listening to him? Having only met him recently, Feng was just a stranger. They could let Feng's request for the Fallen Arc map slide. However, if he thought that they would listen to his commands, he was simply dreaming. Breezewine nodded in agreement with his teammates' responses. He didn't think that it would be suitable for Feng to take command of the Midnight Tea Party either. However, this was not because he looked down on Feng's abilities. Rather, for one to qualify as a commander, one needed to familiarize themselves with every player on the team. This included their various basic attributes, skills, habits, and many other details. Only by knowing this information could one effectively lead and allow everyone in the team to display their fullest potential. Feng knew nothing about the Midnight Tea Party members. Although it wouldn't be a major issue if they were raiding a simple dungeon or boss monster, they intended to take on a level 65 Grand Lord and 4 level 63 Great Lords. Any mistakes would definitely result in casualties. It's fine if you don't want me in command. I'll just tell you our raid strategy. When the time comes, work with us, Feng said, not minding the hostile looks he received. Only, I will not be responsible for any casualties. 5 special life forms working together was no laughing matter based on Feng's understanding. Every one of those 5 special life forms possessed their own ultimate moves. Alone, those ultimate moves might not be that powerful, but combined, their might increased exponentially. If those 5 special life forms cooperated with each other, they could annihilate a team of Apex experts effortlessly. Players needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the boss's skills. Even a slight error could result in a team wipe. Hence, he had asked to take command. That won't be a problem, Breezewine confidently replied. If a team wipe occurs due to a mistake on our side, we'll compensate you correspondingly. The rest of the team members agreed with the arrangement as well. At the very least, this was far better than taking orders from a stranger, following which Feng began to assign tasks. In reality, there was very little the Midnight Tea Party needed to do. As Breezewine had assumed, Feng was not very familiar with the Midnight Tea Party's members. Thus, he hadn't assigned them any particularly important tasks. The adventurer team mainly had to supply 9 magical classes to maintain the 9-star polar domain magic array. Feng told the other 9 players to distract 2 of the fallen patrols. They did not even need to focus on damaging the Great Lords. As for Breezewine, he had to unlock the Arc. Of course, Zero Wing would deal with the fallen garrison captain and the remaining 2 fallen patrols after Feng finished assigning tasks. Both teams began to inspect their weapons, equipment, potions, and scrolls later. While leader is maintaining the magic array, I'll take over command. You guys better not embarrass our team, Endless Scars said seriously as she glanced at her teammates. Endless, rest assured, you know our standards better than anyone else. When the time comes, even if their side is annihilated, we won't have any issues. The Ranger, Dark War, sneered as he shot a glare at Feng's team. Facing 2 level 63 Great Lords might be a problem for ordinary experts. To their adventurer team, however, it was simply a somewhat strenuous task. Moreover, they only had to serve as distractions. They were not even required to fight the 2 bosses head-on. On the other hand, Feng's side, which needed to confront a Grand Lord and 2 Great Lords directly, was the largest concern. After everyone confirmed that there were no issues, Feng signaled Breezewine with a wave of his hand, having the latter start the unlocking process. Seeing this, Breezewine raised the orange crystal above his head and began to chant once more, following which, the canyon shook as 5 massive figures rose from the ground. They were none other than the fallen garrison captain and the 4 fallen patrols. Activate the magic array. Feng hurriedly shouted. Endless Scars gave the same command practically at the same time. Suddenly, a massive, purple-gold magic array appeared and enveloped the 5 boss monsters as an intermediate magic array. The 9-star polar domain could even suppress mythic monsters. Naturally, the garrison captain and patrols were no exception. Immediately, the 5 bosses' attributes began to fall rapidly. How is this intermediate magic array so powerful? The Midnight Tea Party was momentarily stunned in the blink of an eye. The fallen garrison captain's HP fell from 120 million to 96 million, whereas the fallen patrol's HPs fell from 57 million to 41 million. The magic array's effects even stunned endless scars while they, the Midnight Tea Party, had seen intermediate magic arrays before and had even collected a complete set themselves. That intermediate magic array was only capable of reducing a Grand Lord's basic attributes by 10%. Even then, it was already considerably powerful for an intermediate magic array, yet the 9-star polar domain had weakened the fallen garrison captain by 20% and the fallen patrols by 30%. This was simply inconceivable, of course. Feng's team didn't even stop to notice the Midnight Tea Party members' reactions go. Under Feng's command, Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove charged at own targets. As the lead MT, Cola would deal with the Grand Lord, while Turtledove and Yi Wumian would each tank. The 2 Great Lord Special Lifeforms' life rating was slightly higher than ordinary monsters, though they were undoubtedly inferior to archaic species. With their attributes suppressed, Cola and the others should be able to handle them. However, before Cola could reach the fallen garrison captain, the latter swung its massive 10-meter-long greatsword at the ground. Boom! A massive fissure ripped through the ground, extending straight towards Cola. Activate Protection Blessing. Feng shouted upon seeing the attack. Cola activated Protection Blessing without hesitation. He then positioned his shield before his body and gripped it with both hands. Pung. Cola was thrown 10 yards away on the spot. The truth shield and protection on him shattered into oblivion. Meanwhile, Cola's HP fell by over 25,000. The Troll Chieftain's ultimate move paled tremendously in comparison to the fallen garrison captain's attack. The fissure only stopped after 50 yards. The garrison captain's attack range made everyone shudder. Had Cola not activated Protection Blessing in time, he would be dead. The garrison captain's attack stunned every player in the battle. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end. In the next moment, the 4 fallen patrols moved simultaneously, abruptly raising their battle axes and slamming them to the ground violently. Boom! 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 The ground began to tremble. Golden jets began to spray from the ground in a 30-yard radius around the 4 fallen patrols. When the 4 domains were superimposed over each other, it was practically impossible to avoid them. Meanwhile, any player that these jets struck would receive anywhere from -5,000 to -8,000 damage. These golden jets appeared without any signs or fixed patterns. The overlapping domains doubled the attack's density. Although they tried their best to dodge the attacks, players occasionally slipped up and got hit, their HPs decreasing rapidly. One level 41 from the Midnight Tea Party, unfortunately, got caught in 2 overlapping domains. Without any time to respond, numerous jets struck the Berserker, and he died on the spot. Chapter 1124. Tier 4 Super Spell. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1124. Tier 4 Super Spell. Everyone, avoid the overlapping domains. What kind of skill is that? Why is it still going on even after so long? The battle had just begun, yet one person had already died. Both Feng's team and the Midnight Tea Party grew anxious. Everyone had seen how the Berserker had died. The golden jets appeared suddenly and silently. Moreover, the attacks could not be blocked, only dodged. Even if they were only near one domain, they would have to dodge 3 to 5 jets. Near 2 overlapping domains, one would face 7 to 10 attacks simultaneously. The Berserker's paths of retreat had been cut off. In the end, he had died before the team's healers could help him. The Midnight Tea Party members no longer wore their previous complacent expressions. Lure the patrols to 4 corners. Do not let them near the garrison captain. Feng commanded. Feng was not particularly familiar with the Guardian boss's skills. After all, he had only learned about the Fallen Arc after it had been activated in the past. He did not even know who had activated the Arc. All he knew was that these special lifeforms had their own ultimate moves, and that those ultimate moves would become exponentially stronger when combined. However, he hadn't expected these ultimate moves to be domain skills. Among the various skills in God's domain, those that posed the greatest danger were none other than large-scale destruction spells and domain skills. Attacks from large-scale destruction spells usually only lasted 1 or several waves. If players could endure the spell's duration, they would live. However, domain skills could stay in effect much longer. Domain skill would gradually whittle players down until they died. Endless Scars now realized how severe the situation was. Immediately, she took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from her bag and shouted through the team chat, "Wave, use your summoning scroll with mine. We'll use them to lure away the patrols. Melee players, stay away from the bosses. Use only ranged attacks." After all was said and done, the Midnight Tea Party's members were still experts. Very quickly, they began to move. The team's melee players promptly distanced themselves from the fallen patrol's domains. Meanwhile, Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave each summoned a Tier 3 creature and instructed them to pounce on the fallen patrols. Both Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave were incredibly proficient with controlling their summoned creatures. Although they couldn't dodge all of the golden jets, they could dodge the majority of them. With relative ease, the summoned creatures arrived before the fallen patrols and swiped their claws at the enemy's pung. When the Tier 3 summoned creatures' claws struck the stationary fallen patrols, the clang of metal rang out. The summoned creatures' claws had only scratched the patrol's armor. They did not even manage to push the patrols back despite both being at the Great Lord rank. The fallen patrols had only lost around 4,000 HP from the attacks. Why are their defenses so high? Even a Grand Lord doesn't have this much defense. When the Midnight Tea Party's members saw the damage the Tier 3, level 60 summon creatures had dealt with their normal attacks, their expressions grew gloomy. When they had used Tier 3 summon creatures to fight Tier 3 Great Lords in the past, the former's normal attacks usually dealt 20 to 30,000 damage. Even against Grand Lords, their attacks dealt nearly minus 8,000 points, yet against these bosses, their summon creatures had only dealt around minus 4,000 damage. The fallen patrol's defense was ridiculous. If even a Tier 3 summon creature dealt so little damage, then players like themselves would deal at most minus 1,500 damage to the fallen patrols. Meanwhile, the fallen patrols each had 41 million HP. With their battle recovery, they could regenerate over 410,000 HP every 5 seconds. In other words, they would recover 82,000 HP every second if their damage couldn't exceed 82,000 every second. Then the fallen patrols were invincible against them. Big Sis Endless. How are we supposed to fight these things? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. She could not help but turn to the Grand Lord. Feng's team fought. If the fallen patrols were already so difficult to deal with, wouldn't the fallen garrison captain be even more overbearing? Forget about that for now. Lure the bosses away. Endless Scars ordered, shaking her head as she also glanced at Feng's team. The 5 guardian bosses were far more powerful than she had thought. Initially, she had believed that the Midnight Tea Party could deal with these monsters after they reached Tier 2, level 55. Now, however, it would seem that even after reaching that level, they had less than a 40% chance of beating these monsters. After the Midnight Tea Party lured 2 of the fallen patrols away, Turtledove and Yuwumian activated their life-saving skills and began to lure their patrols away from the fallen garrison captain. Once the 4 patrols were in 4 separate corners, Kola, who stood in the middle, had a much easier time dealing with the garrison captain. However, even after activating Protection Blessing, he still took over minus 10,000 damage from one of the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Without Protection Blessing, a single attack would devour over 20,000 of Kola's HP. Kola couldn't imagine standing against the garrison captain without the 9-star polar domain. Moreover, when everyone's attack struck the garrison captain, every one of them dealt less than minus 1,000 damage. Only Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's normal attacks could deal over minus 1,500 damage to the Grand Lord, while their skills dealt up to minus 5,000 damage. However, to the garrison captain, which had 96 million HP, that damage was negligible. Guild leader, we won't even scratch its HP at this rate. Sooner or later, it will wear us down. Why don't we retreat and have the guild's main force meet us here? Gentle Snow advised through the team chat. Facing a Great Lord with a 20-man team was already pushing their luck, not to mention a Grand Lord that was 20 levels above them. If not for their excellent weapons and equipment and their exceptionally high combat standards, they would have team wiped with the first wave of attacks. No need. Kola, keep hold of the boss. 3 seconds is long enough. The current situation didn't surprise Feng over much. He was fully aware of how powerful special lifeforms functioned. They were only inferior to archaic species. Knowing this, he had prepared a method to deal with them in the next moment. Feng took a blood-red magic scroll from his bag. The instant the magic scroll appeared, a powerful mana fluctuation occurred within the 9-star polar domain. Everyone's gazes instantly shifted to Feng. What is that magic scroll? Endless Scars muttered, shocked. When she noticed the rampant mana inside the barrier, this magic scroll was one of the 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls Feng had obtained from killing the awakened NPC, Lancelot. Meanwhile, the garrison captain noticed the mana fluctuations immediately, the Grand Lord's eyes similarly shifting towards the blood-red scroll in Feng's hands. It shifted to attack the swordsman. Don't even think about getting away from me that easily. Kola raised his shield and slammed it into the garrison captain's foot. He then activated the Tier 1 skill Justice Roar, his body releasing a dazzling golden glow. He instantly regained the boss's attention and aggro. At the same time, his strength would double if the boss didn't attack him. However, even after Kola activated Justice Roar, the garrison captain was still focused on Feng. Guild leader, what did you just take out? Kola could not help his surprise. With no other choice, Kola activated Power of Darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then executed the Tier 1 skill Righteous Punishment. Boom. With a single strike, he forced the garrison captain's right foot back, causing over -10,000 damage to appear above the Grand Lord's head. The attack had nearly forced the garrison captain to kneel, yet the fallen garrison captain did not return its attention to Kola. Rather, it advanced on Feng, one step after another. Seeing this, Kola continued to execute several powerful moves, everyone dealing over -10,000 damage. Yet the result did not change. Guild leader, this monster has gone nuts. Kola was dumbfounded as the garrison captain arrived before Feng. Before it slashed its great sword down on Feng, Feng finally finished chanting the magic scroll's incantation Disillusionment. Feng's eyes flew open. 2 extremely complex and refined, blood-red magic arrays then emerged from his eyes. The other players were astonished. Tier 4 super spell, Disillusion Space. Chapter 1125. Unexpected Evolution. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1125. Unexpected Evolution. The instant the magic scroll activated, it seemed as if space had frozen as the garrison captain's descending greatsword came to an abrupt halt. Immediately after, the space within the 9-star polar domain began to change, a blood-red color coating the surrounding scenery. What's going on? Why does my body feel so light? Wait, our basic attributes have risen. It's true. My basic attributes have increased by 100%. Guys, look, the boss seems to have slowed to a crawl. As everyone looked at the garrison captain's greatsword again, they found that they could see the weapon clearly. Before, they had only seen afterimages. As the greatsword descended, the earth shattered. Over 30-meter-long fissures broke through the ground. However, the garrison captain had only hit the afterimage Feng had left behind. The swordsman himself had long since moved 10 yards away. So fast. When did he start moving? Endless Scars was flabbergasted. Unlike the rest of the players, she had focused on Feng. However, during the brief moment when she glanced at the garrison captain's greatsword, which had suddenly and significantly slowed, Feng had moved 10 yards away. She found the matter unbelievable. Look, those patrols have slowed down as well. Even the golden jets are slower. With this speed, even I can dodge them easily. The players finally noticed that fallen garrison captain hadn't been the only one whose speed had been affected. The fallen patrols in the 4 corners had also suffered a speed reduction. Even their domain skills were affected. Zero Wings members and the Midnight Tea Party could now dodge the golden jets easily. Just who is he? The Midnight Tea Party members couldn't help but glance at Feng. They usually boasted their vast understanding of God's domain. However, even with their bountiful knowledge and experiences, they had never encountered a situation like this. Without a doubt, this phenomenon had something to do with Feng's blood-red magic scroll. There was no other way to explain it now that everyone's basic attributes had been boosted while the 5 bosses' reaction speeds and attack speeds had decreased. The Midnight Tea Party's members, who had previously begun to despair, brimmed with hope. Currently, the 5 bosses had only landed 1 out of 3 or 4 attacks against their respective MTs. However, due to the significant attribute increase, the boss's damage had decreased. Take the fallen garrison Captain Kola tanked for example. Originally, Kola withstood over minus 20,000 damage from the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Now, however, the Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around minus 13,000 to the Guardian Knight. In addition, due to Kola having activated Power of Darkness, his HP had risen to more than 56,000. Including Disillusion Space's effects, his HP had risen to more than 112,000. He was practically a humanoid monster at this point right now. Kola wouldn't even have issues tanking 3 fallen garrison captains, much less 1. As for Kola's damage, due to the strength bonus from Justice Roar, just his normal attacks dealt nearly minus 10,000 damage, while his skills dealt close to minus 30,000 damage. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, who stood among the healers at the rear, had similarly grown more powerful. Every one of her heals restored over 10,000 HP to Kola. If she double-cast her spells, she could heal over 20,000 HP every time. If she were lucky and triggered a double critical, she could instantly heal over 40,000 HP. Not only was Violet Cloud capable of keeping Kola alive by herself, but she could also handle healing Turtledove and Yi Wumian Guild leader. What kind of magic scroll did you use? I feel like we can even deal with a mythic monster right now. Kola exclaimed through the team chat. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. Aside from their frightening damage, the most troublesome aspect about boss monsters were their attack speeds and reaction speeds. Now that the fallen garrison captain had been suppressed in all 3 aspects, it was only as difficult as a High Lord. It only dealt slightly more damage. However, their increased attributes made up for that, further decreasing the raid's difficulty. Right now, they felt like they were simply fighting a powerful lord. Alright, enough idling around. Use your berserk skills and throw everything you've got. We only have 15 minutes until this space disappears. Feng felt a sting in his chest. Lancelot had only dropped 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls, had just used the more precious of the 2. The Tier 4 super spell Disillusion Space. Unlike Tier 4 curses, super spells had been created during ancient times. They were ridiculously powerful, capable of transforming the environment. They were many times more powerful and mystical than the spells of the current era. Even the current NPCs in God's domain couldn't analyze these spells. Thus, they were called super spells. After activating Disillusion Space, it would transform the area within 200 yards of the caster into a custom world. All enemies within this world would be suppressed, decreasing their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed by 2/3 of their totals. At the same time, this world would also enhance the caster and his allies, decreasing the boss's difficulty by 1 tier. Take the fallen garrison captain, for example. It had originally been a Tier 3 upper rank existence. Now that its raid difficulty had reduced, it was only as strong as a Tier 2 upper rank. Unfortunately, Disillusion Space's duration was considerably short. Even so, in the past, everyone had called it the rarest magic scroll in God's domain. Second to none in the past, a Tier 4 super magic scroll had been worth at least 3 epic items. If a team of Tier 2 players used the scroll, they could even kill Tier 4 mythic monsters. However, Feng couldn't care less right now. The garrison captain and patrols were far stronger than he had imagined. If he hadn't used the magic scroll, they would have undoubtedly team-wiped. Moreover, trading a Tier 4 super magic scroll for a map to the Fallen Ark was a sure profit transaction. Upon hearing Feng's warning, everyone promptly began to activate their berserk skills. Although the fallen garrison captain and fallen patrols still possessed very high HPs, their reduced speed made them living targets. After activating their berserk skills, everyone easily dealt over minus 10,000 damage with their attacks. While Fire Dance and Gentle Snow could deal over minus 20,000 damage, Feng didn't hold back either as he activated Power of Darkness. He then used Silent Steps and appeared behind the garrison captain before activating Phantom Kill. Both he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst simultaneously. Miniature suns appeared on both Feng's and his doppelganger's swords. Every strike they landed on the garrison captain dealt over minus 60,000 damage, while critical hits dealt over minus 130,000 damage. By the time Feng and his doppelganger dropped to the ground, both had landed a total of 30 consecutive attacks. The fallen garrison captain lost over 2 million HP on the spot. The damages that appeared above the Grand Lord's head stupefied everyone. With such high damage, Feng could instantly kill a chieftain of the same level. Time passed quickly. Under the players' crazed bombardment, It took roughly 6 minutes for the garrison captain's 96 million HP to hit zero boom. When the fallen garrison captain collapsed, although it did not drop any loot, Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer, and the other members of Zero Wing rose from level 42 to level 43. The abundant EXP exceeded everyone's expectations. The Midnight Tea Party's members also leveled up from 41 to level 42, however. No one stopped to celebrate as they still had to deal with 4 fallen patrols. They had less than 10 minutes left before Disillusion Space's duration ran out. If they could not kill these bosses within this period, it would be much harder to do so afterward. Moreover, Feng had already told everyone that special lifeforms were immortal existences. Until they opened the Fallen Ark's entrance, these special lifeforms would continue to resurrect. Moreover, special lifeforms generally revived in around 10 minutes. They couldn't afford to waste any time, however. The fallen patrols were much easier to deal with than the fallen garrison captain. Even without their berserk skills, the two teams could deal a lot of damage to these bosses. In addition, they still had the support of the Midnight Tea Party's 2 Tier 3 summoned creatures. Finally, 14 minutes since Disillusion Space had been activated, the 4 fallen patrols collapsed, transforming into piles of rubble and gifting a large amount of EXP. The Midnight Tea Party members even leveled up once more, reaching level 43. This leveling speed astonished these players. They had actually gained nearly 2 full levels EXP in just 15 minutes. Zero Wings members were already high-leveled. Although they had also obtained plenty of EXP, it was not enough to reach the next level. However, the abundant EXP had helped Feng reach 82% of level 47. If he grinded trolls, he could reach level 48 in only half a day. As the guardian bosses died, the canyon began to tremble violently. Suddenly, the canyon's center collapsed. A towering, aqua-blue temple then emerged from the ground at the same time. The familiar sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. God's Domain System announcement. Players have successfully activated a new expansion pack in God's Domain. The system will undergo an upgrade. All players, please prepare to log out of the game. Chapter 1126. Revealing Identity. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1126. Revealing Identity. The notification about God's Domain System update echoed in every player's ears. The notification immediately earned various reactions. Who's the bastard that triggered a new expansion pack? I'm only halfway through a dungeon here. Crap. I just bought a helmet and joined God's Domain. Many players began voicing their dissent on the official forums. However, although many people were outraged about this update, even more people were curious about its contents. For a time, everyone made their own guesses. Meanwhile, before the Temple of the Fallen Ark, the sudden system notification caught Feng and the others by surprise. They had only activated the entrance of the Fallen Ark after much difficulty. Yet even before they had the chance to enter the Ark, the system announced an update. This was ridiculous. By now, practically everybody playing God's Domain knew that a system update signified a major upgrade. Meanwhile, the more God's Domain improved, the more difficult the game would become. Guild Leader, should we log off here? Aqua Rose and the others turned to Feng. The game had given them 20 minutes to log off. It wasn't exactly a lot of time, but it was more than nothing. If they strived hard enough, they might reach the Fallen Ark's inner region. If they entered the Ark after the system update completed, who knew how difficult the Ark would become? After all, this system was definitely related to the Fallen Ark's activation. After giving the matter some thought, Feng looked to Breeze Wine and Endless Scars and said seriously, "We have decided to enter the Ark right away. Do you want to enter first, or wait until after the update?" Feng hadn't expected the system update this time, however. This helped Feng recall the system's update after the Fallen Ark had emerged in the past. The update back then had ruined many players. This was because this update would improve God's Domain's traps. Not only would removing the traps become twice as difficult, but the trap's power and concealment effect also increased significantly. This situation caused many players, who enjoyed adventuring in the fields, many hardships. The higher difficulty of obtaining weapons and equipment for adventure-seeking independent players was also due to this update in God's Domain. There were 3 major sources for weapons and equipment. The first was dungeons, the second was field adventures, and the third was quest rewards. In the past, Due to the system update, the weapons and equipment on the market had decreased significantly. As a result, players that produced weapons and equipment became even more important in God's domain. The gods from the ancient era had left behind the traps inside the fallen Arkansas. These traps were incredibly difficult to remove to start with. If these traps were improved, exploring the fallen Ark would become far more difficult. However, Feng had no intentions of informing the Midnight Tea Party about this. Instead of answering Feng's question, Endless Scars turned to ask Breezewine, "Leader, what are your thoughts?" They had already cleared the most difficult part of their quest. However, Feng had previously stated that, shortly after the fallen Ark activated, monsters even more powerful than the 5 Guardian bosses would appear. According to their original plan, they had intended to wait until the monsters had been lured away from the fallen Ark before they dove in to explore. However, they had less than 20 minutes before they had to log off. If they entered the Ark now, they would have to risk encountering those monsters. Let's not enter the Ark for now. The monsters inside have yet to leave. If we die because we rushed into the Ark, it will do us more harm than good. In the end, Breezewine chose the safer approach instead. In his opinion, as long as he had the fallen Ark map, both the fallen Ark's treasures and quest were within their grasp. There was no need to risk their lives. What about our map? Blackie could not help but ask. Their previous agreement hinged on the Midnight Tea Party confirming these monsters' existence and their safe entry into the fallen Ark. Only after these conditions were met would the Midnight Tea Party give them a copy of the map. Yet the adventurer team now intended to wait until the monsters had been lured away from the Ark. Here is your copy of the fallen Ark map. Take it. Endless Scars said as she took a map from her bag and handed it to Feng. Endless Scars stunned the other Midnight Tea Party members. They had neither the existence of the monsters Feng had warned them about, nor had they confirmed the validity of Feng's method to lure the monsters away. It was simply too risky to hand over the copy right now. Thanks. Feng expressed his gratitude as he received the map. Endless Scars didn't respond to her team's questions. Instead, she evaluated Feng carefully before revealing an intimate smile and said, "This is what we've agreed upon, after all. However, this is our second transaction with each other, yet I still do not know your identity. I wonder if I can have the good fortune of a true introduction?" "Certainly," Feng replied before taking off the black cloak that hid his identity and appearance. He then introduced himself. "I am Black Flame, Zero Wings Guild leader." His first reason for hiding his and his team's identities was that he didn't want others to know what Zero Wings' main force was up to. His second, he simply didn't want Endless Scars to know who they were. After all, Endless Scars was a Blackwater Corporation representative. Even if Endless Scars did not show any particular interest in Blackwater, at the end of the day, Zero Wing and Blackwater were enemies. It never hurt to be careful. However, the Fallen Ark map was more important. If Endless Scars found out that they were from Zero Wing, she might sever their agreement for the Fallen Ark map then and there. However, now that the map was in their hands, there was no reason to continue hiding their identities. Moreover, Endless Scars spoke on behalf of the Midnight Tea Party. It would only create an unnecessary rift between their teams if they refused to reveal themselves. In addition, the Midnight Tea Party and Blackwater were utterly unrelated. "It's you?" Endless Scars' eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined the group of experts before her to be Zero Wing members. Moreover, the team's leader was even Zero Wing's guild leader himself. "Thanks for the map. Hopefully, we'll find more chances to work together in the future." Feng chuckled. He then led his team and dashed into the Fallen Ark. Meanwhile, Endless Scars was utterly dumbfounded as she stared at Feng's departing back. "Big Sis Endless, what's wrong?" Cloud Yarn asked curiously when she saw Endless Scars' astonishment, although it was indeed surprising that the other team's leader was Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. This wasn't the reason for Endless Scars' shock in the past. Their team had encountered many surprises. However, none of them had ever earned such a reaction from Endless Scars. This was her first time seeing such an expression on Endless Scars' face. Before today, she hadn't even thought that Endless Scars was capable of such an expression. Chapter 1127, Ark's Armory. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1127, Ark's Armory. Star Moon City, Blackwater's residence. Blackwater wasn't as prosperous as it had been. Very few players waited in front of the guild residence's entrance, eager to join. If not for the Blackwater Corporation's backing, not even these few players would be willing to join Blackwater. Not only had the Blackwater elite members that had died in the war in Stone Forest Town lost one level, but they had also lost a weapon or a piece of equipment. To make up for this loss, the elite players wouldn't have any time to help other guild members for some time. One of the main reasons that independent players willingly joined guilds for the guild experts help in leveling and raiding dungeons to upgrade weapons and equipment. Practically every guild in God's domain provided this benefit. Players wouldn't want to join a guild that did not provide such a benefit. As a result, Blackwater's ordinary members had stagnated. They were now only capable of raiding party dungeons and small-scale team dungeons. They had no choice but to stay as far away as possible from 50-man or above team dungeons. Meanwhile, Qin Muyun, Laughing Drunkard, and Lethal Gale entered the guild leader's office. One after another. Guild leader, here is the latest guild report you asked for, Qin Muyun said as she placed a report on the table. At this moment, she wore a grave expression. The report clearly stated that over 20,000 elite members had already withdrawn from the guild, as many as a second-rate guild's total count. As for the ordinary members that withdrew from the guild, there were more than 100,000. However, when Abandoned Wave looked at these numbers, he maintained a relatively nonchalant attitude. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Lethal Gale and asked, "How is the Blackwater trading firm coming along?" The Candlelight trading firm's latest product, the exotic stamina potion, has been well received. Despite having already reduced the mana mixture's price to 10 silver per bottle, ordinary players are buying the exotic stamina potion instead. Right now, our shops are only seeing 1/3 of our past traffic, Lethal Gale said, shaking his head dejectedly. Although our spies have already poked around in Candlelight, looking for information about the exotic stamina potion, it seems that only a select few of the trading firm's upper echelon know about the potion. As of now, we still do not know where to find the recipe. The exotic stamina potion had massively impacted the market. Setting aside how cheap it was, the mana mixture could not compare to its 10-hour duration. In addition, the mana mixture was only useful in dungeons, whereas the exotic stamina potion was useful in dungeons and the fields. At this moment, many ordinary players had given up on the regeneration potions and mana recovery potions in order to buy the exotic stamina potion. With the exotic stamina potion, players could grind monsters for longer periods. With the potion's effects, they did not even need to rest when traveling long distances, which allowed them to save plenty of time. Even Lethal Gale could not resist the temptation and had purchased 3 bottles for himself. After using the potion, he had to admit that it was a miracle potion. The potion had improved his leveling speed by roughly 20% to 30%. It was no wonder why many players were even willing to empty their coffers to buy the exotic stamina potion. Based on what he knew, the Candlelight Light trading firm had long since run out of the exotic stamina potion. As soon as Candlelight restocked, players would rip them from the shelves. Many large guild upper echelons had specifically visited the Candlelight trading firm to negotiate a deal for the potions. Right now, be it the guild's development or the trading firm's, Zero Wing was unstoppable good. Excellent. Contrary to expectations, Abandoned Wave didn't seem enraged. Rather, he began to laugh. Guild leader? Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale were utterly confused. Young Master Jing was greatly displeased with them. Most likely, they would receive instructions from their superiors in the next few days. At that time, none of them would escape punishment. This was especially true for Abandoned Wave, yet the man that was supposed to be worried and angry was actually laughing. Was the shock too much for him to handle? However, instead of responding to Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale's question, Abandoned Wave turned towards Laughing Drunkard and asked softly, "Drunkard, did you finish what I asked of you? Guild leader, don't you trust me?" Laughing Drunkard chuckled. Confidently, he continued, "I've already sent details regarding Zero Wing's experts to the Miracle Guild. Miracle has confirmed that they will not give Zero Wing any chances of victory in tomorrow's match in the Dark Arena." Originally, he was not particularly optimistic of Zero Wing's loss in the Dark Arena tomorrow. However, after making a trip to the Miracle Guild and the detailed report he had provided the guild, his confidence that Zero Wing would lose in tomorrow's competition had grown. The odds for the upcoming competition had already been released. The odds were 1 to 3, with the majority of the bets on the Azura battle team. However, this was simply because only a few people knew that the Evil Dragon battle team was backed by the Miracle Guild. They had only discovered this due to the Blackwater Corporation's relationship with one of Miracle's upper echelons. It was extremely rare for the odds in the Dark Arena to be as high as 1 to 3. Normally, the odds were around 1 to 1.5. Seeing such a high payout rate, the Miracle Guild intended to go all out. Moreover, the guild aimed for a complete victory. The payout for a complete victory was 1 to 7. That was even high enough to tempt super guilds. A super first-rate guild like Miracle couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Miracle's apex experts could even rival those of super guilds. Moreover, to guarantee their win in the competition, Miracle had secretly borrowed epic items from other large guilds. Even Zero Wing's apex experts, who were famed for their heaven-defying attributes, would be no match for the experts the Miracle intended to dispatch. Zero Wing's members were so powerful mostly because of their basic attributes. As for the experts that had reached the refinement realm or higher, there were only 5 in the guild. Among them, Black Flame would not participate in the Dark Arena. After all, the man was Zero Wing's guild leader. That left Yi Feng, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud. Among them, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud had only recently reached the refinement realm. Without the attribute advantage, the only true fighting force on the Azura battle team was Yi Feng. However, the competition in the Dark Arena was a 10-man team match. Good. Afterward, you 3 go and gather our guild's resources. When the time comes, we'll have to watch the competition as well. Abandoned Wave had not been as affected by the previous loss as Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale had thought. On the contrary, he had calmly thought of a way to turn the situation around. The first thing he needed to do was recover the guild's foundations, earning back the weapons, equipment, coins, and other items that the guild had lost in the war. The Dark Arena served as the perfect platform to do exactly that. Moreover, Blackwater's defeat was not without meaning. At the very least, their defeat had shown exactly how powerful Zero Wing's various experts were, and this information would help Miracle deal with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, after entering the towering temple, Feng had everyone use isolation scrolls before dashing through the labyrinth of empty corridors. As they had less than 20 minutes remaining, they would be hard-pressed to reach the Ark's inner region in time. The abyssal monsters had just woken and hadn't left the Ark yet in the outer region's corridors. Feng's team occasionally encountered wandering fallen patrols. However, as Feng now had a map, these fallen patrols meant nothing to the team with his acute senses. Not only could Feng avoid the patrols, but he could also avoid any traps. So this is the Armory. After nearly 10 minutes, Feng discovered a tightly shut door. The words War Armory had been carved on the stone above the massive door. Upon seeing these words, Feng's heartbeat accelerated. The War Armory stored weapons of war specifically, and no other player had ever opened this War Armory. Chapter 1128. Difference between Mythic Monsters. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1128. Difference between Mythic Monsters. As Feng stopped to look at the War Armory, Minor Wind noticed red dots appear on his system map and reported, "Guild Leader, distant patrols are approaching our location. If we don't move now, I'm afraid that we'll be discovered." After Zero Wing's team had entered the fallen Ark, Minor Wind had activated his scouting skill as he kept a lookout for any movement in their area. Although his scouting search area was reduced inside the Ark, he could sense for enemies within a 300-yard radius. That was enough for the team to respond before enemies reached them. How many? Feng asked too. Moreover, they're moving relatively quickly. They'll reach our location in 15 seconds at most. Minor Wind reported 15 seconds? We'll be cutting it quite close. Feng frowned. Based on his estimates, even an assassin with their locksmith class at master rank would need roughly 20 seconds to open a room like the War Armory. Unfortunately, their team didn't have a master locksmith. He also fully believed Minor Wind's estimate. A qualified ranger was not just a ranged damage dealer. Rangers' constant awareness of their surroundings and their judgment of various situations were their most important aspects. Although Minor Wind's combat standards were slightly lower than Zero Wing's other core members, his observation skills and judgment were top-notch. Guild Leader, we don't have much time left, Gentle Snow urged as they had less than 8 seconds to prepare. Based on their location on the map, they were only 2/3 of the way to the Fallen Ark's inner region. If they couldn't reach the inner region before the system update began, when they logged back into the game, reaching that area would be far more difficult. They also needed to select a treasury and deal with the traps inside. Feng hesitated in the past. The Fallen Ark had been a famous treasure trove in God's domain. However, as the inner region's traps were extremely dangerous, very few players were capable of obtaining any treasures whatsoever. This situation had also resulted in the various large guilds in giving up on the Ark. However, Feng never thought that he would actually come across an armory in the outer region. An armory might not mean much to an ordinary player, but to a guild, some of the more advanced weapons of war were even more valuable than fragmented legendary items. Forget it. We're giving up on the inner region. Let's take this armory for now. After giving the matter some thought, Feng settled for the armory. Right now, Zero Wing still lacked overall strength. It likely did not even have the power to defend a single city. However, if they could find a few advanced weapons of war here, they might make up for Zero Wing's lack of combat power. As long as they could construct and defend a city properly, the city's value would easily exceed that of 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items. Cola, you and Turtledove will tank the patrols. Don't let them near us. Everyone else, look for any nearby traps. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for unlocking the door. Feng hurriedly commanded. Understood. Hearing this, everyone exploded into action. The 2 fallen patrols were similar to those they had encountered at the entrance. They were both level 63 Great Lords with 57 million HP. However, Cola and Turtledove had long since familiarized themselves with the patrol's attack patterns. Even without the 9-star polar domain, they were capable of dealing with the Great Lords. At the same time, Fire Dance began to unlock the door to the armory as one of the Fallen Ark's secret rooms. The time it took to unlock the armory was secondary. The crucial issue was that the extremely complex unlocking method. One would have to start the process all over again if they made a single mistake. Only after removing the various locks could one finally open the secret room. Time passed quickly. After 1 minute, Fire Dance was only halfway through the door's locks. Guild leader, 2 more patrols are approaching. Minor Wind announced anxiously if there were only 3 fallen patrols, their team could more or less manage. 4, however, would be a problem. As for trying to kill the patrols, that would be considerably foolish. Special life forms were immortal existences. Even after expending a lot of time and effort, the most they would get out of the endeavor was some EXP. After 10 minutes, the fallen patrols would be back on their feet and ready to fight once again. Moreover, with each resurrection, the fallen patrols would become stronger. Only a lunatic would try to kill the Mumien. You'll come with me. Once Fire finishes unlocking the door, rush into the room. Remember, do not touch anything inside. Feng commanded. He then dashed towards the 2 new fallen patrols with Yi Wumian. Feng wouldn't try to take on one of the fallen patrols directly. Instead, he activated Aura of Earth while deflecting the patrol's attacks. This way, not only could he reduce the damage he received, but he could also alleviate the burden on the team's healers. However, as time passed, a loud roar echoed from a distant corridor. The angry roar reverberated through the spacious corridor already. Feng's expression darkened. The abyssal monsters had awakened far sooner than he had anticipated. If these monsters discovered his teams, none of them would get out of here alive. Feng's team wasn't the only one who had heard the roar. The Midnight Tea Party's members, who waited outside the Fallen Ark quietly, heard the deafening roar as well. Black Flame really didn't lie. Breeze Wine could not help but inwardly celebrate when he heard this roar. The fact that this roar is so deep and can reach all the way out here means that this monster should be mythic rank at the very least. Fortunately, they had made the trade with Feng. Otherwise, even if they had activated the Fallen Ark by themselves after obtaining their Tier 2 classes, they'd have no way of completing their quest. The difference between mythic monster strength and Grandlords was simply too massive. Even if their entire team reached Tier 2, it wasn't likely that they could defeat a mythic monster of the same level, much less a mythic monster of a higher level. The other team members nodded in agreement. Despite Dark War and several other people's opinions about Feng, they had to admit that Feng had helped them enormously. Meanwhile, before the Fallen Ark's armory, Fire Dance finally unlocked the door to the secret room. Guild leader, the door's open. Good. You guys go in first. Cola, start slowly moving towards armory. Opening the tightly shut door was undoubtedly good news to Feng. Immediately, he had everyone retreat towards the armory as Feng and the others reached the armory's entrance. Feng, Cola, and the other MTs felt their bodies become heavy. It was as if they had been submerged in mud. It was extremely difficult to move. Not good. Those monsters have arrived. Get inside quickly. Feng panicked. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and recovered his ability to move. He then took an aqua blue magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was none other than his sole remaining Tier 4 magic scroll. The area they were in was not particularly large, but he understood how powerful those monsters were. Any players the abyssal monsters killed would not get off with just a lost level. If that were the case, players in the past wouldn't have given up on the Fallen Ark's treasures that easily. Rather, those abyssal monsters would extract the immortal souls from the players they killed. Not only would players lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also wouldn't be able to log into the game for over 10 days. Humans? Those souls, heaven-blessed individuals? Wonderful. It's been so long since I've tasted an immortal soul. As Cola and the others rushed into the armory, a cold voice reached their ears, making them shudder with fear. Suddenly, as if the fallen patrols had been struck, the team watched the great lords fly into the corridor's walls, their powerful metallic bodies flattening like a specimen under a microscope. Aside from Feng, none of the players could move. Why is such a powerful monster here? The abyssal monsters might far exceeded Gentle Snow and the rest of the team's expectations. Before the monster had even shown itself, it had already flattened the 4 fallen patrols into pancakes. They had become fish on a cutting board. Chapter 1129. Ransacking the Armory. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1129. Ransacking the Armory. Sure enough, a complete domain is really powerful. Feng was slightly stunned. The Fallen Ark's abyssal monsters were much stronger than he had imagined. It was no wonder why God's domain's various superpowers hadn't been a match for these monsters in the past. This was definitely the first time Feng had encountered a mythic monster that wielded a complete domain. Generally, only Tier 4 NPCs could use one. This was also the factor that provided Tier 4 NPCs the power to face Tier 4 mythic monsters right now. Despite him having activated Heavenly Dragon's power, he could barely move his body. His joints even creaked as he moved. Oh, someone can still move? As Feng moved, a cold, deep voice reverberated through everyone's minds. When the team members lifted their heads, they discovered that a humanoid creature, which was roughly 4 meters tall and covered in scales, had suddenly appeared before them. The creature had 2 blade-like arms and crimson eyes that were as large as an ordinary human's fist. 2 sets of jet-black wings also stretched from the creature's back. Soul Eater Lord. Dark Creature. Mythic Weakened. Level 67. HP 210. 000. 000/210. 000. Every player gasped when they saw this creature. Despite being weakened, the creature was still a mythic monster. Moreover, the team despaired upon seeing his HP. Even a team of 1,000 experts would be cannon fodder against this monster. Much less a 20-man team. We were doomed. As Aqua Rose watched the Soul Eater Lord gradually approach them, she could already see her and her teammates' instant death in her mind. However, Aqua Rose still did not know that any player the Fallen Ark's ancient abyssal monsters killed would not get away with losing a single level. What an interesting little fellow. It's a pity that your struggling is useless. Just become my soul's nourishment obediently, the Soul Eater Lord said as he widened his ferocious mouth. He could no longer wait to devour these players. When 30 yards separated the team from the Soul Eater Lord, Feng finally finished chanting the last verse of the incantation in his heart. He abruptly unfurled the dark blue magic scroll in his hands. Pointless resistance will only add to your pain and despair. The Soul Eater Lord had already noticed the Tier 4 magic scroll in Feng's hands. However, he disregarded the object because he was fully capable of dealing with any Tier 4 spells. If it were a Tier 5 magic scroll, he might be nervous. However, such magic scrolls had even been extremely rare during the ancient era, not to mention the present era. Really? Feng smiled faintly. Immediately, an aqua-blue magic array formed beneath Feng's feet, following which, with Feng as the center, A faint blue barrier expanded outward Tier 4 curse. Water Boundary. Water Boundary was not an attack-type curse. Rather, it was a defensive curse. The curse was even capable of blocking Tier 5 attacks. It was a kind of absolute defense. The curse had a radius of 20 yards and a duration of 30 seconds after Water Boundary formed. Zero Wings members immediately felt the pressure dissipate as they regained their freedom of movement. Damn it. The Soul Eater Lord's expression twisted as the Water Boundary formed. It then began to assault the barrier. Boom. 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 The Soul Eater Lord was so fast that even Feng could barely see its movements. Everyone's hearts pounded as a series of expressions echoed throughout the fallen arc. They were terrified that the Soul Eater Lord would break through the seemingly flimsy, light blue barrier. After glancing at the fluctuating blue barrier, Feng shifted his attention away from the Soul Eater Lord as he commanded, "All right, get moving. We don't have much time left." As a Tier 4 defensive curse, Water Boundary could withstand the Soul Eater Lord's attacks, even if he were at his peak. The Soul Eater tribe's king, though, would have no problem shattering the barrier. Unfortunately, that kind of existence, which was as powerful as gods, was not in the current arc, following which, the Soul Eater Lord could only watch helplessly as Feng led his team into the armory. After entering the armory, Feng turned around and shut the door, immediately locking it. "Guild leader, that monster can't break in here, right?" Violet Cloud asked worriedly as she recalled how powerful the Soul Eater was. "Relax. This is the Fallen Arc, one of the final weapons the gods created. Divine runes strengthen the Arc's interior. Even a Soul Eater King would have a hard time destroying the interior of the Arc, not to mention a Soul Eater Lord." Feng said nonchalantly. His companions could not help but release a sigh of relief when they heard Feng's reassurance. "Now that the danger has been dealt with, Fire, you and Flying will disable the traps inside the armory. Everyone else move carefully," Feng ordered. Looking at the time, he found that they had around 6 minutes before they had to log out of the game. If they could not remove the traps within the armory during these 6 minutes, by the time they logged back into the game, these traps would become much harder to disable. Hearing this, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow immediately went into action. As for the rest of the team, they let their gazes wander the armory for a moment. They were stupefied. The armory was a massive treasure trove. There was a variety of tools on display, and everyone was extremely tempting. "Guild leader, look over there. Mana pulse cannons. They're even intermediate rank." During the war against the Star Alliance, Feng had spent 20,000 gold to purchase a basic mana pulse cannon. A single attack from the cannon could rival the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Moreover, the cannon had a range of 15,000 yards and a radius of 200 yards. Unfortunately, the cannon was very costly to use, with each shot requiring 1,000 magic crystals. Moreover, it had a long cooldown of around 3 to 4 minutes. Meanwhile, upon reading the intermediate mana pulse cannon's information, the team discovered that it was even more impressive than they had thought. Although its attack was roughly as powerful as a Tier 4 destruction spell, it had a range of 20,000 yards and a radius of 500 yards. It cost 2,000 magic crystals to fire a single round and similarly had a cooldown of around 3 to 4 minutes. The difference between a radius of 200 yards and 500 yards was simply outrageous. Furthermore, this armory actually had 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons. If Zero Wing had had these 2 cannons and a sufficient number of magic crystals during its battle against Blackwater, winning the war would have been far easier. However, rather than the mana pulse cannon, Feng's gaze stopped on a magical steel car. He was quite familiar with this item movement type defensive magic array. Although it was only a basic defensive magic array, it could be moved freely even after being activated. In the past, large guilds treated it like a mobile fortress. As long as this magic array had enough mana, it could block all Tier 3 attacks and lower. Meanwhile, its maximum radius could cover an entire basic town. Aside from the mana pulse cannons and movement type defensive magic array, there were a large number of basic mana pulse bombs. Every bomb possessed the might of a Tier 3 spell and had a radius of 25 yards. They could be thrown up to a maximum of 50 yards. They were incredibly suited for individual players. To current players, these mana pulse bombs were godly weapons in group battles, as a single bomb could obliterate all players in a 25-yard radius. There were actually over 1,000 of such bombs. Feng had never imagined that a single armory would contain such a large harvest. With these items, The issue of his future city's defense was practically settled seconds past. Then minutes. When there were only 2 minutes before the system update began, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had disabled 90% of the Armory's traps. Only one trap set up around a stone altar was left. Guild leader, this trap is too complex. Even I can't disable it. Fire Dance exclaimed as she examined the trap before her. Even you can't disable it? Feng was surprised they were still in the Ark's outer region. With Fire Dance being an advanced trap disabler, she should be able to deal with every trap here. It was only a matter of time, however. The fact that Fire Dance was unable to disable the trap spoke volumes about the stone altar's value. Since time was running out, Feng immediately removed Icarus's heart from his neck and passed it to Fire Dance. Fire Dance was momentarily dazed when she saw Icarus's heart. She had never expected such a powerful epic item to exist. Hurry. Use this to disable the trap. Feng instructed Trap Disabler was a similar lifestyle class to the Appraiser class. However, it was not a particularly popular class. The Assassin class possessed a talent bonus that allowed them to level lifestyle classes like Locksmith and Trap Disabler far more easily. With Feng's command, Fire Dance recovered her wits and activated God's Blessing, upgrading her Trap Disabler class to the Master rank immediately. Fire Dance began to disable the trap on the stone altar. However, this trap would require a considerably long time to disable. Quick. We don't have much time left. Feng's anxiety grew when he saw only 30 seconds remaining if Fire Dance failed. The next time they logged into the game, the consequence would not be limited to some lost time. Fire Dance also grew desperate. Her mind focused like never before as she frantically disabled the trap's mechanisms. One after another, there were only 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. It's disabled. Fire Dance finally disabled the trap with only 2 seconds remaining, and she could not help but sigh in relief at her success, following which, everyone's vision faded to black as they were sent to their individual God's domain offline rest spaces. Chapter 1130. Talent. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1130. Talent. Inside the offline rest space, Feng slowly opened his eyes with this. All we need to do is wait for the system update to end and log back into the game. Feng could not help his growing excitement when he thought about the stone altar. Even the intermediate mana pulse cannons had only been protected by advanced traps. Whatever master traps protected definitely stored far more valuable treasure. Feng shifted his gaze to the system interface displayed before him. The interface showed 14 hours and 40 minutes before the system update completed. From this, Feng could tell that significant changes would shake God's domain. A nearly 15-hour-long system update. It's roughly the same duration as when the Fallen Ark had been activated in the past. Feng could not help but recall detailed information about the system update in the past. Every time God's domain underwent a system update, it more or less changed Guild's path of development. For example, the previous few system updates had gradually increased the importance of lifestyle classes in the various large guilds' eyes. Guild had even begun to invest a significant amount of resources to nurture their lifestyle classes. Similarly, the system update this time would change God's domain. Once more, there were many lifestyle classes in God's domain. They weren't limited to forgers, engineers, alchemists, enchanters, leatherworkers, tailors, chefs, and such. There were many other lifestyle classes that players did not pay much attention to, such as diviners, architects, appraisers, fraudsters, cultivators, tamers, scholars, magicians, locksmiths, and other minor subclasses. This latest update would gradually increase the importance of these minor subclasses in the game. Before the trap mechanisms in God's domain had been perfected, adventurer players who explored the fields could get by financially in the game relatively easily. In the fields, their main problem when they found treasure was the guardian monsters. Rarely would any player pay attention to the traps protecting the treasure. This was because of the only 2 possibilities when one tried to disable a trap. The first was that the trap could be disabled, although the time required depended on the player. The other possibility was that the trap could not be disabled. One wouldn't receive any kind of punishment for failing to disable a trap. As a result, players rarely paid much attention to the trap disabler class. However, after the system update, a third outcome would occur. A trap could be disabled, but failure came with a risk. If one failed to disable a trap, they would trigger the trap itself. Trap strengths varied. If players triggered a weaker trap, they might retain their lives. Even in the event of death, players would only suffer the normal death penalties. For stronger traps, however, players might have to pay more than a single level for their failure. Another example was the Magician subclass, one of the minor subclasses Feng had learned. A magician's role was to produce items such as magic scrolls and magic arrays. Although the Magician subclass was not as important as the Forger subclass, it was one of the essential subclasses in God's domain. Moreover, as the subclass increased its rank, it would serve a greater purpose due to the increased importance of the various minor subclasses. The large guilds began to nurture these subclasses to aid their guild's development. It seems that I'll have to get melancholic to start collecting purple dew and 5-colored flowers once I log back in. After some thought, Feng decided to start nurturing a batch of players with minor subclasses. Minor subclasses were not as difficult to improve as major subclasses. There was no need to expend a large stock of materials for trial and error. One simply needed to achieve a certain technical standard to rise through the ranks. Take the Magician subclass, for example. If a player produced a basic magic array, they would become a basic magician. If they produced an intermediate magic array, they would become intermediate magicians. There was no need to accumulate a large number of proficiency points. Promotion solely depended on a player's technical skills. However, while there were no restrictions on learning minor subclasses, with players being allowed to learn over 10 minor subclasses, due to personal talent, not everyone could level a subclass to intermediate or advanced rank, much less master rank. Due to this, players should learn only the minor subclasses they were proficient at if they wished to advance to higher stages in the game. However, how was a player supposed to determine which minor subclass they were proficient at? In the past, the most popular way to test their abilities was the talent potion. As long as players drank the talent potion, the system would provide a series of tests. After completing these tests, the system would notify players about the subclass they were most suited for. This way, players would not have to waste their time researching whether they were suitable for a certain subclass or not. Of course, if players liked a particular subclass, they could learn it regardless of whether they had the talent. They just wouldn't be able to advance quickly. Meanwhile, the main materials for crafting the talent potion was purple dew and 5-colored flower. Feng also knew where to find the recipe. As long as he went there to grind, he should have no problems obtaining a few copies. After Feng finished planning his development, he decided to rest in the virtual space. Only at 7 in the morning did he exit his virtual gaming cabin after Feng finished breakfast and did some light exercises. Before he left to check on Zero Wing's new internal members in the dojo, he noticed his female assistant, who currently wore black working attire, waiting for him by the lounge's entrance. Head instructor, Chairman Xiao has an extremely important matter he wishes to discuss with you. He is waiting in the chairman's office right now, Liang Jing reported as she walked up to Feng, who wore blue sportswear. Got it. Feng nodded. In reality, even if Xiao Yu hadn't come looking for him, he would have likely sought the man out himself within the next few days. During his previous expansion of the Zero Wing workshop, he had recruited plenty of talented people. These people were all much stronger than the independent players he had recruited in God's domain. Although their levels in the game were still quite low, their combat standards were already higher ordinary elite players. In addition, he and Lei Bao normally trained these new recruits. It was only a matter of time before they could clear the trial tower's 4th floor. Once these people reached the 5th floor, they would become experts in the eyes of ordinary players. If they could reach the 5th floor's late stage, even large guilds would treat them like experts. However, Feng wasn't looking for ordinary experts. He wanted apex experts capable of turning the tides of war by themselves. It was extremely difficult to nurture such apex experts. First, he needed a sufficient amount of resources such as the S-rank nutrient fluid. However, Feng didn't have the connections he needed to gain a large quantity. Fortunately, Xiao Yu did. The Big Dipper Tower's 51st floor. This floor was specifically reserved for the chairman of the Big Dipper Group. It was also the Big Dipper Tower's highest floor. From in the corridor, they could see the entirety of Jinhai City through the glass walls. Very few people in Jinhai City were ever invited to this floor. Even Liang Jing, Chairman Zhao's senior assistant, had never set foot on this floor. Generally, she waited for the chairman on the 50th floor as Liang Jing followed Feng to the chairman's office. She sighed ruefully as she stared at Feng's back. If not for Director Xiao allowing her to bring Feng here, she would never have had the opportunity to see this floor. When Liang Jing opened the doors to the chairman's office, an office the size of a basketball court appeared before her eyes. Three people sat before the room's French window. Feng was familiar with all three. One of them was Xiaoyu. Another was Gan Xingting, the bald man who Fire Dance had thoroughly defeated, and the last Xie Qiwen, the handsome youth with a body as robust as Lei Bao's, known as the White Tiger Dojo's fighting genius. Chapter 1131. An invitation that cannot be refused. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1131. An invitation that cannot be refused. Why are they here? Feng frowned slightly as he eyed Xie Qiwen and Gan Xingting, who sat on a sofa and chatted merrily with Xiaoyu. The White Tiger Dojo was currently Big Dipper's rival as Feng walked up to the three people. Xiaoyu took the initiative to welcome him. Instructor Shi, you're finally here. Let me introduce you. This is White Tiger Dojo's rising star, Xie Qiwen. As for our other guest, I believe that you've already met. Gan Xingting has already been appointed the acting head instructor of the White Tiger Dojo's branch in Jinhai City. Xiaoyu introduced the men to Feng as Xiaoyu completed the introductions. Xie Qiwen stared at Feng. Feng currently wore dark blue sportswear. He appeared extremely young for someone in his position. No matter how Xie Qiwen looked at Feng, the latter looked like any ordinary youth. Feng did not exude the aura that was usually found on martial arts experts. If not for Gan Xingting providing him with information about Big Dipper beforehand, he would have assumed that Feng was a new student who had recently enrolled to the Big Dipper Dojo. Hello? Head Instructor Shi. Xie Qiwen greeted Feng without getting up from his seat. He simply looked at Feng, nodding slightly as he spoke with a courteous tone. I have heard of Head Instructor Shi's fame. Sure enough, the rumors were true. Hello. Feng gave with a brief, but polite response. As for Gan Xingting, he did not bother saying anything to Feng. In Gan Xingting's opinion, Feng was simply one of the Big Dipper group's puppets and did not possess any true ability. The dojo's true master must be the woman he had fought before, Fire Dance. In both strength and reaction capabilities, Fire Dance far surpassed him. He wouldn't even be surprised if she turned out to be the internal force expert the Big Dipper group had invited. Xie Qiwen stood up and turned to look at Xiaoyu before saying, Chairman Xiao, since we've already told you why we are here, we'll take our leave now. When the time comes, I will welcome your arrival. Initially, he had waited here to catch a glimpse of Feng. Now that he had met the man in question and discovered that Feng was exactly as Gan Xingting had mentioned, he had no reason to stay following, which Xiaoyu sent both Xie Qiwen and Gan Xingting to the door. He then had Liang Jing send them on their way. After the duo left, Feng asked, Chairman Xiao, may I know what business you wish to discuss? The White Tiger Dojo will be holding an opening ceremony in 4 days, and they have invited you and me to participate. At the same time, the White Tiger Dojo plans to hold a friendly competition during the ceremony and has invited the various training centers and dojos to participate as well. The match will involve teams of 3, and participants must be below the age of 20. The competition's champion will win 1 million credits and an invitation card to the Green God Company's annual auction. An invitation card to the Green God auction? Sure enough, the White Tiger Dojo is impressive. The White Tiger Dojo's wealth and influence surprised Feng. Practically everybody in the world knew about the Green God Company. The Green God Company was the sole producer of nutrient fluids, which was sold in practically every town and city around the world. It was an absolute giant. In this current era, who did not pay attention to their bodies? Who didn't want to live longer? Particularly, the S-rank nutrient fluid produced miraculous effects. However, as its production volume was low, it was extremely difficult to obtain. The Green God Company also held an auction once every year. In this auction, the company sold plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids. In addition, the company would introduce new products that were not available on the market. Only, it was extraordinarily difficult to gain an invitation. A company like the Big Dipper Group did not qualify to receive an invitation. However, this wasn't surprising. After all, not a single person or company in Jinhai City qualified. Most likely, only an existence like the White Tiger Dojo, which nurtured international-level fighters, consistently qualified. After all, in this era where everyone paid attention to their physical fitness, the various international training centers and dojos were the Green God Company's main customers. I know, right? In previous years, we've offered 5 million to purchase an invitation card. However, we have never actually managed to buy one. Hence, head instructor sure. I was wondering if you could select a few members from the Big Dipper Dojo to participate in this friendly competition? Xiao Yu asked anxiously, although he knew that the White Tiger Dojo wanted to flaunt its might through this friendly competition and solidify its position in Jinhai City. The invitation card to the Green God auction was simply too tempting to give up. This invitation card was a pass that allowed one to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. At the same time, one would encounter people of high social standing. If he could form some kind of relationship with some of these influential people, it might help the company's development in the future. Hence, even if he knew it was a trap, he couldn't refuse it. Chairman Xiao, you should know that the dojo's members have only recently joined. Even the powerful fighters are no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite geniuses. Feng replied as he shook his head. Since the White Tiger Dojo dared to put up such a tempting prize, it was obvious that the dojo was confident in claiming the prize for itself. During the competition, the dojo would definitely send geniuses from its main branch to participate and teach the various dojos and training centers in Jinhai City a lesson that they would never forget. I heard that head instructor Sure has several experts in your workshop. What if they participate instead? Xiao Yu asked eagerly. He had long since learned about the Zero Wing workshop from Liang Jing. According to Liang Jing, the workshop members were powerful fighting experts. The woman named Fire Dance, in particular, had even defeated Gan Xingting in a single move. Chairman Xiao, I understand what you are trying to say, but unfortunately they are all over 20 years old. Feng said, smiling bitterly. Of course, he wanted Cola and the others take part in the competition. However, they were all over the age limit. Only Violet Cloud met this requirement. However, the competition was a group match. If he could not fill the 2 remaining spots, they wouldn't be able to take part anyway. As for the members that had recently joined the Zero Wing workshop, although they had improved significantly, they were no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite members. The White Tiger Dojo really is crafty. I never thought that they would have accounted for this as well. A disappointed expression dominated Xiao Yu's face. Despite the valuable opportunity to develop the company, he had no way of grasping it was still have 4 days. It isn't entirely impossible to find suitable experts. However, it won't be easy. Feng suddenly recalled several core members in the guild that were younger than 20. Only, none of them had come to Jinhai City to participate in Zero Wing's special training. Xiao Yu's eyes shone at Feng's words. Immediately, he said, if head instructor Sure has any requirements, please, don't hold back. Since Chairman Xiao has offered, things will be easier on my side. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's assurance, Feng said, if we wish to defeat the White Tiger Dojo, I'll need roughly 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Although those several core members possessed a wealth of combat experience, their physical attributes were simply too low. Meanwhile, unlike virtual combat, real-life combat relied heavily on a person's physical attributes if he wanted to improve their combat power in the real world quickly. The only way to do so was by pushing them past their brain's limits and utilizing the S-rank nutrient fluids to recover. Only this method would rapidly improve their body's overall strength. He could also nurture the guild's experts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 1132. Butterfly Effect. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1132. Butterfly Effect. 10 bottles? Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard Feng's request. S-rank nutrient fluids were not cabbages that one could purchase easily. It was difficult to buy a bottle even if one could afford it. People around the world referred to the S-rank nutrient fluid as the water of life. A bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could easily go for 1 million credits. Even Xiao Yu himself was only willing to drink 1 bottle per year to repair the damaged cells in his body, significantly slowing the aging process. The S-rank nutrient fluid was a treasure to well-known international fighters. Normally, they would only consume a bottle if they were heavily injured. Even drinking A-rank nutrient fluids during normal training was considered a luxury previously. To recruit Feng into Big Dipper, he had utilized his connections and spent a significant sum to obtain a batch no matter how he looked at it. Buying another 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to obtain the Green God Company's invitation was not a worthwhile transaction after all. His main goal in obtaining the invitation card was to purchase S-rank nutrient fluid and other new products the Green God Company intended to offer. He was still uncertain about how many bottles he could purchase in the auction. It was simply too risky to invest 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid right off the bat. That's right. I'll need 10 bottles at the very minimum. Sure, Feng wasn't lying. Void steps placed a huge burden on the human brain. Without the in-depth healing the S-rank nutrient fluid provided, one would risk their life by using the technique. Hence, whenever he trained the guild's core members, he warned them that, if they did not have any S-rank nutrient fluids on hand, they were absolutely not allowed to practice void steps excessively. If it is money you are worried about, I can pay half the cost. However, I want a spot on the Green God Company's invitation card. You'll pay half of it? After giving the matter some thought, Xiaoyu agreed and said, all right, I'll try to find a way to get the 10 bottles. However, they will cost slightly above market price. Every invitation card allowed 2 people to attend the auction. It did not matter if he shared one with Feng to further develop itself. The Big Dipper Group had already invested a large sum into the new dojo. They had also spent a lot on advertising. Hence, the company was somewhat tight on funds. If Feng were willing to cover half of the S-rank nutrient fluids cost, investing in Feng's group was no different than their previous attempt of purchasing the Green God auction invitation card for 5 million credits. Only, unlike Feng, that plan hadn't succeeded. As for whether Feng had the money to pay up, he had long since ordered Liang Jing to investigate the man's finances recently. God's domain had become increasingly popular around the world. Many industry giants had already invested in the game. It was definitely possible to earn a lot of money through God's domain. Moreover, based on what he had heard from Liang Jing, Feng's workshop was considerably large. Moreover, more companies had invested in the workshop. At this point, the workshop had begun mass recruiting full-time gamers. It was obvious that Feng earned quite an income from the game. He shouldn't have any issues spending several million credits at a moment's notice now that God's domain was so popular. Even Xiaoyu had considered establishing a workshop based on what he had heard from his connections. He learned that gaming workshops focused on God's domain earned far more than they had in past virtual reality games. God's domain also had far more players. However, expanding the Big Dipper Group took priority. Once the Big Dipper Group had grown, it would become far more profitable than any gaming workshop or guild after all. More people had begun to take their physical training more seriously after discovering God's domain. Unfortunately, what Xiaoyu did not know was that Feng's workshop was more profitable than he imagined. After Feng finalized his arrangements with Xiaoyu, he returned to Zero Wing's training room. Only the workshop's official members had access to this room. Feng had specifically instructed Liang Jing to stock the room with various training equipment. These machines would help strengthen a person's reaction speed and evasive maneuvers. Blackie. Contact Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. Have them come to Jinhai City as quickly as possible. Report the travel expenses as a workshop expenditure. Feng instructed Blackie, who was currently occupied with basic training. Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove had been members of a certain dojo before they had joined Zero Wing. They were both younger than 20. However, after officially becoming Zero Wing core members, Feng had both of them leave their dojos. After all, becoming a Zero Wing core member was basically a formal job. They had to make God's domain their main priority after they left their previous dojos. Aside from playing God's domain, they normally exercised at a local gym. All of their attention had shifted to God's domain. However, as Zero Wing had yet to establish its own company officially, and the purchasing agreement for Ouroboros' training center wasn't finalized, Feng hadn't invited them to take part in special training with the others. Weary having them here now? Blackie shot Feng a curious look. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of excitement as he asked, "Is the training center ready?" He had already heard about the matter from Feng. Ouroboros' training center specialized in nurturing gaming experts. Setting aside its numerous facilities, it had an advanced virtual system in which players could train. Of course, Ouroboros' training center wasn't as advanced as the Secret Pavilion's simulated training system. However, it was far more efficient than a ton of people competing for the 10 black cards. Most importantly, with the acquisition of Ouroboros' training center, Zero Wing would finally have its own headquarters. They would no longer have to borrow someone else's facilities. Like the core members of those first-rate guilds, they could then walk into their luxurious training centers in the city center every day. No, Feng said, shaking his head. Qing Xue is still negotiating the price for the training center. I want them here for another matter. Although the Blackwater's defeat had indeed dealt a major blow to the several companies backing Ouroboros, it was not an easy task to buy the training center's remaining shares. If they discovered Zero Wing's true goal, they might demand a far higher price than what Zero Wing had planned on unless something forced these companies were forced to sell the shares in a hurry. Feng had to let Bai Qingxue find a way to obtain the shares cheaply. His reply disappointed Blackie. However, he suddenly thought of something else as he said, "Brother Feng, when you went to your meeting, someone came to the workshop asking for you. However, I told him that you're in a meeting, so he's been waiting in the lounge. Do you want to meet him right now?" "Who is it?" "It's that youth that Big Sis Fire flattened. I think his name is Yu Zipping?" Blackie responded, somewhat uncertain. "He came on his own volition? Interesting. I just so happen to be free, so I might as well meet with him." Feng thought back to the bait he cast. He hadn't expected to hook Yu Zipping so quickly. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Now that Xie Chiwen was in Jinhai City, as Yu Zipping's greatest romantic rival, how could the boy sit by and do nothing? If Yu Zipping remained passive, Xie Chiwen would definitely take the girl he loved. This was his last chance to do something. Only, this development had occurred sooner than Feng had anticipated. The current timeline was deviating further away from the one he remembered, following which, Feng entered the training room's lounge. Yu Zipping sat on the lounge's sofa, his legs shaking slightly. He looked quite nervous. "What business do you have with me?" Feng asked slowly as he examined the fighter before him. Seeing Feng, Yu Zipping stood up abruptly, anxiety flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Didn't you say that as long as I join Zero Wing's workshop, you'll tell me how to become stronger? Is that offer still valid?" Hall Master Jiang had already announced his intentions of driving his daughter, Jiang Lingyu, closer to Xie Chiwen. If he did not achieve some sort of feat quickly, he would be too late. Chapter 1133. The Difference Brought About by Time. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1133. The Difference Brought About by Time. Of course, it's still valid. Feng provided a definitive answer. However, didn't your White Tiger Dojo bar you from joining any gaming workshops? Yu Zipping fell silent upon Feng's question. He had been determined not to join Zero Wing's workshop. After all, he was recognized as an elite member in the White Tiger Dojo. If given enough time, he would gain Hall Master Zhang's recognition. However, Xie Chiwen's sudden appearance in Jinhai City significantly reduced the time he had to make any notable achievements. Xie Chiwen was already a well-known national fighter. Now, the White Tiger Dojo's main branch had decided to cultivate Xie Chiwen and prepare him for the international stage. On the other hand, he hadn't even reached the national threshold. With Hall Master Zhang's personality, he definitely had no hopes of furthering his relationship with Jiang Lingyu right now. His only way of getting Hall Master Zhang's recognition was to grow a lot stronger within a short time. At the very least, he needed to become a fighter on the national level. Only then would Hall Master Jiang even consider handing his daughter over to him to build his strength quickly. The only way he could think of was by joining Zero Wing's workshop. There wasn't actually a rule or regulation in the White Tiger Dojo that disallowed joining a gaming workshop, and growing stronger was far more important than violating Gon Xingting's rules. If I join Zero Wing's workshop, how much stronger can I become within a month? Yu Zipping was desperate to grow stronger. However, he was suspicious about how much stronger the Zero Wing workshop could help him become. "I knew you would ask something like this. Since you're curious, how about you spar with one of our workshop's new members?" Feng suggested, chuckling. "Fortunately, you're already familiar with this person." "Someone I am familiar with?" Yu Zipping gave Feng a skeptical look. "Follow me." Feng did not bother to explain as he left the lounge. Yu Zipping promptly followed him, curious about his opponent in the White Tiger Dojo. His status was relatively high. Not only had he become an intermediate disciple at the young age of 18, but he even ranked near the top among intermediate disciples. He was only a short time from becoming an advanced disciple. If he became an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo at his age, he would definitely qualify to participate in the National Youth Fighting Competition. Inside Zero Wing's training room, many of Zero Wing Workshop's new members were preoccupied with their basic training. When they noticed Feng lead an indifferent youth into the room, They stopped and looked at Yu Zipping curiously. Who's that? A new member? No, I know that guy. He was one of the fighters that came to the dojo to make trouble, but got a beating from Big Sis Fire instead. What unfortunate fools. Big Sis Fire never shows mercy in a fight. She is exactly like Instructor Lei in this aspect. Do you think that guy is looking to challenge Big Sis Fire again? Everyone in the training room had their assumptions about Yu Zipping's intentions. As for whether Yu Zipping had any chance of actually defeating Fire Dance, the thought never even entered their minds. In their eyes, Yu Zipping would need a miracle to survive against the woman for longer than 5 seconds. As for the youth defeating Fire Dance, had anyone ever seen an ordinary human win against a monster before? After Feng entered the training room, he turned to a slim youth that looked to be roughly 20 years old and said, Lu Xiu, come over here for a second. We'll be testing your strength today. Understood. Lu Xiu hurriedly responded. Lu Xiu? When Yu Zipping saw Lu Xiu walking over, the youth wore a strange expression previously. When they had shown up to make trouble for the Big Dipper Dojo, Lu Xiu had chosen to leave the White Tiger Dojo and take part in the Zero Wing Workshop's test as an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo. Yu Zipping was very familiar with Lu Xiu's standards. The latter was just barely as strong as an intermediate disciple. Hence, he had been happy about Lu Xiu's decision to leave the dojo. After all, not everyone could succeed in the world of fighting. Lu Xiu might have a better future if he joined a gaming workshop instead, however. When he realized that Feng had selected Lu Xiu to be his opponent, he found the matter laughable. Just how much did Feng underestimate him? All right, you two, get in the arena. Your time limit is 3 minutes, Feng instructed. Not explaining further, Feng's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Blackie merrily shouted, We have a good show coming up. I'll be the bookkeeper. The betting ratio is 1-5. Whoever bets on Yu Zipping will get 5 times their wager if he wins. Don't miss this opportunity. All right. I'll bet on Lu Xiu. I'll bet on Lu Xiu as well. I'll bet 1 bottle of 100-berry wine on Lu Xiu's win. In the end, nobody bet on Yu Zipping. Blackie's expression twisted, however. Among those present, Yu Zipping had the ugliest expression. He was only a step away from becoming an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo. Yet in the eyes of these gamers, he seemed to be some random passerby not worth their attention. Lu Xiu felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. Similar to Yu Zipping's familiarity with his strengths, he, too, understood Yu Zipping's power. He had never imagined that Feng and Zero Wing Workshop's core members expected him to win. No matter how he thought about it, that was impossible upon seeing both fighters in their positions. Feng shouted, Begin! Lu Xiu, don't hold back and show me everything you've got. I'm curious to see what you've accomplished in the Zero Wing Workshop since you've joined. Yu Zipping told Lu Xiu seriously. Lu Xiu nodded and charged at Yu Zipping. Lu Xiu launched a straight punch towards Yu Zipping, his fist pushing a strong gust of wind into the latter's face. Lu Xiu's punch was so fast that Yu Zipping barely caught a glimpse of it. So fast, Yu Zipping could not help his surprise. Lu Xiu's punch was far faster and more accurate than it had been in the past. However, Yu Zipping was no ordinary fighter. Diverting the approaching fist with one hand, Yu Zipping sidestepped and rushed forward, slamming his body into Lu Xiu. As if Lu Xiu had expected the move, he quickly adjusted his footwork as his fist was redirected. Twisting his body, he circled to Yu Zipping's back. Avoiding the latter's body slam, he dodged it. Yu Zipping was slightly surprised. Yu Zipping regained his composure as he turned and continued his fierce assault against Lu Xiu. Every one of Yu Zipping's moves contained both deadly speed and precision, making them extremely difficult to parry. However, contrary to Yu Zipping's expectations, Lu Xiu didn't become flustered, and the attacks didn't land. Rather, with nimble movements and footwork, he systematically dodged one attack after another. After Yu Zipping's barrage ended, Lu Xiu realized that Yu Zipping was exhausted. Immediately, Lu Xiu took advantage of the opportunity and dove in for the kill. Yu Zipping, knowing he was in a bad position, could only throw a punch of his own to deter Lu Xiu's assault. However, Lu Xiu showed no signs of avoiding the hit. On the contrary, Lu Xiu continued straight towards Yu Zipping's punch. As Yu Zipping's fist was about to collide with Lu Xiu's face, however, The latter abruptly tilted his head. Yu Zipping's fist brushed past Lu Xiu's cheek, leaving a bloodied cut. However, this allowed Lu Xiu to move into Yu Zipping's guard. Combining his speed and strength, Lu Xiu sent an open palm strike at Yu Zipping's neck. This strike forced Yu Zipping to retreat by 3 steps, feeling a little faint. Meanwhile, Lu Xiu took this opportunity to land another palm strike on his opponent's chest. Immediately, the attack sent Yu Zipping sprawling to the ground. The victor of this match. Lu Xiu. From the start of the match to Yu Zipping's collapse, Lu Xiu felt as if he had been dreaming. He had the weird feeling that Yu Zipping had gone easy on him. Why else would Yu Zipping have had so many holes in his defense? Moreover, in Lu Xiu's opinion, Yu Zipping's attack methods had been monotone. It was as if Yu Zipping had begged him to dodge the attacks. However, in Feng's opinion, Lu Xiu's win wasn't unexpected. Since joining Zero Wing, Lu Xiu had experienced many life or death battles. He also frequently attended Lei Bao's training sessions. Both provided plenty of combat experience. Lu Xiu also used to be one of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples. In terms of his physique, he wasn't any weaker than Yu Zipping. Lu Xiu had simply lacked combat experience. However, during his time in Zero Wing, Lu Xiu had accumulated far more combat experience than Yu Zipping. Yu Zipping's defeat wasn't unusual. The first thing Yu Zipping saw after regaining consciousness was Lu Xiu. How did he improve so much so quickly? A bitter feeling swam in his heart as he looked at Lu Xiu. He knew why he had been defeated. The fight might have looked like a deadlock, but the difference in their combat experience was simply too vast. Right now, Lu Xiu moved like an expert that had lived through hundreds of battles. Lu Xiu may even possess more combat experience than the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples yet. How much time had passed since Lu Xiu had joined the Zero Wing workshop? How could he have gained that much combat experience in such a short time span? You've seen how much Lu Xiu has improved for yourself. What do you think of my place now? Feng asked, laughing. Will you really teach me everything if I join Zero Wing's workshop? Yu Zipping asked anxiously. He stared at Feng with anticipation. Feng could not help but sigh ruefully at the tense Yu Zipping. No one would ever have imagined that this youth before him would actually become the Tier 5 berserker known as Silent Blade. Yu Zipping was just as talented as Xie Qiwen. However, Xie Qiwen was slightly older and had a far stronger family background. If one wanted to improve their physique rapidly, intense training wasn't enough. A fighter also needed to replenish the energy they consumed. Even the most common C-rank nutrient fluid cost 400 credits. Fighters who trained arduously every day needed at least 1 bottle per day. That meant that one would have to spend 12,000 credits on C-rank nutrient fluids in a single month. Ordinary households couldn't afford that expenditure. There was even less need to mention B-rank nutrient fluids, which cost 1,000 credits per bottle. Dojos and training centers were only willing to sign contracts with and nurture people with outstanding talent. Ordinary members wouldn't have access to the privilege. However, even contracted members only received C-rank nutrient fluids. Only those geniuses would be given B-rank nutrient fluids. As for Yu Zipping, the White Tiger Dojo had only offered him an ordinary contract, providing 1 bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid each day. However, Xie Qiwen was different. Xie Qiwen did not even need the support of the White Tiger Dojo, as his household provided A-rank nutrient fluids to fine-tune his body. A-rank nutrient fluids cost 10,000 credits per bottle. Not only were A-rank nutrient fluids capable of healing injuries that normally went unnoticed, but they could also develop a person's brain cells. Even if Yu Zipping and Xie Qiwen were equally talented, the difference in their strengths at the end of the day was like the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, Xie Qiwen's household had invited powerful fighters and instructors to help the man gain a plethora of combat experience. Aside from talent, Yu Zipping was weaker than Xie Qiwen in almost every aspect. How could he possibly be a match for Xie Qiwen? Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyuan, Jiang Lingyun's father, highly valued strength. It was only a matter of course for him to choose Xie Qiwen. Chapter 1134. Test Evaluation. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1134. Test Evaluation. Noticing Feng's long moment of silence, Yu Zipping grew nervous. Yu Zipping had already seen how much Lu Xiu had improved. Despite having recently joined the Zero Wing workshop, Lu Xiu could display strength like never before. If Yu Zipping told the other White Tiger Dojo members about this, nobody would believe him. In any case, he was now sure that, by joining and training in the Zero Wing workshop, he could become strong enough to get a ticket to the National Youth Fighting Competition before this year's qualifiers. If he improved sufficiently, his results might even be quite good. Although he still wouldn't be a match for Xiaqiwen, with the advantage of his age, Hallmaster Jiang would, more or less, consider giving you Zipping his daughter instead of outright rejecting him. If you join Zero Wing's workshop, you won't miss out on any training. Before that, however, we have to see whether or not you can pass the workshop's test. Based on your performance, you'll be offered a corresponding contract, Feng explained. Of course, Lu Xiu's standards are already quite high. He has already become a reserve corps member in our workshop, and we're providing various benefits to nurture him. Above that are the reserve main force member slots. If you achieve that standard, you'll receive even heavier emphasis from the workshop. The resources we'll invest in you at that time will definitely surprise you. To put it simply, what benefits you receive are up to you. However, one thing to note is that the higher your position is, the greater the workshop's restrictions will be if you become one of the workshop's reserve main force members. You'll need to leave the White Tiger Dojo and focus on the workshop. Yu Zipping nodded in response. Not particularly surprised by Feng's explanation, he had no intentions of becoming a reserve main force member. He was fine with becoming a reserve corps member. This way, he could continue his development in the White Tiger Dojo following which, Feng had Blackie lead Yu Zipping to take the foundation tests. The workshop's tests were very simple. They tested for an applicant's reaction speed, observation, and judgment. As long as they performed well in these aspects, even if they had never received training from a gaming guilds before, they could get by fairly well in God's domain. Once Zero Wing nurtured these people, both in the game and in the real world, they could very quickly become fifth-floor experts in the trial tower. Feng had always planned for his guild to walk the path of the elite. Hence, he was very strict when recruiting internal member. Zero Wing's evaluations fell into 5 grades. D, C, B, A, and as various large guilds had created these grades in the past during their own internal member recruitment. It was a standard method. Those who earned a D grade were considered ordinary. Generally, large guilds only picked people who earned a C when recruiting internal members. In other words, people who were slightly more than ordinary in the various aspects. This way, these guilds' investments had a higher likelihood of greater return. To become a super guild's internal member, one generally needed to earn a B in their evaluation. Although the difference was only 1 rank, a B grade player could easily defeat a C grade player of the same level. This was similar to the wooden barrel theory. The amount of water a wooden barrel could contain was not determined by the longest plank of wood. Rather, it depended on the shortest plank of wood. This was also why, despite there being countless people applying to join super guilds as internal members each year, very few actually managed it. The internal members Zero Wing recruited were separated into 2 groups. To become a core member, one needed to earn a high C. Meanwhile, main force members needed a B at the very minimum. The guild had very few members who had earned an A. Even super first-rate guilds and super guilds hungered for such talent, much less Zero Wing. After Yu Zipping completed his test, Blackie ran to Feng and handed him Yu Zipping's results. Brother Feng, this Yu Zipping kid is really impressive. His scores are the highest I've ever seen. Based on your tests, he actually managed to score a high A in everything. His observational skills even earned an S. Blackie reported excitedly. It seems that he should be quite talented in God's domain. However, his future achievements will depend on him. Feng chuckled as he read the results. The system had provided. This outcome didn't surprise him in the least. After all, Yu Zipping had been a Tier 5 berserker in the past. At his peak, he had even ranked 58th on the God's Domain experts list. Players who had earned such high ranks at that time were of much higher quality than present players. After all, God's Domain had been a second world for people back then. Far more experts had competed with each other in the game. Placing within the top 60 ranks had been dozens of times more difficult than it was now. If not for the fact that Yu Zipping had joined God's Domain later than others, he might have achieved an even higher rank. It's a pity that he only chose to become a core member. If he wanted to join Zero Wing's main force, with his potential, he could reach far greater heights. Blackie's side Feng only tested a person's current talent, but talent wasn't a constant. As long as one continued to develop their mind, their talent would rise as well. The fact that Yu Zipping was already so talented meant that his starting point was much higher than others. If he wanted to grow stronger, he still required training and resources. Relax. Now that he has already set foot on Zero Wings' boat, I believe that he will, sooner or later, join our main force. Feng chuckled as he clapped Blackie's shoulder, following which, according to his daily schedule, Feng proceeded with training his members. As the sun began to set, Shadow Sword and Turtledove arrived at Zero Wings' workshop. When Feng met the two for the first time, he discovered that they both looked much younger than in God's domain. Moreover, they were only 19 years old, only 1 year older than Yu Zipping. However, although the two's combat experience trampled over Yu Zipping's, they were physically much weaker than Yu Zipping. According to the White Tiger Dojo's evaluation standards, they were not even fit to become basic disciples. However, this wasn't unusual. Neither Shadow Sword nor Turtledove had received much attention from their previous dojo. Their dojo hadn't wanted to contract either of them after the two arrived. Feng split the 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, which Xiaoyu had Liang Jing deliver some time ago, between Shadow Sword and Turtledove. These S-rank nutrient fluids should be enough for them to train void steps for a considerable amount of time. S-rank nutrient fluids. Yu Zipping gaped in shock when he saw the exquisite coolers Shadow Sword and Turtledove were carrying. He had seen the coolers used to store S-rank nutrient fluids many times. After all, when the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples performed exceptionally well, the dojo rewarded them with S-rank nutrient fluids. As far as he could remember, the last time the dojo awarded S-rank nutrient fluids was when one of the geniuses at the main headquarters got 10th place in the National Youth Fighting Competition. The dojo had boasted about this achievement, so much so that it had rewarded that youth 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. That youth had treated those bottles like family treasures, only using them when he was severely injured. Yet Feng had given Shadow Sword and Turtledove 5 bottles each without hesitation. What was this? Could the Green God Company be backing the Zero Wing workshop? The thought hovered in the back of Yu Zipping's mind. There was no other explanation. A gaming workshop like Zero Wing had actually given 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to 2 people. This was far beyond extravagant. This was simply being a spendthrift. If he had received them, those 10 bottles would last him 10 years. After Feng finished instructing Shadow Sword and Turtledove on what they needed to do, he returned to his own room. There were less than 10 minutes before God's Domain system update completed. After drinking a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid, Feng entered his gaming cabin and logged into God's Domain. Chapter 1135 Resource Competition. Hellscythe_VampireCat. Chapter 1135 Resource Competition. Huh? The interface changed? When Feng logged back into his rest space, he suddenly discovered that plenty of changes had occurred. Originally, the rest space was an empty space with only a massive interface display and nothing else now. However, the dimly lit rest space had a set of stone doors 10 meters tall with ancient runes carved on each door, lending them an ancient ambience. Meanwhile, at a corner of the doors was a system interface. Mind Space System Owner Yifeng. Mind Space. Inactive. Activation conditions. Own a private space under your own name. Private space must also be located in a city at the very minimum. Space size. Unknown. System. Scan discovers that you own a private space in White River City. Do you wish to activate your mind space? The system has already been updated to such a degree? Feng could not help but sigh as he looked at the familiar set of stone doors. The previous system update had introduced the mind space system but had not actually applied it to God's Domain. Only the related files had been added into the game so that the main God system could gradually phase it into the game. At the same time, the addition could also attract the attention of the various international corporations and let them know about God's Domain's uniqueness. However, after the update this time, the mind space system could be said to have truly been activated from now on. As long as players had a private space of their own in the game, they would be able to activate their mind space. With a sufficient number of 7 Luminaries crystals, they could also expand and perfect their mind spaces. The mind space was different from God's Domain. In God's Domain, players could connect to the official forums to search for relevant information there but nowhere else. However, inside the mind space, players could connect directly to the internet. Whether it was for work or shopping, players could do all that through their mind space. Players could even contact mobile phones in the real world and engage in conversation. In addition, players could change the environment in the mind space to their liking, creating their own virtual world. Most importantly, the mind space shared the same flow of time as God's Domain. In the mind space, one could enjoy twice the amount of time they had in the real world. Moreover, the flow of time in the mind space could also be sped up further, though at a very huge cost in a limited life. Who did not want to live longer? The official activation of the mind space system meant that the competition for resources in God's domain had also officially begun in the future. Competition in God's domain definitely would not be as peaceful as before. It would even become normal for everyone to fight over the 7 Luminaries crystal while disregarding all costs. And to contest for more 7 Luminaries crystals, everyone would definitely continuously strengthen themselves, which would intensify the competition over weapons, equipment, and tools. In turn, Feng grew worried just thinking about what was about to come. Nevertheless, now that the era of resource competition had begun, he had no choice but to get his hands on some of the 7 Luminaries crystals that he knew the whereabouts of as soon as possible. However, it was also not that easy to get. These 7 Luminaries crystals were exceedingly rare in God's domain. Even an entire kingdom would have only a limited amount. Most importantly, unlike magic crystals, 7 Luminaries crystals could not be stored in a player's bag space. Nor could they be transported via teleportation arrays. Players could only carry them by hand or by transport carriages. However, many variables could occur when one was conveying 7 Luminaries crystals over long distances. Robbery by incomparably powerful NPCs would not be surprising. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals were equally important items to NPCs. However, in Feng's opinion, the most criminal setting placed by the main god system would still have to be the fact that 7 Luminaries crystals could not be disguised. The 7 Luminaries crystal contained mana of extremely high purity and density. Just its presence alone could cause a change to the ambient mana, which allowed players and NPCs to discover it readily without a sufficiently powerful transport team. Even if one managed to obtain some 7 Luminaries crystals, the crystals would not reach their intended destination. Many of the transport teams Feng led in the past, which carried 7 Luminaries crystals, had been robbed by Tier 4 and Tier 5 NPCs. He had to admit that this was the pitiful aspect of small guilds. This was also precisely the reason why Apex experts had gained importance in the past, and why nurturing Apex experts became essential for the various large guilds, following which Feng chose to activate his mind space. The instant he activated his mind space, the massive stone doors began shattering. Chunks of stone fell one after another, revealing bronze metal behind them. When all the stone was gone, a set of bronze doors had replaced the set of stone doors. Meanwhile, the divine runes carved on the doors began radiating a faint golden glow immediately after. A change occurred to the system interface owner. Feng. Mind space active. Space level. Bronze, 3,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals will be required to upgrade to secret silver rank. Space size, 0. Every additional cubic meter will require 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystals. 7 Luminaries crystals. 0. After scanning, it is discovered that you have no 7 Luminaries crystals in your private space. After taking a glance at the interface, Feng promptly chose to enter God's domain, although his mind space was already active. Without any 7 Luminaries crystals, it was equivalent to non-existent. Currently, what he needed to do was gather 7 Luminaries crystals and deliver it to his private space in God's domain. Aside from lacking powerful experts, another aspect where small guilds were inferior to large guilds was the amount of land they owned. As 7 Luminaries crystals could be stored only in one's private space, the more land one possessed, the easier it would be to transport the crystals. However, the main god system had also implemented a corresponding restriction to this matter. For bronze spaces, the private spaces they were bound to in God's domain could be changed only once every 20 days. This prevented guilds that possessed a large number of lands from gaining too great an advantage. When Feng entered the game, he found himself alone inside the Armory. Nobody else had logged back into the game yet. He expected that the others were taking a look at the officially activated mind space system with all the traps in the Armory disabled. Feng walked straight to the stone altar. Previously, Fire Dance had managed to disable the master trap only at the very last second. Everyone was forcibly logged out of the game before they could even get a glimpse at what was on the stone altar. Feng was very curious to find out what exactly the trap had been protecting. Despite the rarity of master traps, even in the inner area of the Fallen Ark, they actually found one in the Armory located in the Ark's outer area. Without a doubt, the item on the altar was extraordinary. Walking forward, Feng sent a glance at the altar. Nothing particularly remarkable lay on the altar. only a glass bottle and some scattered designs covered in dust, following which, Feng blew away the dust and carefully held up the glass bottle and designs. He was immediately stunned by what he saw: a small sailboat. Feng could not believe his eyes right now. In God's domain, speedboats were mainly meant for individual players. A small sailboat, on the other hand, was intended for teams. A bronze small sailboat was even more valuable than the Swift Dragon speedboat. In terms of maritime combat power, the small sailboat was far superior. Meanwhile, the small sailboat before him was Mysterious Iron Rank. Chapter 1136. High-End Building. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1136. High-End Building. Feng was dazed as he stared at the ancient bottle in his hand. He had to admit that time could erode everything. The glass bottle storing the small sailboat was extremely high quality, crafted of epic ranked materials. However, the bottle had been in this armory since the Great Ancient War. After so much time, even epic materials would start to disintegrate. As a result, Feng could only see the small sailboat's information. He couldn't actually use it. Hurricane sailboat. Small sailboat. Mysterious Iron Rank. Maximum capacity 150 people. Durability 1,000/1,000. Item storage when liberated: 8,000 bag space slots and 100 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1-. Triple shield. Absorbs up to 1,300,000 damage for 5 minutes cooldown. 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2-. Double destruction cannon. 2,000 yard range. Deals divine damage to a radius of 20 yards. Cooldown 1 minute. 4 cannons are currently equipped. Up to 6 cannons can be equipped. Additional active skill 3-. Hurricane Frost Field. Reduce the movement speed of all life forms and objects outside of the hurricane sailboat within a radius of 200 yards for 4 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. Each activation costs 60 magic crystals. Additional active skill 4-. Mana Conversion. Converts mana into motion, increasing movement speed by 40%. Every 10 magic crystals consumed extends duration by 20 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Additional passive skill -. Braving the winds and waves. When sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. The hurricane sailboat has been severely damaged and cannot be used. Must repair the boat's divine ruins before use. It seems I'll have to get Burning Abyss to fix it. Feng sighed as he stored the hurricane sailboat. The hurricane sailboat was no less valuable than a fragmented legendary item. It was even more valuable than the Swift Dragon speedboat. The sailboat was especially valuable right now. Sailboats were very large. Not only could they participate in naval combat, but they were also transportation tools. Transporting cargo over sea was much faster and more convenient than on land. More importantly, transportation across the sea was much safer. This was especially true for the current God's domain. Naval combat was different from combat on land. While players' role in these battles was important, the ship they used was the more so. In God's domain, a mysterious iron small sailboat combat power made it practically invincible among current guilds. The sailboat could even deal with troublesome sea monsters. After storing the hurricane sailboat, Feng shifted his gaze towards the designs. Although the designs were somewhat damaged due to the passing of time, Feng could discern their information: 4 towers of elements. When Feng saw these words, he froze. So, this is the famous 4 towers of elements. Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he examined the designs, nearly losing his grip on the papers. While the 4 towers of elements name seemed ordinary, in the various libraries around God's domain, it was also known as the Elemental Towers. The 4 Towers of Elements was a defensive structure that combined 4 towers that harnessed the power of the 4 major elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. If the Mana Tower was considered a mainstream defensive building, the 4 Towers of Elements was a high-end defensive building. However, in the past, he had only seen these towers in Super Guild's main headquarters. He had never heard of a lesser guild owning one. In fact, only Super Guilds had known where to obtain them. However, looking back at it now, Feng felt that those super guilds might have obtained the designs in the fallen Arkansas. Either that, or the Midnight Tea Party had sold the designs to super guilds after obtaining them. Otherwise, the 4 Towers of Elements would not have been so rare in the past. Feng finally understood why the main god system had activated the mind space system. It turned out that it was because he was about to obtain the 4 Towers of Elements. As a high-end building, ordinary players could not construct the 4 Towers of Elements. Only those who had learned the relevant subclasses could build them. Moreover, the relevant subclass requirements were exceptionally high. At the very least, one needed to reach the advanced rank. With this, I won't have any issues defending the city. Feng could not help but grin at the designs. There were a total of 4 designs, the complete design for the 4 Towers of Elements. With these designs, in addition to the lifestyle players the candlelight trading firm had already nurtured, he could definitely construct the towers. Thinking up to this point, Feng began reading the list of required construction materials. This way, he could prepare what? These towers require 7 luminaries crystals. Feng grew somewhat faint after glancing through the materials. If the towers simply needed a few 7 luminaries crystals, he could have dealt with that. However, each tower required 10 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing the entire set would cost him 40 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing these 4 towers cost more than constructing an entire city in God's domain. 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal was roughly the size of an adult's fist. Generally, one only came across 0. 1 to 0. 3 units of a 7 luminaries crystal. 1/10 of a 7 luminaries crystal would sell to NPC merchants for around 3 to 400 gold. If sold to players, some had even offered 1,000 gold in the past. However, even at such a price, nobody had been willing to sell their crystals. If Feng invested 40 units in his own mind space, he could increase it by 40 cubic meters. This was enough space for one person to live in, even though he knew of many areas where he could collect 7 luminaries crystals right now. Collecting so many in such a short time wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, Fire Dance came online. When she noticed Feng's sour expression, she asked curiously, "Guild leader? What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Feng said, shaking his head. He had no intentions of revealing the 4 Towers of Elements. The 4 Towers of Elements were of the utmost importance. There wasn't much benefit in revealing the information. Rather than letting everyone worry about the matter, it was better that they focus on what they needed to do right now. Shortly after, Aqua Rose also logged in. Immediately, she turned to Feng and asked anxiously, "Guild leader? What was on the stone altar?" "A small sailboat," Feng said. He then shared the Hurricane Sailboat's information in the team chat for everyone to see. Those that had just come online and saw the Hurricane Sailboat's information were stupefied. Although they weren't very familiar with naval matters, they could, more or less, tell how powerful the Hurricane Sailboat was by its skills. The Hurricane Sailboat was practically a moving turret. If the 4 double destruction cannons were lined up and fired together, their killing power would be absolutely terrifying. If the Hurricane Sailboat could be used on land, it would be invincible, not to mention at sea. Guild leader, with this sailboat we can start developing in a coastal city. With this sailboat and our resources, we'll definitely get our own share of the pie, Gentle Snow suggested after reading the Hurricane Sailboat's details. "That's right. Guild leader, the various large guilds have already secured most of the available resources on land. We have to waste a lot of time and effort to contest for those resources. We might as well shift a portion of our focus to the sea. There are not many cities out at sea, so the various guilds are slow in developing their maritime strength. There are still a lot of locations free of guilds' control. With this small sailboat, we can definitely compete with the guilds current in coastal cities." Aqua Rose very much agreed with Gentle Snow's proposal. Both Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were members of the guild's management team. They possessed far more information than others. The two of them had also considered the problem of the guild's future development. There were simply too few resources available on land, and it was time-consuming to contest for more. As for the sea, not only were its resources abundant, but the majority of the various large guilds in God's domain were in the same situation as Zero Wing when it came to competition at sea. Most guilds were just starting to move towards the ocean at this stage of the game. One could say that they were all at the same starting point right now. Zero Wing's acquisition of the mysterious iron small sailboat gave it a significant advantage over the other guilds. Zero Wing could easily suppress their competition's fishing boats and speedboats. Chapter 1137. Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1137. introducing the Inferior legendary treasure chest. In the canyon outside of the Fallen Ark, the Soul Eater Lord, which had previously attacked Zero Wing's team, finally emerged immediately. The Soul Eater Lord's powerful domain enveloped a significant portion of the canyon. How is there such a powerful monster? The sight of the Soul Eater Lord instilled fear and insecurity into the Midnight Tea Party's members. They had listened to Feng's instructions and moved 1,000 yards away from the Ark, which put them outside of the Soul Eater Lord's domain. However, as experts, their senses were far superior to ordinary players. In addition, they normally fought high-tiered monsters. As a result, they could roughly gauge a monster's strength based on the pressure it emitted. Meanwhile, right now, from the pressure they felt from the Soul Eater Lord, they could tell that he was the strongest monster they had encountered since joining God's domain. Black Flame really didn't lie. Even if every member in the team has reached Tier 2, level 60, will still be cannon fodder against such a powerful monster. Netherworld Wave said, finding it somewhat difficult to breathe. Even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't be a match for the Tier 4, level 67 mythic monster with a complete domain. After all, complete domains were what made Tier 4 NPCs so powerful and allowed them to fight mythic monsters which had higher attributes on equal footing. Leader, are we still going to go in? Cloud Yarn asked Breeze Wine worriedly. With such powerful monsters guarding the Fallen Ark, even sending in an army of tens of thousands of players of the same level would be meaningless. They were significantly underleveled right now. Let's wait for a bit, Breeze Wine said softly. Black Flame told us his method for luring these monsters away. Let's make our decision after watching the situation. After Breeze Wine announced his decision, the team fell silent. It would be a pity to simply leave after so much difficulty to open the Fallen Ark. While the Midnight Tea Party members waited quietly, one monster after another exited the Fallen Arkansas. The weakest among them was a Grand Lord, while most were mythic monsters. The adventurer team counted 20 mythic monsters leaving the Ark. Watching this, the Midnight Tea Party members, who had experienced hundreds of challenging battles, shuddered. If not for the monsters' low levels, they could have easily obliterated numerous major NPC cities if they worked together. Even at level 60, players would be cannon fodder in front of these monsters. It did not matter how many players fought them. Everyone that tried to do so would undoubtedly die. If not for their quest time limit and severe penalty for failure, the Midnight Tea Party members would have fled. Leader, look. They seem to have discovered something. The Ranger, Dark War, reported softly. Everyone followed Dark War's gaze. And indeed, one mythic monster in the distant forest sniffed the air as if it had scented something. Suddenly, the mythic monster roared, and the rest gathered to its location. The Midnight Tea Party members began to panic. They couldn't have discovered us, right? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. If these monsters discovered them, their deaths were certain. That shouldn't be the case. Black Flame had returned from that direction. He should have set up some sort of luring magic array there. Endless Scars calmly explained. As soon as Endless Scars said so, the abyssal monsters began to rush elsewhere. Very quickly, they disappeared from the Midnight Tea Party's sight. They were gone. Everyone could not help but release a sigh of relief. A few of the team members, who had expressed their discontent with Feng, began to view the swordsman in a new light. Although Feng was ridiculously greedy, they had to admit that if not for him, they would have been unable to enter the Fallen Ark for a long time. We have our chance. Let's hurry and enter the Ark, Breeze Wine shouted as he stood. Now that the monsters were nowhere to be seen, they could sneak into the Ark undetected. Once they were inside, things would become much easier. It seems that I'll have to learn more about this guild leader of Zero Wing. Endless Scars revealed a faint smile as she looked to where the monsters had flown. Even super guilds knew little about the secret of the Fallen Arkansas. She had searched everywhere for information, even utilizing the Blackwater Corporation's power to grasp the little she had learned about the Arkansas. And yet, the guild leader of a newly developed guild knew far more about the Fallen Ark than she did. One could see just how extraordinary Feng was. Zero Wing was definitely not as simple as she had imagined. As the abyssal monsters moved away from the Fallen Ark, Feng led the Zero Wing team to the Ark's inner region. He had finally made it into the Fallen Ark after so much trouble. He could not simply leave after looting a single armory. Furthermore, the Fallen Ark's truly valuable items lay in the inner region. However, as they ventured deeper, they encountered many traps. Even after the traps were disabled, New traps appeared in their place after a certain amount of time. In addition, due to the recent system update, the traps had become far more difficult and risky to disable. Any mistake could trigger the traps. It might be fine if it were weak, as triggering the trap wouldn't result in an instant death. However, if they triggered a stronger trap, it could result in a team wipe. As a result, Feng's group progressed very slowly through the arc. Fortunately, Feng had the Fallen Arc map. The map depicted which areas within the arc were riddled with traps and which were not. Not only could they choose the safest path, but they would also know if they were about to walk into one. They didn't need to be on high alert constantly. Finally, after over an hour advancing through the arc, the team reached the inner region, following which, Feng had everyone stand by and wait for orders as traps riddled this area. Their only option was to let Fire Dance explore, as Fire Dance still held the Icarus's heart Feng had given her. She could explore the inner region somewhat safely. Anyone else that tried to do so would only be looking to die. Fortunately, we dealt with the traps in the armory before the system update began. Otherwise, the stone altar's trap would have killed us already, Flying Shadow said, his heart fluttering with fear. Previously, when he had disabled an advanced trap, he had very nearly lost his life when he triggered the trap by mistake. Fortunately, Violet Cloud had reacted quickly and immediately cast Truth Shield on him. In the end, the trap had only wounded him, leaving him with only 2,000 HP. That's right. Guild Leader is really amazing. If not for sensing that the system update would affect traps, we wouldn't have obtained the Hurricane Sailboat. Cola said, laughing. Feng hadn't expected to acquire the Hurricane Sailboat either. However, he agreed with Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's suggestion. Hence, he made some slight adjustments to his plans before obtaining the Hurricane Sailboat. Feng had planned to develop an ocean viewing town slowly. He had even intended to let Immortal Light develop in the Apocalypse Empire's coastal towns. After all, Zero Wing was different from the other guilds in coastal cities, where the latter had already begun to build their strength. Trying to compete with these coastal guilds would be foolish. Even if Zero Wing were far stronger than these guilds, naval combat relied on the ship's quality, rather than players. Zero Wing would not have much of an advantage by relying on the Swift Dragon speedboat. Coastal cities were very different from coastal towns. Coastal cities possessed large shipyards. They also had plenty of high-ranking rare quests that could help players to obtain powerful ships. Otherwise, Phoenix Rain, the pavilion master of a super first-rate guild, would not have bothered cooperating with a first-rate guild like Firmament. She had done so because Firmament had taken over a major NPC coastal city very early in the game. Even some super guilds feared its strength at sea. Hence, Feng now planned to occupy a major NPC coastal city. Guild Leader, I discovered a forging hall. I can see an inferior legendary treasure chest inside the hall, Fire Dance excitedly announced in the team chat. Chapter 1138. Chapter 1138, 2 weak points. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1138, 2 weak points. An inferior legendary treasure chest in the forging hall? Feng's heart began beating rapidly when he heard this. In the past, he had never even seen an epic treasure chest, only ever heard about it through rumors. As for inferior legendary treasure chests, their existence in God's domain was only player speculation. Nobody would say for certain that such treasure chests even existed in the game. After all, as long as one's luck was not extremely bad, they could get a fragmented legendary item from an inferior legendary treasure chest without exaggeration. A single fragmented legendary item could change the fate of a player in God's domain. In God's domain, the large guilds were fully capable of obtaining epic items in relatively high quantities. However, not every large guild possessed fragmented legendary items. Even 10 years after God's domain's launch, first-rate guilds only had a handful of such items at most. Meanwhile, guilds would definitely dispatch a lot of players to guard their experts wielding these fragmented legendary items. The reason for this was very simple: fear of an ambush by other Apex experts wielding fragmented legendary items. Although their own experts possessed extremely frightening strength with appropriate counters, the enemy could still take them out. Hence, these guilds would dispatch expert teams to prevent unexpected incidents from happening. Even so, many such ambushes still occurred in God's domain every day. One could see just how desperate the large guilds were towards fragmented legendary items. Feng never imagined that, shortly after entering the inner area of the Fallen Arc, he would actually come across such a harvest. The fallen Ark was even more amazing than the rumors had made it out to be. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable back then. Some people had already entered the fallen Ark prior to the public's discovery of it and had definitely cleaned out the treasures inside. Moreover, the super guilds that had cleared out those ancient abyssal monsters must have looted the Ark as well. By the time other players were able to swarm into the Ark, the treasures remaining were extremely few, but still extraordinarily amazing. Now that his team was the first to explore the fallen Ark, it was not surprising that they came across an inferior legendary treasure chest, which he had never seen in the past. When everyone heard Fire Dance say so, flames of passion flared up in their eyes. Even epic items were exceedingly rare right now. If they could obtain a fragmented legendary item, it would truly be a game-changer for Zero Wing. Among those present, aside from Blackie, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and an extreme few who knew that Zero Wing possessed more than one fragmented legendary item, everyone else believed that the best weapons and equipment Zero Wing possessed were only of epic rank. What's the situation over there? Feng asked softly after calming himself. There's an extremely powerful trap set up around the treasure chest. Furthermore, there are 2 statues inside the forging hall, and both of them are giving off a very faint pressure. They could be the guardians protecting the treasure chest. I don't dare approach them right now, so I still can't determine whether I can disable the trap. Fire Dance then took a picture of the forging hall and shared it through the team chat previously. Feng had warned her that aside from traps, certain parts of the Ark's inner area had guardian monsters. Hence, she had taken notice of the 2 statues set up in the forging hall after scrutinizing the picture. Feng nodded and said, "Your judgment is correct. Those 2 statues are indeed guardians. Moreover, they're not just any normal guardians. They're fossilized Tyrannosauruses, an archaic species." Feng had seen the fossilized Tyrannosaurus in the past. Back then, a super guild had dispatched an army of 10,000 players, in addition to many Apex experts, to kill one. In the end, although the super guild managed to finish off the archaic species, it had suffered a casualty rate of over 80%. An archaic species? Isn't that similar to the monster we encountered in Titan City's entrance trial? Aqua Rose asked in shock. She had personally experienced the strength of an archaic species. If not for the powerful magic array suppressing the King of Corrosion back then, they would not have had any chance of defeating it at all. Yet now there were actually 2 such monsters in the forging hall. In truth, even Feng was surprised upon seeing this. According to the information he obtained, there should not be any other powerful monsters in the Fallen Ark's inner area, aside from special life forms and those ancient abyssal monsters. The sudden appearance of 2 archaic species was completely outside of his expectations. No wonder the inferior legendary treasure chest was placed in such an eye-catching location. Feng felt his head start aching. Archaic species were stronger than even special life forms. A Tier 4 archaic species could definitely rival those Tier 4 abyssal monsters inside the Ark in strength. If 2 of such archaic species worked together to defend an area, they would be practically invincible at this stage of the game. It might be possible to challenge them with a team of Tier 3 experts. Either that, or if they had another water boundary magic scroll to hold the 2 guardians back, they could use the opportunity to disable the trap and take the treasure chest away. Otherwise, they could only look at the treasure chest from the side's guild leader. With our current standards, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Why don't we explore other locations first? Gentle Snow suggested. While she wanted to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest as well, the difficulty of doing so was simply too high. Rather than pointlessly throw away their lives, it would be much better if they first looked for whatever items they could get their hands on. Alright. Fire, send over the safe route to the forging hall first. Afterwards, explore some other locations and take as many items as you can. After giving the matter some thought, Feng decided to first do whatever they could in the inner area before considering other courses of action. Understood. Fire Dance nodded, then shared the route she took to reach the forging hall through the team chat. Feng carefully led everyone towards the forging hall. The inner area of the Fallen Ark was very complex. It was like a highly diversified maze, and one could easily lose their way in here. One might even encounter the same trap several or even dozens of times. It was no wonder the players that actually managed to leave with any treasure numbered extremely few. Despite players swarming the Fallen Ark, after wending their way for over an hour, Feng and the others finally arrived at the forging hall. The extremely spacious forging hall was roughly the size of a sports stadium that could fit 50,000 people. There were all sorts of forging tools placed around the room as well as many books on display. However, due to the corrosion of time, none of these things seemed usable. Only the treasure chest and the statues placed in the center of the hall appeared in pristine condition. Find a way to disable the traps protecting the forging tools and books. Everyone else, take whatever you can away from here. Leave nothing behind. Feng instructed after glancing through the hall since he had already arrived in the Fallen Ark's inner area. He naturally could not let this trip go to waste, although the forging tools and books were severely damaged. With so many tools and books here, he refused to believe that not a single one of them was usable. Understood. Everyone promptly spread out and went into action. As for Feng himself, he was carefully observing the inferior legendary treasure chest and the two massive statues standing beside it. Over 2 hours passed very quickly. Aside from where the treasure chest sat, everyone had cleared out all the other areas in the hall. Although everyone was relatively tired from all the looting they did, they managed to end up with a considerable harvest. The items they obtained included dozens of complete books as well as 8 forging tools. Every forging tool was secret silver rank, and if placed in the candlelight trading firm, they would all be top-class tools. While everyone was quietly waiting for Fire Dance to return, Gentle Snow used the time to flip through some of the books they found in the forging halls. Suddenly, Gentle Snow exclaimed with excitement, "Guild Leader. This book seems to have a relevant introduction to the fossilized Tyrannosaurus." An introduction? Let me see. Feng demanded hurriedly. The book Gentle Snow was reading was titled Archaic Species Material Analysis. The book specifically introduced the various archaic species in existence as well as the materials that could be gained from their bodies. It also had a section on how those materials could be used to produce specific kinds of weapons, equipment, and other items among the archaic species recorded. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus had over a dozen pages dedicated to it. Meanwhile, the information mentioned that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus had 2 weak points. The first one was the monster's hydrophobia. Submersion in water would inhibit the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's reactions, and its defense would decrease significantly. The second weak point was its power core. There was a power core in the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body. The destruction of this power core would significantly weaken the monster's strength attribute. Chapter 1139, Race Against Time. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1139, Race Against Time. At the outer area of the Fallen Ark, the members of the Midnight Tea Party moved with extreme caution. This was because shortly after their entry, they very nearly got team-wiped due to triggering a trap. Nobody could have imagined that the latest system update would include penalties for failing to disable a trap. With Netherworld Wave's Advanced Trap Disabler class, it was simply impossible for him to succeed in disabling advanced traps all the time. As a result, the team had no choice but to exercise extreme caution while advancing. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have had us enter the Ark before the system update began. Breezewine now felt that he had made the wrong decision. Before there were still many fallen patrols roaming about the outer area of the Arkansas. With their slow progress, it was very easy for them to come across those patrols. If they really got caught by a patrol, they would have no choice but to withdraw immediately. Right now, whether they could even reach the Ark's inner area was still in doubt. Had they utilized the 20 minutes logout preparation time, they might have already reached the inner area by now. Leader, you didn't make the wrong decision. If we entered the Ark before the update began, we would have risked encountering those dangerous abyssal monsters. Our situation at that time wouldn't be much better than right now. Moreover, now that we've grasped the method to lure those abyssal monsters away, should we really fail to complete our quest this time, we can simply come back once everyone has reached level 50 and obtained their Tier 2 classes. At that time, even if we come across the fallen patrols, we can still quickly finish them off or fight them as we advance deeper into the Ark. Endless Scars said after noticing Breezewine beating himself up. Let's use this chance to scout out a path in advance. Likewise, everyone else on the team expressed their agreement when they heard Endless Scars' words. Although their quest had a time limit, they still had enough time to make appropriate preparations just as everyone was merrily chatting with each other. Endless Scars suddenly received a message. Seeing this message, Endless Scars smiled faintly. Big Sis Endless, did something good happen? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask curiously when she saw Endless Scars suddenly sporting a playful smile. You could say that. Any of you interested in watching a competition at the Dark Arena? I've just received an invitation card, and I can bring 5 people with me, Endless Scars said, chuckling. The Dark Arena? Everyone lost interest when they heard this, although those participating in the Dark Arena were much stronger than ordinary experts. To experts of their standards, the fights at the Dark Arena possessed no reference value whatsoever. Are you all really not interested in going? I heard that the Dark Arena is even prepared to hold a grand auction this time, which apparently will include even epic items. Endless Scars said, somewhat disappointed when she noticed the disinterest on everyone's faces. Moreover, the battle teams that will be fighting are very interesting. Among them, Zero Wing will be facing off with the Miracle Guild. I heard that Miracle has dispatched quite a few powerful experts this time. Epic items? Zero Wing against Miracle? Big Sis Endless, I want to go. Hold it. I've never been to the Dark Arena even once before. Let me go this time. When everyone heard Endless Scars' words, they immediately grew interested, setting aside how tempting epic items were. Just the fact that Zero Wing was going up against the Miracle Guild already gave them plenty of reason to go spectate at the Dark Arena. Although Miracle was only a super first-rate guild, the number and quality of experts it possessed were by no means inferior to super guilds. If Miracle dispatched its apex experts to the Dark Arena, then the upcoming match would definitely be an interesting one. Elsewhere, after Feng was done reading through the fossilized Tyrannosauruses introduction, he fell into deep thought. So these are the methods to raid them? No matter how he looked at it, the two archaic species were invincible existences at this stage of the game. If the two worked together, even a 100-man team of level 60 Tier 2 experts would fall very quickly. However, since the main god system had set the difficulty of this raid as such, it would naturally provide players with some kind of hope to complete the raid. Although Feng did not know how effective these two methods would be in weakening the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, it would be a criminal waste if he simply gave up on the inferior legendary treasure chest without even giving it a try, following which, Feng had everyone begin making preparations to raid the two monsters guild leader. Are we really going to raid these two archaic species? Aqua Rose asked worriedly as she looked at the two giant statues in the center of the forging hall. Previously, when they went up against the King of Corrosion, they had had a team of 100 players and even the assistance of an ancient magic array. Right now, not only did they not possess such a magic array, but their team also had only 20 members in all. To make things worse, they had to go up against two archaic species at the same time. No matter how she looked at it, they were simply trying to get themselves killed. The outcome would be the same even if they managed to grasp the weak points of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. I know what you're worried about. Before we learned of their weak points, I indeed had no idea how we could get the treasure chest. Now, however, things are different. I have around a 30% certainty that we can get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Feng laughed. 30%? So high? Aqua Rose was quite surprised by Feng's response. She had estimated that they had less than a 5% chance of successfully obtaining the treasure chest. But Feng was now saying he was roughly 30% sure he could pull it off. If he really did have such a high probability of success, it was indeed worthwhile to make an attempt. Currently, super guilds were willing to sacrifice thousands of elite members just to obtain one epic item, let alone a fragmented legendary item. If the existence of this inferior legendary treasure chest were made known to super guilds, most likely, they would be more than willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of elite players as well as hundreds of experts around that percentage. However, our main problem would still be the trap set up around the treasure chest. If it is a Grandmaster trap, we'll most likely have no chance of getting the treasure chest. Only if it is a master trap will we have a 30% chance of succeeding. Feng shrugged, expressing that he was taking a gamble right now. In the past, it was a common sight for the various large guilds to send out tens of thousands of elite players just to contest for one fragmented legendary item. After all, with one fragmented legendary item, a guild could nurture one more apex expert. This way, not only would a guild get another expert to lead it, but they would also have a much easier time defending the transportation of important cargo or locations in the future, following which, everyone began taking action according to Feng's commands to take advantage of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's first weak point. Feng armed everyone, with the exclusion of the team's MTs and healers, with Tier 1 and Tier 2 water-type magic scrolls. As soon as the battle began, they would close the doors to the forging hall, turning it into an enclosed space. After that was done, they could easily create an environment filled with water. As for the archaic species' second weak point, Feng possessed the omniscient eyes. He should have no problems targeting the power cores. Everything else would have to depend on luck. When Fire Dance returned to the forging room, Feng had his team shut the doors to the forging room. Begin. At Feng's command, everyone sprang into action, unfurling their magic scrolls one after another and launching a barrage of water-type spells at the two statues. In the blink of an eye, a lake formed within the forging hall, the height of the water easily surpassing that of a player. At the same time, everyone also activated a water-walking scroll. The water-walking scroll was a commonly used magic scroll in God's domain. As its name suggested, it allowed players to walk on water for 10 minutes. Each scroll sold for 20 silver coins, and it could be said to be one of the tools specialized for maritime combat. As the water-type spells struck the bodies of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, both monsters immediately awoke. Roar. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses let loose deafening roars, shaking up the forging hall. Meanwhile, the powerful aura that abruptly filled the entire hall struck fear into everyone. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had awakened, everyone was finally able to get a glimpse at their statistics. Fossilized Tyrannosaurus, Inferior Dragon, Archaic Species, Mythic, Level 65, HP 320, 000, 000/320, 000, Just as everyone was feeling shocked by the statistics of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Feng shouted, "Fire! Use this chance to disable the trap." Feng knew better than anyone else present just how powerful the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. It was also because of this understanding that he knew how valuable time was right now. If they continued daydreaming, the chances of obtaining the inferior legendary treasure chest would decline. Understood. Fire Dance immediately responded and activated Silent Steps, appearing behind one of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. She then dashed straight towards the treasure chest. Chapter 1140. Buying Time. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1140. Buying Time. When Fire Dance was only 30 yards away from the treasure chest, the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses, which had initially been lured away by the spells attacking them, suddenly shifted their attention to her. As if they had had their tails stepped on, they glared at Fire Dance with single-minded ferocity, as though she were the only person left in the world. Not good. Our aggro is too weak. Feng frowned. Cola, Turtledove, use everything you've got to pull aggro. Have the bosses stay as far away from the treasure chest as possible. As guardian bosses, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's priority was the protection of the inferior legendary treasure chest. To them, aggro was secondary. Only when another player's aggro over the fossilized Tyrannosauruses reached a sufficiently high degree would the bosses stop paying attention to the player attempting to steal the item they protected. This was why Feng previously had everyone use their water-type magic scrolls on the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Not only could they deal a significant amount of damage to the bosses, but they could also increase their aggro over the bosses. However, the effects of the water-type spells were not as good as Feng expected. Understood. Upon hearing Feng's command, Cola and Turtledove immediately activated Power of Darkness, causing their basic attributes to soar instantly. Both of them then charged straight at the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses and used Justice Roar, trying their best to shift the attention of the bosses to themselves. However, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses still kept the treasure chest as their priority, completely disregarding the two Guardian Knights' Justice Roars and continuing to chase Fire Dance. Both Cola's and Turtledove's Justice Roars were at Tier 1. If the target they used the skill on ignored them, their strength attributes would double for a short time. Their speeds would increase significantly as well. Sure enough, Cola's and Turtledove's strengths immediately doubled. Both of them then followed up with a Shield of Vengeance at their respective fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom. Boom! The moment their shields collided with the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, sparks flew. Despite the fossilized Tyrannosauruses having had their defenses weakened, Cola's and Turtledove's attacks only left a small scratch on their scales. As for the damage the two Guardian Knights dealt, it was less than -8,000, so this is an archaic species? Gentle Snow revealed a dumbfounded expression when she saw the damage the two MTs dealt. This was her first time encountering an archaic species, although she already knew their team had no chance whatsoever of winning against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. When she saw this scene, She still could not help but be shocked. She had a general idea what Cola's and Turtledove's equipment standards were. If she was not wearing the 7 Luminaries battle armor Feng had given to her, her attributes would no doubt be inferior to theirs. Currently, not only had the 2 Guardian Knights activated their Berserk skills, but they even had the strength boost from Justice Roar. In terms of strength, even a Tier 2 level 60 Berserker would be no match for them yet. Now, the both of them had dealt less than -8,000 damage to their targets. The defense of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses was simply insane at this moment. She wondered if Cola and Turtledove could even deal any damage to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses if not for the submerged environment weakening the boss's defenses roar. Although Cola's and Turtledove's full-powered attacks had barely dealt any damage, they still managed to get the fossilized Tyrannosauruses to shift their attention to them, which eased up the pressure on Fire Dance. Good. Now activate your life-saving skills and slowly lure the bosses away. Feng commanded without hesitation. Cola and Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. If they managed to deal only such a small amount of damage, despite the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's weakened defenses, they did not dare to imagine what kind of damage the inferior dragons could deal, seeing as the boss's attack power had not weakened in the slightest. Pong! No sooner had the 2 Guardian Knights activated Protection Blessing than the tail swipes of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses sent them both flying away. The speed of the attacks was so fast that not a single person present had managed to react what happened. Minor Wind's eyes widened in shock. He had only seen the tails of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses moving slightly just now. There had been no sign of the tails making their way towards Cola and Turtledove at all. Yet, before he knew it, both Guardian Knights were already in the air, their HPs decreasing by over 36,000, instantly falling below 50%. If not for Cola and Turtledove having activated Power of Darkness and Protection Blessing, which increased their HP to over 50,000 and halved the damage they received, the 2 of them would be meeting God by now. Aside from Feng, everyone present was stunned by the horrendous amounts of damage dealt by the fossilized Tyrannosauruses with such speed and strength. Even a Tier 2, level 60 MT would not be able to last long against the inferior dragons. All healers, focus on Cola and Turtledove. We need to buy as much time for fire as we can. Feng shouted hurriedly, not feeling any surprise whatsoever at this situation in the past. When super guilds dealt with Tier 4 archaic species, the teams they sent had been filled with players equal to or higher than the monster's level. Meanwhile, half of the lead MT's equipment had to be epic rank at the very minimum. Moreover, they needed to have 3 MTs simultaneously receiving the monster's attacks. Aside from that, they would also use intermediate magic arrays to suppress the archaic species. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of victory at all right now. The only thing they could do was to buy as much time as possible by relying on their berserk skills. As for defeating the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Feng had never even entertained the possibility under Feng's command. Cola and Turtledove carefully lured the fossilized Tyrannosauruses away from the treasure chest, giving Fire Dance the opportunity to remove the trap set up around the treasure chest. However, after Fire Dance looked at the trap, a frown appeared on her face. Guild leader, this trap is indeed master rank. However, its complexity is much greater than the master trap I disabled before. I need time if I want to disable it safely. Fire Dance sent a private message to Feng. Everyone had clearly witnessed for themselves how terrifying the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. There was simply no chance they could win against these monsters. They could only drag the battle out as long as possible. Hence, Fire Dance was extremely anxious. How long? Feng asked. At least 5 minutes. Fire Dance replied helplessly. Right now, she hated herself for not training her trap disabler class as much as she could. Although she had forcibly increased her rank to master right now, her technical skills were not actually at the master rank yet. 5 minutes was more than enough for everyone to die dozens of times. 5 minutes? After giving it some thought, Feng clenched his teeth and said, I got it. I'll try to buy as much time over here as possible. You just relax and disable the trap. This reply stunned Fire Dance. However, she knew that Feng never joked around. Since he had said so, he definitely had a way to realize his words. Immediately, she nodded and began disabling the trap before her. Meanwhile, Feng had also activated Omniscient Eyes and began searching for the power cores of the 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Their power cores are actually in constant motion. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses could hide no secrets from the omniscient eyes. Feng could clearly see a glowing red dot moving about inside the body of each monster. Although the dots were very small, they were extremely eye-catching however. While Feng had guessed correctly that he could locate the power cores with omniscient eyes, he had no way of damaging them. Seeing how Cola and Turtledove had only managed to scratch the scales of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses before, even if Feng relied on the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray, it would be very difficult for him to shatter those scales, not to mention penetrating deep into the inferior dragons' bodies and striking at their power cores. Nevertheless, Cola's and Turtledove's HPs were rapidly decreasing at this moment. The two Guardian Knights could die at any time. If he did not destroy the power cores right now, it would be impossible for them to survive for 5 minutes. When Protection Blessing ended, both of them would die instantly. It seems I have no choice but to use that, Feng muttered to himself before letting out a sigh. In a battle of such level, it was just too risky to use that. However, in order to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Saying so, Feng took out a Summon Guard scroll and summoned his Epic Guard. Anna players generally would not let their personal guards take part in such a dangerous battle. While personal guards that were killed could be resurrected, the price for doing so was exorbitant. It was definitely not a price that players were willing to accept. Hence, players with powerful personal guards very rarely allowed their personal guards to take part in risky battles. Anna, use Angel Summoning. Chapter 1141. Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1141. Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Under Feng's command, Anna began to chant an incantation. Instantly, the mana in the forging hall surged towards her roar. The two fossilized Tyrannosauruses quickly noticed the frightening amount of mana flowing towards Anna. Immediately, their massive golden eyes shifted to the woman, glaring at her as if she were their greatest enemy. Anna needed time to cast her spell. Although the forging room was quite large, a mythic monster could cross it in no time at all. Before Anna finished her chant, the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses would reach her. Currently, Anna was a Tier 2 NPC. She had no hope against the two Tier 4 archaic species. Seeing this, Feng sighed dejectedly. Hurriedly, he shouted, "Cola, Turtledove, use the basic mana pulse bombs." Previously, they had also obtained over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs from the Armory in addition to the intermediate mana pulse cannons and movement-type defensive magic array. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 spell. If used properly, these bombs would be frighteningly effective in a guild war. Basic Mana Pulse Bomb deals damage equivalent to a Tier 3 destruction spell to a radius of 25 yards. Bomb is 100% effective against monsters and players below level 100, and 50% effective against monsters and players level 100 and above. Cooldown 2 seconds. Unfortunately, they had a limited number of mana pulse bombs. Once they used them, they would be gone. Yet they were the team's only option to pull aggro. Hearing Feng's instructions, Cola and Turtledove retrieved the fist-sized bombs reluctantly. However, seeing the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses charge at Anna, the Guardian's Knights threw the bombs at the two bosses. The mana pulse bombs looked like specks of dust compared to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, the instant the bombs touched the fossilized Tyrannosaurus' scales, black and white mana surged forth, devouring the Guardian monsters. The forging hall shook with the explosions, and for a moment, even space itself seemed as if it might shatter. The mana pulse bombs might far exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Cola and Turtledove, who stood closest to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, were blown off their feet by the resulting shockwaves. This destructive power is even more amazing than Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Cola exclaimed in astonishment. He had seen Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells before. Although their range was greater, the spells couldn't destabilize space. If they attacked a Grand Lord with these basic mana pulse bombs, they might even inflict severe injuries. The mana pulse bombs had shocked the rest of the team as well, and they all thought it was a huge waste to use them against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. If they used the bombs to weaken field Grand Lords instead, the guild could profit greatly. However, as the black and white mana dissipated and these players could see the fossilized Tyrannosauruses once more, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Despite such powerful attacks, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were unharmed. The mana pulse bombs hadn't even left a scratch. All the bombs accomplished was blowing off a layer of dust that had collected on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus' scales over the years, giving the two monsters a fresh, clean appearance. As for the bomb's damage, each had only caused around minus 200,000 damage even if they tossed 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. They couldn't kill the monsters. If they used the basic mana pulse bombs against Great Lords, each could easily deal over 1 million damage. The bombs would also easily annihilate players below Tier 3 however. The bomb's damage did redirect the fossilized Tyrannosaurus' attention to Cola and Turtledove. Excellent. Feng smiled faintly. The brief moment Cola and Turtledove had bought allowed Anna to finish her incantation emerge. Valkyrie, Anna shouted immediately. A golden magic array enveloped the forging hall's ceiling, which caused the mana inside the hall to rampage. A Valkyrie with pure white wings, geared in golden, divine armor slowly descended from the magic array. Compared to Anna's previous summoning, the Valkyrie had reached level 70 as Anna had leveled from level 69 to level 70 during the previous war. Every 5 levels was a minor turning point in God's domain. Hence, a level 70 Valkyrie was significantly stronger than a level 69 Valkyrie. This was also why Feng was willing to risk summoning Anna into this battle. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were level 65. As Tier 4 archaic species, while they might not have complete domains like the ancient abyssal monsters, their attributes were far superior to the abyssal monsters. If given the choice, players would rather fight the fossilized Tyrannosauruses than the ancient abyssal monsters. This was due to the abyssal monsters' powerful domains and their effectiveness against players. After all was said and done, the Tier 4 Valkyrie was only a puppet. The Valkyrie neither possessed high intellect nor did it have a complete domain like ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. In a sense, the Valkyrie was similar to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, when comparing life ratings, the Valkyrie was far above archaic species in a head-on collision. The Valkyrie could definitely overwhelm the fossilized Tyrannosaurus' attack. Feng commanded the Valkyrie could only remain for 10 seconds and could only be summoned again after 1 full day. Hence, he could not waste a single second hearing Feng's command. Anna instructed the Valkyrie to take action suddenly. The Valkyrie disappeared as she used the Tier 3 skill spatial transfer to arrive before one of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus' attack its lower left rib. Feng commanded after watching the bosses with omniscient eyes. Feng had grasped the power core's basic patterns. Although he couldn't break through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus' scales and substantially damage the power cores, the Valkyrie Kuda silver spear appeared in the Valkyrie's hands, arcs of golden lightning dancing around the weapon. The Valkyrie then thrust the spear at the fossilized Tyrannosaurus' lower left rib. Tier 4 skill, Thunder Sanction. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus panicked instantly. The Valkyrie had appeared too suddenly. Even with its high attack speed, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus was still caught off guard as it received Thunder Sanction in full. The golden lightning pierced through its tough scales and exited from its back, reaping nearly 3% of the monster's HP. The team immediately felt the fossilized Tyrannosaurus grow weaker. This scene enraged the other fossilized Tyrannosaurus as it spread its jaws. A large amount of mana began to gather in the monster's mouth. Crap. It's using its breath. Everyone, move. Don't stand in front of the boss. Feng hurriedly warned his team as he saw the monster charge its attack. The greatest move of any monster from the dragon race would be its breath attacks. Among them, true dragon's breath attacks were the most powerful. There were even records of how a dragon had obliterated a major city with a single breath attack. Thus, the dragon race represented destruction roar. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's roar echoed throughout the forging hall before anyone could react. A dazzling beam of light devoured the Valkyrie. The breath even shattered space itself. Meanwhile, this beam of light struck one of the forging hall's stone walls. If not for having been constructed by ancient gods, no one doubted that the breath attack could have punched a hole straight through the fallen arc. Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. By the time the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath ended, the forging hall was unrecognizable. How is there such a powerful monster? The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath attack had stupefied every player on the team. Everything in front of the inferior dragon was gone. Only a bare wall and floor remained. Over half of the accessories around the forging hall had disintegrated. It was not hard to realize that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus hadn't been taking them seriously. Had the two inferior dragons taken them as seriously as they had the Valkyrie, they would have obliterated the entire team. This single blow shouldn't have defeated the Valkyrie, right? Aqua Rose muttered worriedly as she watched the spatial tear gradually disappear. Without a doubt, this breath attack was definitely a tier 4 skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created a spatial tier. The Valkyrie was only a temporarily summoned puppet. She only possessed 1/20th of the HP ordinary summoned creatures had. It wouldn't be surprising in the least if this terrifying breath attack had devoured her entire HP bar. If the Valkyrie were really gone, the consequences would be unimaginable against the enraged fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Even with their berserk and life-saving skills active, Cola and Turtledove would die instantly, much less the rest of Zero Wing's team. As these thoughts swam through Aqua Rose's mind, the smoke finally started to dissipate. She's unharmed. How is this possible? Aqua Rose stared at the divine angel flapping her wings in amazement. Not only was the Valkyrie unharmed, but not even a speck of dust tainted her body. Even the fossilized Tyrannosaurus, which possessed some intellect, was stunned, fear surfacing in its massive, golden eyes as it gazed at the Valkyrie before it. Suddenly, Feng shouted, "Attack its right arm!" Although the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath was incredibly powerful, Anna's Valkyrie was no pushover, either. Even if the Valkyrie were not at her peak due to lacking sufficient intellect, she possessed all of the skills a Tier 4 Valkyrie should. The Valkyrie had used the Tier 4 skill Divine Protection to defend against the inferior dragon's breath, the skill allowing her to negate all attacks below Tier 6 for 3 seconds. Afterward, all of the damage she should have received would be converted into HP. In the past, Divine Protection had been a super rare life-saving skill that many Tier 4 Guardian Knights dreamed of obtaining. Any Guardian Knights that learned it had been highly sought after even by super guilds. As soon as Feng gave the command, Anna once more controlled the Valkyrie to attack the fossilized Tyrannosaurus roar. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus was now on full alert, its claws releasing a faint, gray glow. The inferior dragon then slashed at the approaching Valkyrie, as if it were swatting a flyboom. Faster than the naked eye could perceive, the claws struck the Valkyrie. The players in the forging hall nearly lost their balance as the resulting shockwave swept over them. However, when the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's claws landed, the attack stopped as if it had collided with an immovable wall. Not only did it fail to damage the Valkyrie, but its claws had also been forced to a halt. Taking advantage of the inferior dragon's brief pause, the Valkyrie threw her silver spear. The spear transformed into a streak of light that pierced the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's right arm, leaving behind a bloody hole. Good. With this, we shouldn't have any issues. Feng released a sigh of relief when he saw the red on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body fade. The Valkyrie could only remain in existence for a short period. If they could not exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores within that time, they would never last 5 minutes. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had lost their power cores, they were like beasts that had lost their fangs and claws. Their threat levels decreased significantly. Even when Cola and Turtledove received an attack, they only lost around 18,000 HP. The inferior dragons had lost at least half of their strength. With this, even without protection blessing, neither of the two Guardian Knights would die instantly. They could last a long time with the aid of Power of Darkness. However, Feng had no intentions of wasting the Valkyrie's power. Immediately, he had the Valkyrie attack the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses frantically, using this opportunity to weaken the two bosses further and reduce the burden on Cola and Turtledove. Unfortunately, 10 seconds was too little time. Despite the Valkyrie doing her best, she was only able to deal some light damage to the two massive bosses, which slowed the monster's attacks slightly. Unfortunately, the attacks weren't so slow that Cola and Turtledove could evade the boss's normal attacks easily when the two bosses used skills. However, the brief activation time gave the MTs enough time to evade. Time passed quickly. While Fire Dance desperately tried to disable the trap, the pressure on the rest of the team grew. Their fear also grew as they continued to fight. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses had 320 million HP. They could regenerate 3,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if they stood there, not defending themselves, they wouldn't die. In contrast, due to the high damages Cola and Turtledove received, Zero Wing's healers were struggling. Their mana depleting rapidly. It was impossible to make up for the consumed mana with mana recovery potions. It was only a matter of time before the healers ran out. Fortunately, the team's goal wasn't to exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Instead, they were simply buying time. However, both Cola and Turtledove suddenly felt that something was amiss. Guild leader, I'm sensing that the boss's strength is growing. Cola hurriedly reported. Initially, after Protection Blessing had ended, he had received around minus 36,000 damage from each of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's normal attacks. However, with the aid of Protection and Truth Shield, he received less than minus 30,000. With his current 57,000 HP and the healer's help, he could receive 2 hits without dying yet. Even with the Oracles and Clerics buffs, he was now receiving more than minus 30,000 damage from the boss's normal attacks. If the damage continued to rise, he would die in 2 hits if the healers failed to restore his HP in time. I discovered something strange as well. It seems the boss's defense is weakening. Gentle Snow, who was assisting Turtledove from the sides, announced. Hearing Cola and Gentle Snow's words, Feng fell into deep thought. Could they be weakening their physical bodies to generate new power cores? Although extremely few monsters had cores as weak points in God's domain, Feng had encountered a few. A few of these monsters were capable of regenerating their destroyed cores after a certain period. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were an archaic species. It would not be surprising if they could do so. In fact, Feng had already considered this possibility. However, less than 2 minutes had passed since the inferior dragon's power cores had been destroyed. This regeneration speed surpassed Feng's initial estimates. He had assumed that the bosses would need at least 5 minutes before they could regenerate their power cores. This coincided with how much time Fire Dance needed to disable the trap. Once the trap was disabled, they could simply take the treasure chest and leave. They shouldn't have needed to worry about the fossilized Tyrannosauruses regenerating their power cores. It seems we have no choice but to fight. After considering various options, Feng had only come up with one method that would buy them the necessary time. Clenching his teeth, he said, Cola, Turtledove, lure the bosses together. Everyone, throw basic mana pulse bombs at the bosses. Don't hold back and use everything you have. Now that the boss's defense had weakened, the mana pulse bombs would deal more damage. Before this, it might have been impossible to annihilate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses with the bombs, but things had changed. Even if they failed to kill the inferior dragons or injure them heavily, they could slow down the recovery speed of the boss's power cores. Guild leader, are we really going to waste the bombs here? Aqua Rose hadn't expected such a crazy move from Feng. They were talking about over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs. That was equivalent to 1,000 plus magic scrolls that contain Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Just waste them. Buying time is more important right now. Feng growled determinedly. While the basic mana pulse bombs was indeed extraordinarily valuable, the inferior legendary treasure chest was far more important towards the guild's development. Seeing the determined look on Feng's face, everyone helplessly retrieved the basic mana pulse bombs Feng had previously distributed and threw the bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, black and white mana flooded the forging hall just as Feng had expected. Not only were the basic mana pulse bombs now dealing around minus 450,000 damage each, but the bombs had also stopped the recovery of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores. In fact, the inferior dragons were even growing weaker as they received more attacks. It took several minutes for Zero Wings members to finish tossing all of their bombs. Even archaic species could not withstand the might of over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs as both fossilized Tyrannosauruses collapsed to the ground, their HPs falling to 0v1. Aqua Rose muttered as she watched the smoke in the hall gradually dissipate. They're not playing dead, right? Before anyone could answer, the system replied suddenly. One golden flash after another enveloped each team member, illuminating the forging hall. Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. They're dead. What? They're really dead. Excitement bubbled in the players' chests when they noticed the golden glow wrap around their bodies. Many could not help but cheer, with some people losing strength in their legs as they planted their butts on the ground. We're too amazing. We actually killed 2 mythic bosses. My experience bar is still rising. They had just defeated 2 level 65, Mythic ranked archaic species. Both monsters already gave a lot of EXP, but they also got bonus EXP for killing monsters of a higher level. Most importantly, only 20 players shared it all. In the end, not only had everyone leveled up from level 44 to level 45, but they progressed to level 46 as well. As for Feng, he rose to level 48 on the spot, with his empty experience bar filling once more level 48, 30%, 40%, 50%. In less than 2 seconds, his experience bar had reached 90%, following which its growth slowed, increasing by 1% after another 95%, 96%, 97%. Just as his experience bar looked as if it would stop at 99%. Another golden glow encased Feng's body level 49. The awarded EXP is truly extravagant. Feng was surprised. He also found it difficult to suppress his bubbling excitement. He was now only one level away from level 50. With his current weapon and equipment standards, he should have no problems passing his Tier 2 class change quest. Once he completed his class change quest, he would qualify to challenge quests he hadn't dared to before. There was only one tier between Tier 2 and Tier 1 classes. The difference was much greater than the difference between Tier 0 and Tier 1 players. If an ordinary Tier 1 player could go up against elite monsters of the same level, then ordinary Tier 2 players could go up against chieftains. If a chieftain and elite monster of the same level fought each other, that battle would be one-sided. After all, chieftains could serve as the final bosses in party dungeons below level 50. One could just imagine how massive the difference was between Tier 1 and Tier 2 classes. If even Feng had leveled up twice, the rest of the team's leveling was insane. Aside from those with hidden classes, the team had leveled from level 44 all the way to level 48. Moreover, they were only a short distance away from reaching level 49. As for players like Violet Cloud, Gentle Snow, and Zhao Yueru, who possessed a hidden class, they only rose to level 47. Though they were not far from level 48, everyone was stunned for a long moment right now. They could easily rank at the very top of the ranking list in any kingdom or empire in God's domain. Moreover, they would be at least 5 levels higher than the second-ranked player. My HP is finally over 40,000. After Kola finished allocating his recently acquired free attribute points, he excitedly boasted, "With this, I'll be the highest HP MT in even the Black Dragon Empire." He was already the highest HP MT throughout Star Moon Kingdom. He had nearly 5,000 more HP than the MTs in other guilds. Although he was not particularly certain about the situation in the Black Dragon Empire, he could dare to claim that no MT in the Empire could match his HP 40,000 HP. Gentle Snow, who was level 47, looked at her own HP bar, noticing that her HP had broken past the 40,000 threshold as well. Gentle Snow could not help but sigh ruefully as she looked at her own HP bar. She never imagined that one fragmented legendary item would make such a huge difference. Despite wielding a damage-dealing class and slightly weaker equipment than Kola's, the 7 Luminaries' battle armor had bridged the gap between her and the Guardian Knight. Not only had the battle armor upgraded her damage output by several levels, but it had also done the same for her defense and HP. It was no wonder why Feng was willing to waste the 1,000+ basic mana pulse bombs for the inferior legendary treasure chest. As everyone's excitement about their levels died down, they shifted their gazes to the corpses of the 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Aside from the items inside the inferior legendary treasure chest, the inferior dragon's loot should make up for the losses they suffered. Mythic bosses. Moreover, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were archaic species. Their loot was definitely extraordinary. Just thinking about it ignited a passionate fire in these players' hearts, their eyes shining once the dust settled. The massive fossilized Tyrannosaurus corpses were on full display. However, when the team noticed the few items scattered beside the bodies, disappointment flashed in their eyes. Aside from a few scattered gold coins, one fossilized Tyrannosaurus dropped 8 items, while the other dropped 7. There were far fewer items than they had hoped for. Why are there so few drops? These things are even more stingy than the trolls. Is it because we were unlucky? We should have given guild leader the last hit. Everyone's excitement faded when they saw the loot among the 15 items. They 10 were materials. Alright, get some rest. Violet, make sure fire is safe. Feng chuckled at his crestfallen companions. The number of items the fossilized Tyrannosauruses dropped didn't surprise Feng in the least. After reaching level 50. The quantity and quality of the items monsters dropped decreased drastically. Furthermore, the system had just completed a new update. The system would have definitely lowered the drop rate once again. The main god system did so to stabilize weapon and equipment prices, giving lifestyle classes a better opportunity to develop as players continue to level. Their main source for weapons and equipment would gradually shift from monsters to lifestyle players. In the future, 95% of the weapons and equipment players used would come from monsters and lifestyle players. The remaining 5% would come from quests, miraculous encounters, treasure chests, and other such sources. However, the majority of the weapons and equipment players produced could only satisfy ordinary players and experts. The truly excellent items would still come from killing powerful monsters or completing difficult quests. Of course, players were also capable of producing weapons and equipment of excellent quality. Only, the requirement was extremely high, beyond the majority of God's domain's lifestyle players. Moreover, producing such items required super rare materials, and these materials came from killing powerful monsters and exploring dangerous locations, following which, Feng collected the loot and began to appraise each item. Not bad. Feng revealed a joyful expression after appraising the raw materials. Among them was the legendary material Dragon Origin Crystal. Moreover, 2 Dragon Origin Crystals had dropped. Only creatures of the dragon race could drop these items. Unfortunately, common inferior dragons wouldn't drop them. At the very least, the monsters needed to be mythic rank. This was because the Dragon Origin Crystal contained the bloodline of dragons. If one applied the Dragon Origin Crystal when forging weapons or equipment, they could qualitatively change the item. The Dragon Origin Crystal was an excellent production material. The crystal also had an even greater purpose. Producing the Dragon Soul Potion. When consuming this potion, players could class change into a hidden class and obtain the Dragon Legacy.